Imagine a world where the past whispers softly, its secrets carried on the breath of time. Close your eyes, dear listener, and let the weight of the day slip away like sand through an hourglass. Welcome to a gentle journey, a tapestry of mysteries woven from the threads of history's most enigmatic treasures, lost, hidden, or simply vanished into the folds of forever. This is a place of fading ruins, of golden echoes of questions that linger like stars in a velvet sky, unexplained and eternal. Tonight we wander through the mists of ages, where empires crumbled and their riches dissolved into shadow. These are not tales of answers but of wonders, glimmering hoards and sacred relics that slipped through the fingers of those who sought them. Each mystery is a lullaby, a soft invitation to drift, to dream, to rest in the awe of the unknowable. Let your breath slow, your heart ease, as we step into a world where time itself seems to pause, holding its secrets close. Feel the cool stone of ancient vaults beneath your fingertips, the distant hum of forgotten winds curling through desert sands. These treasures, gold of kings, jewels of queens, relics of gods, call to us not to be found, but to be felt, to be imagined. They are the ghosts of history glowing faintly in the twilight of memory. As you sink deeper into your pillow, let their stories cradle you, wrapping you in a quiet reverence for all that remains unsolved. So come, wanderer of dreams, let us begin. Lie back, let the world fade, and allow the first mystery to unfold like a petal in the moonlight. We start with a treasure of amber and gold, a chamber that shimmered like the sun itself, the amber room lost in the chaos of a war-torn world, its fate a whisper we chase into the night. Picture yourself standing in a forgotten forest at twilight, where the air hums with the scent of resin, and the last light catches on golden threads woven into the trees. The world feels alive yet still, as if holding a secret too delicate to speak. You sense it, a chamber hidden beyond the leaves, glowing with the warmth of ancient sunlight trapped in amber. This is the Amber Room, a treasure born of earth and artistry now lost to the winds of a war-torn world. Let its mystery wrap around you soft as a dream. As we wander through its enigma, you step closer, imagining a room unlike any other. Crafted in the early 18th century for a Prussian king, the Amber Room was a marvel of human hands and nature's gifts. Its walls, adorned with panels of Baltic amber, shimmered in hues of honey, saffron, and dusk. Gold leaf curled across its surfaces, catching candlelight in a dance of warmth. Mirrors framed in gilded carvings reflected the glow, making the chamber feel infinite, as if you could step inside and lose yourself in a sea of light. It was a gift from Prussia to Russia, installed in the Catherine Palace near St. Place, Petersburg, where it grew in legend. You can almost feel the cool amber beneath your fingers, its surface smooth yet alive, whispering of forests older than memory. The room was no mere decoration, it was a sanctuary of awe. Visitors spoke of its radiance, how it seemed to pulse with a quiet energy, as if the amber held stories of the earth itself. By the 20th century, it spanned over 55 square meters, its value immeasurable not just in gold but in the wonder it inspired. Yet in the chaos of World War II, this treasure vanished. As Nazi forces looted the palace in 1941, the Amber Room was dismantled, its panels crated and spirited away. Where did it go? You stand in the silence of that question, the glow fading into shadow. Now you sit by a scholar's desk, surrounded by maps and faded photographs, seeking answers that slip through like sand. Historians and archaeologists have woven theories, each a thread in a tapestry of speculation. One hypothesis suggests the Amber Room was destroyed, burned in the fire that consumed Königsberg Castle in 1945, where it was last reported. The delicate amber, unable to withstand heat, would have melted into ash, leaving no trace. You imagine the flames silent and merciless, erasing a masterpiece. Yet others disagree, their voices soft but insistent. Some believe the panels were hidden, perhaps in a secret bunker beneath the castle, or smuggled to a distant vault. Amber is light portable despite its size. Could it have been scattered across Europe, sold in fragments to private collectors? Divers have searched the Baltic Sea, chasing rumors of a sunken ship carrying the treasure. In 1997, a single amber mosaic surfaced in Germany, sold by a man whose father served in the war. It matched the room's design, but its origins were murky, a clue that led nowhere. You trace these leads in your mind, each one dissolving into mist. Another theory whispers of a deliberate ruse. Could the Nazis have created replicas, hiding the true panels, while sacrificing decoys to the chaos? Modern science X-ray analysis chemical testing could identify authentic amber, but no major find has emerged. You ponder the logistics moving such a treasure required planning, secrecy, resources. Did it vanish in plain sight, disguised as something mundane? The questions pile like leaves unanswered as you gaze at the empty space where answers should be. Now you kneel in a quiet grove, where the air feels heavy with meaning. The amber room to some was more than art, it was a vessel of the divine. Amber born from the tears of ancient trees has long held spiritual weight. In Baltic folklore, it was sacred to the sun goddess Sol, a fragment of her light gifted to the earth. You imagine the room as a temple, its glow, a bridge between the mortal and the eternal. To stand within it, some say, was to feel the pulse of creation itself. Across cultures, amber carries mystic resonance. In ancient Greece, it was linked to Electra, whose name means shining or amber, a stone of protection and clarity. Russian mystics, gazing at the room's radiance, saw it as a mirror of the soul reflecting truths too vast to grasp. Even today, some believe the room's disappearance was no accident, but a cosmic act, hidden by fate to protect its sanctity. You wonder, does it wait in some unseen place, its light too pure for a world of conflict? The thought lingers soft as a prayer as you breathe in the stillness. You walk now through the corridors of time where the amber room's story intertwines with human dreams and desires. In the 18th century, it was a symbol of alliance, a gift from Frederick I of Prussia to Peter the Great of Russia, sealing bonds with beauty. Courtiers whispered of its magic, how it seemed to hum when the palace was quiet as if alive. You imagine their awe, their footsteps echoing on marble floors, drawn to the room like moths to a flame. By the 20th century, its legend grew darker. As war loomed, curators tried to protect it, covering the panels with wallpaper to shield them from looters. But the Nazis, entranced by its myth, tore through the disguise. You see their hands hurried, yet reverent, dismantling the treasure piece by piece. Some say soldiers wept as they crated it, sensing its weight beyond gold. Others tell of a curse. Those who touched the amber met ill fates, as if the room guarded itself. A German officer, tasked with its transport, vanished without a trace. A Soviet soldier searching the ruins claimed to see a golden glow in the rubble, only to find nothing. These tales, true or not, weave a spell pulling you deeper into the unknown. In the decades since treasure hunters have chased the amber room's ghost, in Polish mines, Bavarian lakes, even the mountains of Saxony, they search, driven by whispers of hidden chambers. You feel their longing, their hope that something so radiant could not simply vanish. Yet the room remains elusive, a riddle carved in light and loss. What does it mean to seek what may never be found? You pause now, sitting by a quiet stream, reflecting on the voices that surround this mystery. From the scientist's lens, the amber room is a puzzle of logistics and chemistry, its fate tied to war's destruction or human greed. The historian sees it as a thread in the fabric of empires, a casualty of ambition. The spiritual seeker senses a deeper truth, a light that transcends the material. And you, the dreamer, weave these perspectives into one, feeling the room's presence even in its absence. It is not just amber and gold. It is a mirror of humanity's yearning, our need to create, to cherish, to lose, and to wonder. Each perspective shifts the light like a prism. The scientist asks, where could it be hidden? The mystic asks, why was it taken? The historian asks, what does its loss teach us? You hold these questions gently, letting them drift like leaves on the water. The amber room is not one story, but many, each a soft echo in the night. As you lie back, the forest around you fades, and the glow of the amber room lingers in your mind. You see it now not as a room, but as a feeling, a warmth that defies time, a beauty that refuses to be owned. Perhaps it was destroyed, its amber melted into the earth. Perhaps it waits hidden in a place no map can find. Or perhaps it exists only in the space between where dreams and mysteries meet. You breathe slowly, letting the question rest, unanswered, a gentle weight on your heart. What is it about the lost that calls to us so? Why do we chase what slips away? The amber room offers no answers, only its quiet radiance, a light that shines even in the dark. As you sink deeper into rest, another mystery begins to stir, faint as a whisper on the horizon. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Envision yourself drifting on a reed boat along the Nile at dusk, the water a mirror of twilight rippling with the secrets of ages. Papyrus stalks sway gently, their shadows blending with the silhouettes of distant pyramids. The air carries a faint scent of lotus and myrrh, and you feel a presence, an echo of a queen whose name still lingers on the wind. This is the mystery of Cleopatra's tomb, the final resting place of Egypt's last pharaoh, hidden somewhere in the sands, its treasures shrouded in the eternal embrace of the river's secrets. Let this enigma enfold you soft as a sigh, as we journey into its depths. You pause at the river's edge, imagining a tomb worthy of Cleopatra VII, the woman who captivated empires. Her resting place, if it exists, would be a marvel of Ptolemaic splendor, alabaster walls carved with hieroglyphs, chambers filled with gold emeralds, and pearls offerings to the gods who welcomed her soul. Historical accounts like those of Plutarch suggest she died in 30 BCE in Alexandria, alongside her lover Mark Antony, after Rome's shadow fell over Egypt. They were laid to rest together, their tomb adorned with riches befitting their legend. Yet no trace of this sacred site has been found. You picture its entrance perhaps concealed beneath dunes, or submerged in the Mediterranean's embrace, sealed against time. Cleopatra was no ordinary ruler. She was a strategist, a linguist, a goddess incarnate to her people. Her tomb would reflect this duality, royal yet intimate, divine yet human. You envision chambers lined with amulets, statues of Isis watching over her, and scrolls bearing her wisdom, now silent. The mystery lies not just in its location, but in its very existence. Did it survive the centuries, or did the Nile reclaim it, as it has so many of Egypt's wonders? You stand in the quiet feeling, the weight of a question that echoes through millennia. Now you sit in a tent under starlight, surrounded by maps and sonar scans, as archaeologists murmur their theories. The search for Cleopatra's tomb has drawn explorers for centuries, each with a hypothesis shaped by science's patient gaze. One theory places the tomb in Alexandria near the royal quarter, where Cleopatra's palace once stood. Excavations in the 1990s revealed submerged ruins off the coast, columns, sphinxes, perhaps remnants of her world. Could her tomb lie beneath the waves swallowed by earthquakes and rising seas? You imagine divers gliding through murky depths, seeking a glimmer of her legacy. Another hypothesis points to Taposiris Magna, a temple 30 miles west of Alexandria, dedicated to Isis, whom Cleopatra revered. Archaeologist Kathleen Martinez has unearthed coins, statues, and a necropolis there, suggesting a royal connection. Tunnels beneath the temple mapped with radar twists like veins hinting at hidden chambers. You trace these paths in your mind, wondering if they lead to Cleopatra. Yet no definitive evidence has emerged, and the site remains a riddle. Some scholars propose the tomb was destroyed, its treasures looted by Roman conquerors or later treasure hunters. Alexandria's turbulent history fires, wars rebuilding, could have erased all traces. Others suggest it was never meant to be found, designed with secret passages or false entrances to thwart intruders. Ground-penetrating radar and satellite imagery offer hope, but the desert and sea guard their secrets well. You ponder the tools of science, precise yet powerless against the vastness of time. Where does a queen hide when the world seeks her? You kneel now in a temple's shadow where incense curls upward like a prayer. To the ancient Egyptians, death was not an end but a crossing, and Cleopatra, who styled herself as Isis reborn, would have entered the afterlife with divine purpose. Her tomb in this light is more than stone. It is a threshold to eternity. You imagine it as a sacred space where her spirit lingers, entwined with the Nile's lifeblood, the river revered as a god might cradle her still its currents, a protective hymn. In Coptic traditions, Cleopatra's story took on mystic hues, her tomb, a symbol of love's endurance, uniting her with Antony beyond mortal bounds. Some modern spiritualists see her as a guardian of wisdom, her resting place, a beacon for those who seek truth. In the quiet, you feel a warmth, as if the queen's presence hovers near, not in gold or jewels, but in the air itself. Could her tomb be hidden not by earth, but by a veil only the heart can pierce? The thought drifts soft as moonlight, inviting you to wonder. You wander now through Alexandria's ancient streets, where the past whispers in every stone. Cleopatra's final days were a tapestry of defiance and devotion. As Octavian's armies closed in, she chose death over captivity, perhaps by the bite of an asp, a symbol of divine protection. Antony, wounded, died in her arms, and their burial was her last act of sovereignty. You see her regal even in grief, ensuring their tomb would defy Rome's grasp. Legends swirl around this place. Fishermen in Alexandria speak of strange lights beneath the waves, as if the queen's jewels still shine. In the 19th century, a Bedouin claimed to have found a golden door in the desert, inscribed with a serpent, only to lose it to a sandstorm. Another tale tells of a Roman soldier tasked with guarding the tomb who vanished after dreaming of a woman with coal-lined eyes. These stories pass through generations, weave a spell, making the tomb feel alive even in its absence. You listen, captivated, as the Nile carries these whispers onward. In the centuries since, seekers have come, scholars, adventurers, dreamers, all drawn to Cleopatra's enigma. Some say her tomb was a decoy, its true location known only to her most trusted priests. Others believe it lies beneath a modern city, unreachable without destroying what stands above. You feel their longing, their footsteps echoing yours, each one chasing a shadow that dances just out of reach. What is it that pulls us to her after all this time? You rest now on a dune, the stars above a silent council. The mystery of Cleopatra's tomb is a chorus of perspectives, each adding depth to the silence. The scientist maps the earth, seeking evidence in soil and stone. The historian traces her life, piecing together fragments of a queen who shaped an era. The mystic senses her spirit, a light that transcends the physical. And you, the wanderer, hold these threads, feeling the tomb's presence in its very absence. It is a story of power, love, and the eternal pull of the unknown. Each voice shifts the perspective, like ripples on the Nile. The archaeologist asks, where is the evidence? The spiritualist asks, what does her silence teach? The storyteller asks, why does her name still sing? You let these questions settle, soft as dust, knowing they need no answers to be felt. Cleopatra's tomb is not just a place. It is a longing, a dream that binds us to the past. As you lie back, the river's lullaby soothes your thoughts, and the image of Cleopatra's tomb fades into a gentle glow. You see it now not as stone or gold, but as a whisper, a love story, a defiance, a mystery that breathes. Perhaps it lies beneath the sea, its treasure swaying with the tides. Perhaps it waits in a desert hollow guarded by time. Or perhaps it exists only in the space where history meets imagination, a place no map can chart. You breathe deeply, letting the question rest a soft weight in your chest. Why do we seek what the sands have claimed? What is it about a queen's rest that stirs our dreams? The tomb offers no answers, only its quiet allure, a call that echoes through the night. As you drift toward sleep, another mystery begins to rise, faint as a star on the horizon. So we drift again toward what cannot be named. Close your eyes and imagine yourself in a mist-laden valley at dawn, where ancient oaks stand like silent sentinels, their roots entwined with secrets. A faint glow pulses from a hidden crypt beneath the earth, its stone door carved with a cross that seems to hum with forgotten vows. This is the mystery of the treasure of the Knights Templar, a fabled hoard of gold relics and sacred knowledge spirited away by a medieval order now lost in the folds of history's quiet shadows. Let this enigma cradle you gentle as a whisper as we wander its veiled paths. You step into the heart of the 13th century, where the Knights Templar, warrior monks of the Crusades, held sway over a vast network of wealth and faith. Their treasure was legendary, not merely gold coins or jeweled chalices, but relics said to carry divine power, fragments of the true cross, the Holy Grail, perhaps even scrolls bearing secrets of the ancient world. Housed in their preceptories from Paris to Jerusalem, this hoard was both a spiritual and temporal fortune, amassed through donations, conquest, and their role as Europe's first bankers. You picture vaults beneath stone fortresses, their contents glinting in torchlight, each item a testament to the Templars' oath to protect Christendom. Yet in 1307, this treasure vanished. King Philip IV of France, covetous and indebted to the order, accused the Templars of heresy. As their leaders were arrested, and their stronghold seized, the hoard, rumored to fill cartloads, slipped away. Was it smuggled out of Paris under cover of night, hidden in a distant land? You stand in the stillness of that moment, feeling the weight of a secret too vast to hold its traces, scattered like leaves on an autumn wind. Now you sit in a candle-lit library, surrounded by parchment and ink, as historians pore over faded records. The disappearance of the Templar treasure has sparked countless theories, each a flicker in the quest for truth. One hypothesis suggests the hoard was spirited to La Rochelle, a Templar port, and loaded onto ships bound for Scotland or the New World. Maritime archaeologists have scoured coastal wrecks seeking traces of Templar vessels, but the sea yields only silence. You imagine the creak of wooden hulls, the treasure swaying in the hold, lost to the deep. Another theory points to the Paris Temple, the Order's headquarters. Excavations beneath the city have uncovered tunnels, suggesting a possible escape route for the hoard. Could it lie in a sealed chamber, undetected by modern scans? Ground-penetrating radar has mapped anomalies, but none have revealed gold. Some scholars argue the treasure was dispersed, divided among surviving knights who melted into obscurity. Others propose it was never physical. Perhaps the treasure was knowledge encoded in texts or rituals now lost to time. You trace these ideas, each one a thread that unravels into mist, leaving you to wonder, what form does such a treasure take? A more skeptical view holds that the hoard was exaggerated, its legend inflated by the Templars' enemies to justify their downfall. Yet, the Order's documented wealth, lands, tithes, artifacts, lends credence to its existence. You sift through these perspectives, each a piece of a puzzle with no edges, no center. How does something so vast simply fade? You kneel now in a quiet chapel where stained glass casts jeweled light across worn stone. To the Templars, their treasure was more than wealth, it was a covenant with the divine. As guardians of holy relics, they believed their hoard carried the breath of God, a sacred trust to be protected at all costs. You imagine their rituals, knights in white mantles chanting in the dark, their voices weaving a shield around their secrets. Some say the treasure's disappearance was no loss, but a transcendence hidden by divine will to await a worthy age. In esoteric traditions, the Templars are seen as keepers of ancient wisdom, perhaps inherited from the East during the Crusades. Their treasure in this light might include texts or symbols linking humanity to cosmic truths. Modern mystics, from Rosicrucians to Freemasons, claim spiritual kinship with the Order, suggesting the hoard's true value lies in its meaning, not its matter. You feel a stirring, as if the treasure's essence lingers in the air, a pulse of purpose that defies the centuries. Could it be waiting, not in a vault, but in the silence between breaths? In Celtic lore tied to regions where Templars fled, the hoard is a grail-like mystery, a source of renewal for the land. You ponder this, your heart slowing as the chapel's quiet wraps around you. What does it mean to guard something sacred, only to let it vanish? You walk now through a medieval village where the Templars' shadow still falls. In 1307, as Philip's soldiers stormed their preceptories, stories began to swirl. One tells of a convoy of wagons leaving Paris before the arrests, cloaked in darkness, bound for an unknown haven. Villagers in southern France claim to see hooded figures burying chests in moonlit fields, their crosses glinting briefly before they vanished. You hear the clink of metal, the rustle of cloaks, and feel the urgency of their flight. In Scotland, where some Templars sought refuge, legends speak of a treasure hidden beneath Rosslyn Chapel, its intricate carvings, a coded map. Stonemasons centuries later whispered of sealed vaults too sacred to open. Across the sea, in Nova Scotia's Oak Island, 18th century settlers found a pit with strange markings, sparking tales of a Templar cache. Each dig, each clue ends in mystery. As if the treasure repels discovery, you sense the knights resolve their vow to protect their legacy even at the cost of their lives. Another tale speaks of a curse. Those who sought the hoard met misfortune. Kings fell, expeditions failed, maps led to empty caves. A French knight, fleeing to Portugal, claimed to dream of a golden cross that burned his hands when he reached for it. These stories woven through time make the treasure feel alive, a presence that watches from the edges of history. You linger in their echo, wondering what truths they guard. You rest now on a hillside, the stars above a tapestry of light. The treasure of the Knights Templar is a symphony of voices, each adding depth to its enigma. The scientist seeks evidence, coins, relics, tunnels, piecing together a material truth. The historian traces the order's rise and fall, seeing the treasure as a mirror of power and betrayal. The mystic senses a higher purpose, a sacred thread that binds past to present. And you, the dreamer, weave these perspectives into a single breath, feeling the treasure's weight, even in its absence. It is not just gold or relics. It is a question, a longing that stirs the soul. Each voice shifts the light like dawn, breaking over stone. The archaeologist asks, where was it taken? The spiritualist asks, what was it meant to teach? The storyteller asks, why does it still call? You hold these questions gently, letting them settle like dew, knowing they need no answers to resonate. The Templar treasure is a mystery that lives not in finding, but in seeking. As you lie back, the valley fades, and the treasure's faint glow pulses in your mind. You see it now not as chests or chalices, but as a vow, a promise kept in silence, a light that shines through centuries. Perhaps it lies beneath a chapel's floor, its relics humming softly. Perhaps it sailed across oceans, resting now in a land uncharted. Or perhaps it exists only in the space where faith meets wonder, a place no shovel can reach. You breathe slowly, letting the question rest a gentle tide in your heart. What is it that makes us chase the hidden? Why do we yearn for what lies just beyond? The Templar treasure offers no answers, only its quiet call, a melody that lulls you towards sleep. As you drift, another mystery begins to stir soft as a breeze through ancient oaks, but the silence only deepened and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. Picture yourself high in the Andes, where the clouds weave a soft veil over emerald peaks, and the air hums with the pulse of untouched jungles below. A distant shimmer catches your eye. A city of gold, its spires catching the first light of dawn yet vanishing as you blink. This is the mystery of El Dorado, the fabled city of unimaginable wealth, hidden somewhere in South America, a legend that has lured explorers for centuries, its truth cloaked in the mists of time. Let this enigma wrap you gently like a breeze through ancient vines as we drift into its allure. You stand at the edge of a myth, imagining El Dorado as it was first whispered, a city where gold was as common as stone, its streets paved with treasures, its temples adorned with emeralds and turquoise. Born among the Muisca people of Colombia, the legend spoke of a ritual where a chieftain covered in gold dust plunged into Lake Guatavita, offering riches to the gods. Spanish conquistadors, arriving in the 16th century, heard these tales and envisioned a metropolis gleaming under the sun, its wealth beyond mortal grasp. You see it in your mind, palaces reflecting the sky, their golden walls singing with the wind, a place where the earth itself seemed to overflow with abundance. Yet El Dorado has never been found. Expeditions from Francisco de Orellana's trek along the Amazon to Gonzalo Pizarro's doomed march through the jungle returned with nothing but stories. The city, if it ever existed, remains hidden, perhaps in the highlands of Colombia, the rainforests of Peru, or the uncharted reaches of Brazil. You feel its presence faint yet persistent, like a melody half-remembered calling you deeper into the unknown. Now you sit beside a weathered map, its edges curling under the weight of centuries as archaeologists and geographers debate in hushed tones. Science has long sought to unravel El Dorado's truth, offering theories that shift like the shadows of clouds. One hypothesis suggests the city was not a place, but a person, the Gilded One, the Muisca chieftain whose ritual birthed the legend. Excavations at Lake Guatavita have uncovered gold figurines and jewelry, hinting at the ceremony's reality, but no city lies nearby. You ponder the lake's depths, its waters dark and silent, guarding their secrets. Another theory places El Dorado in the Amazon basin, where satellite imagery has revealed ancient earthworks and settlements. Could these be remnants of a golden city, its riches exaggerated by conquistador greed? Botanists note the region's poor soil unlikely to support a vast metropolis. yet geologists point to gold deposits in the Andes fueling speculation. You trace these possibilities, each a faint trail through the wilderness, leading nowhere. Some researchers propose El Dorado was a composite, a blend of indigenous tales and European fantasies shaped by the clash of cultures. Linguistic analysis of Muisca and Quechua words suggests El Dorado meant the golden place, not a literal city. Others argue it was deliberately hidden, its location obscured by indigenous guides to protect sacred sites. Drones and LiDAR scans probe the jungle, uncovering lost roads but no golden spires. You linger on these ideas, each a spark that fades into the vastness of the unknown. What shape does a legend take when no one can touch it? You kneel now by a mountain stream where the water sings of ancient truths. To the Muisca, gold was not wealth but a gift to the divine, a bridge between earth and spirit. El Dorado in this light was a sacred act, a chieftain's offering to the gods, his body gilded to reflect the sun's eternal fire. You imagine the ritual, the crowd's chants rising like mist, the lake rippling with the weight of reverence. The city, if it exists, might be a spiritual ideal, a place where humanity and the cosmos meet. In Andean cosmology, gold was the sweat of the sun, a symbol of life cycle. The Inca neighbors to the Muisca saw their own sacred sites as mirrors of the heavens. Could El Dorado be such a place, hidden not by walls, but by the will of the gods? Modern shamans in Colombia speak of the city as a vision accessible only to those who walk in balance with the earth. You feel a stillness, as if the jungle itself breathes this wisdom, its vines curling around a truth too vast for words. Does El Dorado wait in a realm beyond sight, its gold, a light within? In other traditions, Amazonian, Christian, esoteric, the city takes new forms. Some see it as Eden reborn, a paradise lost to greed. Others view it as a warning, a reminder that true wealth lies in harmony, not possession. You let these thoughts settle soft as petals on the stream, wondering what it means to seek a place that may live only in the heart. You wander now through a rainforest, where the air is thick with the hum of life and the ghosts of those who sought El Dorado. In 1541, Francisco de Orellana sailed the Amazon, driven by tales of a golden kingdom. His men spoke of shimmering mirages, cities that vanished when approached. You hear their footsteps, their voices hoarse with hope, fading into the green. Another expedition led by Lope de Aguirre in 1560 ended in madness, the jungle swallowing men whole. Locals whispered of a curse. Those who chased the city would wander forever, lost in its spell. In the 19th century, a Quechua guide claimed to have seen golden ruins high in the Andes, its gates guarded by spectral warriors. He led an explorer to the site, only to find bare rock, as if the city had melted away. In Guyana, villagers tell of a lake that glows at midnight, its waters hiding El Dorado's treasures. These stories pass through generations, weave a tapestry of wonder, each thread a glimpse of something untouchable. You feel the weight of their longing, their dreams entwined with the roots beneath your feet. Even today, adventurers trek into the wilderness drawn by the city's call. Some claim to have found clues, carvings, gold, flecks in rivers, but none return with proof. You sense El Dorado's presence not as a place, but as a force, a mystery that shapes those who seek it. What is it that drives us into the unknown, chasing a gleam we may never hold? You rest now on a cliff's edge, the jungle sprawling below like a living map. The mystery of El Dorado is a chorus of voices, each note adding depth to its allure. The scientist charts rivers and scans forests, seeking evidence of a city or its myth. The historian traces the collision of worlds, seeing El Dorado as a mirror of conquest and desire. The mystic senses a deeper truth, a golden harmony that binds earth to sky. And you, the wanderer, gather these voices, feeling the city's pulse, even in its silence. It is not just a place, it is a yearning, a question that echoes through time. Each perspective shifts the view, like sunlight on water. The archaeologist asks, where could it lie? The spiritualist asks, what does it reveal? The storyteller asks, why does it endure? You hold these questions lightly, letting them drift like clouds, knowing their power lies in their mystery. El Dorado is a dream that lives in the seeking, not the finding. As you lie back, the Andes fade, and El Dorado's shimmer lingers in your thoughts. You see it now, not as walls or gold, but as a vision, a hope, a prayer, a mystery that breathes with the earth. Perhaps it lies hidden in a valley, its treasures guarded by time. Perhaps it was a ritual, its wealth poured into a sacred lake. Or perhaps it exists only in the space where stories meet silence, a place no compass can find. You breathe deeply, letting the questions settle a soft warmth in your soul. Why do we chase what gleams beyond reach? What is it about a golden dream that stirs us? Still, El Dorado offers no answers, only its gentle call, a lullaby that guides you towards sleep. As you drift, another mystery begins to rise, faint as a whisper in the dusk. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Envision yourself on a windswept hill in ancient Judea, where the stars burn bright against a velvet sky, and a faint hum rises from a hidden shrine below. The air feels charged, as if the earth itself holds its breath, guarding a secret too sacred to unveil. This is the mystery of the Ark of the Covenant, a golden chest said to cradle the 10 Commandments lost from Jerusalem long ago, its divine radiance softened in the haze of forgotten ages. Let this enigma draw you in tender, as a lullaby as we wander through its hallowed shadows. You step closer, picturing the Ark as it was described in sacred texts, a chest of acacia wood overlaid with pure gold. Its lid, the mercy seat flanked by cherubim with outstretched wings. Within it, held the stone tablets of the 10 Commandments etched by the finger of God, alongside perhaps Aaron's rod, and a jar of manna. Crafted by Moses' artisans around the 13th century BCE, it was the heart of Israel's covenant with the divine, carried through the wilderness, its presence, a beacon of faith. You imagine it in the Holy of Holies in Solomon's temple, veiled by linen, its glow felt more than seen, a bridge between heaven and earth. The Ark's power was legendary, guiding the Israelites, parting rivers, toppling Jericho's walls. Yet by the 6th century BCE, it vanished. Babylonian conquests razed Jerusalem in 587 BCE, and no record confirms the Ark's fate. Was it hidden, stolen, destroyed? You stand in the quiet of that absence, sensing its weight, a relic that carried the voice of eternity, now silent in the folds of time. Now you sit in a dimly lit study, surrounded by ancient scrolls and modern scans as researchers whisper their hypotheses. Science seeks the Ark with cautious steps, piecing together fragments of history. One theory suggests it was taken by the Babylonians, melted for its gold, or enshrined in a foreign temple, yet no trace appears in Mesopotamian records, and the Ark's sacred nature might have deterred such sacrilege. You ponder its golden form dissolved into ingots, or preserved in a forgotten vault. Another hypothesis points to Ethiopia, where the Kebra Nagast claims the Ark was spirited to Axum by Menelik I, son of Solomon and the Queen of Sheba. The Church of St. Lanxivano, Mary of Zion, is said to guard it, inaccessible to all but a single monk. Archaeologists denied entry, rely on satellite imagery and local lore, finding no concrete evidence. You imagine the Ark in a shadowed chapel, its light dimmed but alive yet unverified. Some propose it was hidden in Jerusalem before the Babylonian siege, perhaps in tunnels beneath the Temple Mount. Geophysical surveys hint at chambers, but political tensions halt exploration. Others suggest it was taken to Egypt, to Tanis, or Elephantine, where Jewish communities thrived. Excavations in these regions yield artifacts, but none linked to the Ark. A fringe theory even places it in Ireland, tied to myths of the prophet Jeremiah's travels. You trace these paths, each a faint echo in the desert, dissolving into questions. Could something so sacred simply vanish? A skeptical view argues the Ark was a symbol, not a physical object, its loss, a metaphor for spiritual exile. Yet biblical descriptions are precise, suggesting a tangible relic. You weigh these ideas each, a flicker in the vast unknown, wondering what truth lies beneath the theories. You kneel now in a grove of olive trees where the air feels thick with sanctity. To the ancient Hebrews, the Ark was God's dwelling place on earth, a vessel of divine law and love. Its cherubim wings touching formed a throne for the unseen, a space where heaven kissed the dust. You imagine standing before it, your heart stilled by its aura, as if the universe itself whispered your name. In Christian tradition, the Ark prefigures the Virgin Mary, a bearer of divine promise. Ethiopian Orthodoxy venerates it as a living miracle, its presence in Axum, a testament to God's enduring grace. Sufi mystics, too, see it as a symbol of the heart, gold without, divine within. Some modern spiritualists believe the ark's disappearance was ordained, its power too great for a world unready to receive it. You feel a warmth as if its essence lingers not in wood or gold, but in the quiet of your soul. Does it hide in a place beyond maps, waiting for a time of harmony? In Kabbalistic thought, the ark is a vessel of cosmic balance, its tablets encoding the blueprint of creation. Its loss, then, is a call to seek the divine within. You let this thought settle soft as a feather, wondering what it means to carry such a treasure in your own being. You wander now through Jerusalem's ancient alleys, where the ark's story weaves through time. In its glory, it was carried into battle, a sign of divine favor. Priests spoke of its radiance, how it seemed to hum when the temple was still as if alive. You hear their chants, their footsteps on sacred ground, their faith a shield against the world. When Nebuchadnezzar's armies came, tales emerged of priests hiding the ark in caves near the Dead Sea beneath Mount Nebo, or even in the distant mountains of Yemen. A 2nd-century rabbi claimed to have seen it in a vision glowing in a hidden chamber, but his directions led nowhere. In Ethiopia, monks tell of miracles. A thief who tried to approach the ark's sanctuary was struck blind, his cries echoing through the night. You feel the weight of these stories, each a thread in a tapestry of awe. In the Middle Ages, the Knights Templar were rumored to have sought the ark, their excavations beneath the Temple Mount, sparking legends of a rediscovery. A 12th-century pilgrim claimed to have seen a golden chest in a Syrian monastery, only to find it gone when he returned. These tales, true or not, make the ark feel near a presence that hovers just beyond reach. You linger in their mystery, wondering what secrets the stones still hold. You rest now by a desert spring, the stars above a silent choir. The Ark of the Covenant is a harmony of perspectives, each voice adding depth to its enigma. The scientist probes caves and texts, seeking proof in dust and stone. The historian traces its journey, seeing it as a symbol of a people's faith and loss. The mystic senses its eternal light, a spark that burns beyond the physical. And you, the dreamer, weave these threads, feeling the ark's presence in its very absence. It is not just a chest, it is a promise, a mystery that binds us to the divine. Each voice shifts the perspective, like moonlight on water. The archaeologist asks, where was it taken? The spiritualist asks, what does it carry? The storyteller asks, why does it endure? You hold these questions gently, letting them drift like ripples, knowing their power lies in their silence. The ark is a mystery that lives in the heart, not the hand. As you lie back, the hill fades, and the ark's faint hum lingers in your thoughts. You see it now not as gold or wood, but as a covenant, a bond, a whisper, a mystery that breathes with the ages. Perhaps it lies in a cave, its tablets untouched by time. Perhaps it rests in a distant land guarded by faith. Or perhaps it exists only in the space where reverence meets wonder, a place no eye can see. You breathe slowly, letting the question settle, a soft glow in your soul. What is it that makes us seek the sacred? Why do we chase a light we may never touch? The ark offers no answers, only its gentle call, a melody that lulls you toward sleep. As you drift, another mystery begins to stir, faint as a breeze through ancient hills. So we drift again toward what cannot be named. Imagine yourself in a high valley of ancient Mexico, where the moon casts silver across a still lake, its surface trembling with secrets. Volcanoes loom in the distance, their silhouettes guarding the whispers of a lost empire. You sense a hidden cache nearby, its gold and jade pulsing beneath the earth like a heartbeat. This is the mystery of the treasure of Montezuma, the vast riches of the Aztec emperor concealed from Spanish conquerors, rumored to rest beneath mountains or within sacred waters forever beyond reach. Let this enigma enfold you soft as a sigh as we drift into its depths. You stand in the heart of Tenochtitlan, the Aztec capital, in 1520, where the air hums with the scent of copal and the glint of treasure. Montezuma II, revered as a god-king, presided over a civilization rich in artistry and power. His wealth was staggering golden masks, adorned with turquoise-feathered headdresses that shimmered like rainbows, jade carvings smooth as river stones, and silver ornaments that caught the sun's fire. These were not mere objects, but offerings to the gods, symbols of the Aztecs' bond with the cosmos. You picture his palace, its chambers heavy with riches, each piece a story of devotion and dominion. When Hernán Cortés and his conquistadors arrived, they marveled at the hoard filling rooms with plunder. Yet, as the Aztecs rebelled, driving the Spanish from the city in the Noche Triste, much of Montezuma's treasure vanished. Legend holds that loyal priests and warriors spirited it away, hiding it to protect their sacred legacy. Where did it go? You linger in the question, feeling the weight of a fortune lost to the shadows of conquest. Now you sit by a flickering campfire, maps spread before you as archaeologists and historians murmur their theories. Science seeks the treasure with patient rigor, piecing together clues from a turbulent past. One hypothesis suggests it was sunk in Lake Texcoco surrounding Tenochtitlan. Divers have probed its muddy depths, finding pottery and bones, but no gold. Sedimentation and urban growth have buried the lake's ancient shores, making searches arduous. You imagine the treasure submerged, its gleam dulled by centuries of silt. Another theory points to the mountains north of Mexico City, where Aztec priests might have hidden the hoard in caves or cenotes, sacred sinkholes tied to the underworld. Geological surveys reveal networks of caverns in the Sierra Madre, but explorations yield only echoes. Some propose the treasure was buried in the deserts of northern Mexico near Casas Grandes, a trade hub. Metal detectors and ground-penetrating radar have scanned these regions, uncovering artifacts, but no royal cache. You trace these leads, each a faint pulse in the vast unknown. A different perspective argues the treasure was melted down either by the Spanish or the Aztecs themselves to thwart its capture. Chemical analysis of colonial gold shows traces of Mesoamerican alloys, but the volume is too small to account for Montezuma's wealth. Others suggest it was dispersed among villages hidden in plain sight as tools or ornaments. A skeptical view holds that the treasure's size was exaggerated, a myth born of Spanish greed. Yet Aztec codices and Cortez's own letters describe a hoard too vast to dismiss. You weigh these ideas, each a whisper in the night, wondering what hides in the earth's silent embrace. You kneel now beside a cenote, its waters dark, and still reflecting stars like a mirror to the gods. To the Aztecs, gold and jade were not wealth, but expressions of the divine offerings to Huitzilopochtli and Quetzalcoatl, who sustained the world. Montezuma's treasure in this light was a sacred trust, its hiding an act of defiance against a world unraveling. You imagine priests chanting under moonlight, entrusting the hoard to the earth, their prayers weaving a shield around it. In Nahua spirituality, the land is alive, its mountains and lakes holding the spirits of ancestors. The treasure, some say, was given to these spirits, its resting place, a secret known only to the divine. Modern indigenous elders speak of Montezuma's spirit guarding his legacy, appearing in dreams to warn treasure hunters away. You feel a stillness, as if the valley itself watches its silence, a testament to a people's resilience. Could the treasure be more than gold, a symbol of a culture's enduring heart? In other contexts, the treasure takes new meaning. Some Christian mystics see it as a parable of humility, a reminder that earthly riches pale beside the soul's light. Mesoamerican shamans view it as a seed buried to bloom in a future age of harmony. You let these thoughts drift gentle as ripples, wondering what it means to protect something sacred in a world of loss. You wander now through the ruins of Tenochtitlan, where the past lingers in broken stones and whispered tales. As Cortés fled in 1520, weighed down by gold, Aztec warriors pursued, and much was lost in the lake's embrace. But survivors spoke of a greater act, priests and nobles loyal to Montezuma's memory hiding the bulk of the treasure. One legend tells of a caravan moving north under starlight, its burdens buried in a canyon known only to the gods. You hear the creak of carts, the soft tread of sandaled feet fading into the night. In the 17th century, a Spanish friar claimed to have met an old Nahua man who spoke of a lake that swallowed the sun's tears. He led a search only to vanish in a storm. In the 19th century, a bandit in Chihuahua boasted of finding a golden idol in a cave, but he died before revealing its location. His map lost to fire. These stories woven through time make the treasure feel alive, a presence that dances just beyond sight. You linger in their echo, sensing the devotion that guards it still. Treasure hunters have scoured Mexico for centuries, from the jungles of Chiapas to the highlands of Puebla. Some claim to have seen visions, golden lights in the desert, voices warning them to turn back. In 1910, a farmer near Toluca unearthed a jade mask rumored to be Montezuma's, but it disappeared from a museum, as if reclaimed by the earth. You feel the pull of these tales each, a glimpse of a mystery that refuses to be held. You rest now on a hillside, the valley below a tapestry of shadow and starlight. The treasure of Montezuma is a symphony of voices, each note deepening its enigma. The scientist maps caves and lakes, seeking evidence in the Earth's layers. The historian traces the clash of empires, seeing the treasure as a symbol of resistance and loss. The mystic senses a sacred purpose, a legacy that transcends the material, and you, the wanderer, gather these threads, feeling the treasure's weight even in its absence. It is not just gold or jade, it is a story, a defiance that echoes through time. Each voice shifts the perspective like dawnlight on a mountain. The archaeologist asks, where was it hidden? The spiritualist asks, what does it protect? The storyteller asks, why does it call us still? You hold these questions lightly, letting them settle like dust, knowing their power lies in their mystery. Montezuma's treasure is a dream that lives in the heart's quiet spaces. As you lie back, the valley fades, and the treasure's faint pulse lingers in your mind. You see it now not as chests or idols, but as a vow, a promise to preserve a world against oblivion, a light that shines through centuries. Perhaps it lies beneath a lake, its gold swaying with the currents. Perhaps it rests in a mountain's heart guarded by stone. Or perhaps it exists only in the space where memory meets reverence, a place no hand can touch. You breathe deeply, letting the question rest a gentle warmth in your chest. What is it that makes us seek what was hidden for love? Why do we chase a legacy we may never find? The treasure offers no answers, only its soft allure, a melody that guides you towards sleep. As you drift, another mystery begins to rise, faint as a whisper in the starlit night. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. Picture yourself in a snow-draped Russian forest at twilight, where the air sparkles with frost and a hidden glade glows with the faint shimmer of enamel and gold. Nestled among the pines, delicate treasures hum with the memory of a vanished empire. This is the mystery of the Fabergé eggs, imperial jewels crafted for the Romanovs, some lost in the tumult of the Russian Revolution, their fragile beauty adrift in the chaos of a fallen world. Let this enigma cradle you soft as the snowflakes fall. As we wander through its radiant shadows, you step into the opulent courts of St. Petersburg, where the Fabergé eggs were born in the late 19th century. Commissioned by Tsar Alexander III for his wife, and later by Nicholas II, these masterpieces were the work of Peter Carl Fabergé, a jeweler of unmatched artistry. Each egg, no larger than your hand, was a marvel of enamel gold and gemstones, encasing a surprise, a miniature clock, a tiny portrait, or a golden hen. 52 imperial eggs were created, each unique, their surfaces dancing with filigree and pearls. You imagine holding one, its weight light, yet profound, its colors shifting like a dream. When the Bolsheviks seized power in 1917, the Romanov dynasty crumbled and the eggs were scattered. Most were confiscated, some sold abroad, but 7 remain unaccounted for their delicate forms lost in the upheaval. Where are they now? You linger in the stillness, sensing their presence, jewels that carried the soul of an empire now hidden in the folds of history. Now you sit in a quiet archive surrounded by ledgers and grainy photographs as historians and art experts murmur their theories. Science seeks the missing eggs with meticulous care, piecing together fragments of a fractured past. One hypothesis suggests they were smuggled out of Russia by nobles fleeing the revolution. Customs records from the 1920s show jeweled objects entering Europe, but none match the eggs' descriptions. You picture them wrapped in velvet, tucked into trunks, crossing borders under moonlight. Another theory posits they were hidden within Russia, perhaps in secret vaults or rural estates. Ground-penetrating radar has scanned old Romanov properties, revealing cellars but no treasures. Some believe the eggs were destroyed, their gold melted, and gems pried loose in the chaos of civil war. Yet their craftsmanship was so distinctive, enamel layered in precise patterns that fragments would be recognizable. X-ray fluorescence could identify Fabergé's alloys, but no such clues have surfaced. You trace these possibilities each, a faint trail in the snow fading into silence. A different perspective argues the eggs were sold anonymously, perhaps in black markets. In 1964, a lost egg, the third imperial egg, reappeared at a U.S. auction unrecognized until 2014. Could others lie in private collections, their owners unaware of their value? Provenance research tracks, auction catalogs, but wartime looting obscures the trail. Another theory whispers of Soviet officials hiding them as leverage locked in Kremlin basements. You weigh these ideas, each a glimmer in the vast unknown, wondering how do such treasures slip through time. Some skeptics suggest the missing eggs never existed, their numbers inflated by myth. Yet Fabergé's meticulous records confirm their creation. You ponder the paradox. A treasure so small, so exquisite, yet so elusive. What does it take to lose something so precious? You kneel now in a candlelit chapel where the air feels heavy with reverence. To the Romanovs, the Fabergé eggs were more than gifts. They were tokens of love and faith crafted for Easter, the holiest of days. Each egg, with its intricate beauty, was a prayer made visible, a reflection of divine creation. You imagine the Serena cradling one, its enamel warm against her palm, its surprise a whisper of hope in a troubled world. In Orthodox Christian tradition, eggs symbolize resurrection, the promise of life beyond death. The Fabergé eggs, adorned with crosses and saints, carried this sacred weight, their loss a mirror of the empire's fall. Some mystics see their disappearance as a spiritual act, hidden to preserve their sanctity from a world of strife. You feel a quiet pulse, as if the egg's essence lingers not in gold or gems, but in the longing they inspire. Could they wait in a place beyond greed, their light a beacon for the soul? In other spiritual contexts, the eggs take new meaning. To some, they are talismans of memory, holding the Romanovs' joys and sorrows. In esoteric thought, their craftsmanship mirrors the alchemist's quest, transforming base materials into eternal beauty. You let these thoughts settle gentle as candlelight, wondering what it means to create something that outlives its makers. You wander now through the streets of revolutionary Petrograd, where the Fabergé egg story weaves through chaos. In 1917, as the Bolsheviks stormed the Winter Palace, the eggs were seized, some stored in the Kremlin, others lost in the fray. Servants whispered of nobles hiding eggs in attics, sewn into coat linings, or buried in snow-covered gardens. You hear the crunch of boots, the clink of hidden jewels fading into the night. One tale tells of a white army officer smuggling an egg to Paris, only to lose it in a card game. In the 1920s, a London jeweler claimed to have seen a Fabergé egg in a pawn shop, its diamonds winking in the gloom, but it vanished before he could buy it. Another story speaks of a peasant finding a jeweled egg in a Siberian barn, mistaking it for a toy, its fate unknown. These tales pass through decades, make the eggs feel alive, treasures that slip through fingers like water. You linger in their mystery, sensing the desperation and hope that guarded them. In the 20th century, treasure hunters scoured Europe and America, chasing rumors of lost eggs. A 1950s diary found in Moscow hinted at an egg hidden in a dacha near Yalta, but searches revealed only dust. In 2007, a scrap dealer in the Midwest nearly melted down the third imperial egg, unaware of its worth. You feel the fragility of these treasures, their beauty at the mercy of chance. What stories do the missing eggs still hold? You rest now by a frozen stream, the stars above a mosaic of light. The mystery of the Fabergé eggs is a chorus of perspectives, each voice adding depth to their enigma. The scientist analyzes alloys and auction records, seeking proof in the material. The historian traces the revolution's upheaval, seeing the eggs as relics of a lost era. The mystic senses a deeper truth, a spark of divine love that transcends their form. And you, the dreamer, weave these threads, feeling the egg's presence in their absence. They are not just jewels, they are memories crafted with care, lost to time's relentless tide. Each voice shifts the view like frost on a window pane. The art historian asks, where were they taken? The spiritualist asks, what do they carry? The storyteller asks, why do they haunt us? You hold these questions lightly, letting them drift like snow, knowing their power lies in their silence. The Fabergé eggs are a mystery that lives in the heart's quiet corners, not in the hand's grasp. As you lie back, the forest fades and the egg's faint shimmer lingers in your thoughts. You see them now not as enamel or gold, but as moments, gifts of love, symbols of faith, treasures that carry a family's soul. Perhaps they lie in a forgotten attic, their colors dulled by dust. Perhaps they rest in a collector's vault unseen by the world. Or perhaps they exist only in the space where beauty meets loss, a place no key can unlock. You breathe deeply, letting the questions settle a soft glow in your chest. What is it that makes us seek the fragile? Why do we chase what gleams in memory alone? The Fabergé eggs offer no answers, only their delicate allure, a whisper that guides you toward sleep. As you drift, another mystery begins to stir, faint as a breeze through winter pines. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Imagine yourself floating on a vast moonlit sea, where the waves murmur secrets and the horizon blurs into a dream. Beneath you, in the ocean's silent depths, a shipwreck lies its hull, cradling treasures that gleam faintly through the dark. This is the mystery of the gold of the AWA. Maru, a Japanese ship, sunk in 1945, laden with gold and relics, its cargo unrecovered, claimed by the sea's eternal hush. Let this enigma wrap you gently like the tide's soft pull as we dive into its submerged wonder. You drift back to April 1945, when the AWA Maru, a Japanese passenger cargo ship, sailed through the Taiwan Strait under a safe conduct agreement with Allied forces. Tasked with delivering Red Cross supplies, it carried a secret burden, tons of gold, bullion, platinum diamonds, and artifacts possibly looted from Southeast Asia during Japan's wartime conquests. Some accounts whisper of imperial treasures, jade Buddhas, golden masks, even bones of ancient kings hidden in its holds. You picture the ship's decks quiet, under a wartime sky, its crew unaware of the tragedy to come. On the 1st of April, the USS Queenfish, an American submarine, mistook the AWA Maru for an enemy vessel and torpedoed it. The ship sank in minutes, taking all but one of its 2,004 passengers and its precious cargo to the ocean floor. The gold, estimated at billions in today's value, remains unclaimed, lost in the deep waters of the strait. You feel the weight of that loss, a fortune swallowed by the sea, its story unfinished, shimmering just beyond reach. Now you sit in a cluttered marine lab surrounded by sonar maps and dive logs as oceanographers and salvage experts speak in low tones. Science seeks the AWA Maru's treasure with precision, navigating the challenges of the deep. One hypothesis places the wreck at 2,000 meters in the Taiwan Strait, a region of strong currents and shifting sediments. Side-scan sonar has detected anomalies, shapes that could be a ship, but murky waters and treacherous terrain hinder exploration. You imagine divers descending their lights, piercing the gloom, seeking a glint of gold. Another theory suggests the cargo was offloaded before the sinking, perhaps in Taiwan or Japan, to safeguard it from Allied capture. Port records from 1945 are incomplete, and wartime chaos obscured many transactions. Could the gold lie in a hidden vault, its existence erased from history? Some researchers propose the treasure was misreported, its value inflated by rumor, yet declassified U.S. Navy reports confirm the Queenfish's crew saw crates of bullion in the wreckage, glimpsed during early salvage attempts. You trace these threads, each a ripple in the ocean's vast mystery. A different perspective argues the wreck has shifted, carried by underwater currents, or buried by silt. Remotely operated vehicles, ROVs, have explored the strait, but visibility is near zero, and equipment often fails in the crushing depths. Another hypothesis whispers of deliberate concealment. Perhaps the Japanese government falsified the cargo manifest to protect its secrets. Maritime archaeologists use 3D modeling to reconstruct the wreck's likely position, but no expedition has claimed the prize. You ponder the sea's resistance, its silence, a guardian of truths untold. What lies in the abyss beyond our reach? Some skeptics suggest the gold was recovered covertly, perhaps by post-war governments or black market salvagers. Yet no trace of such wealth has surfaced in global markets. You weigh these ideas, each a flicker in the deep, wondering how a treasure so vast could remain unseen. You kneel now on a rocky shore, where the waves chant a timeless hymn. To some, the AWA, Maru's cargo was more than wealth. It was a relic of human striving, imbued with the spirit of those who crafted and cherished it. In Buddhist traditions, gold is a symbol of purity, a reflection of the mind's clarity. The treasures aboard, perhaps looted from temples, carried the prayers of distant artisans. You imagine them sinking, not lost but returned to the sea, an offering to the infinite. In Shinto belief, the ocean is a realm of kami, divine spirits, who guard its depths. The AWA Maru's gold, some say, was claimed by these spirits, its resting place a sacred trust. Modern spiritualists in Japan speak of the ship as a bridge between worlds, its treasures, a reminder of life's impermanence. You feel a stillness, as if the sea itself breathes this wisdom, its currents cradling a story beyond gold. Could the treasures lost be a lesson teaching us to seek what endures? In other contexts, the cargo takes new meaning. Some see it as a karmic debt tied to the suffering of war, its sinking a cleansing act. Others view it as a beacon drawing seekers to the ocean's mysteries. You let these thoughts flow gentle as foam, wondering what it means to lose something to the eternal tide. You drift now across the Taiwan Strait, where the sea tells stories of the AWA Maru. In 1945, the sole survivor, Kentora Shimoda, spoke of crates heavy with gold, glimpsed as he clung to debris. Fishermen in nearby Fujian claim to see golden lights beneath the waves, flickering on moonless nights. You hear their voices soft and urgent, weaving a legend that grows with each telling. In the 1970s, a Chinese salvage team reported finding the wreck, but storms drove them back and their coordinates were lost. A Taiwanese diver in the 1980s claimed to have touched a golden statue, only to be swept away by a current, his story unverified. Another tale speaks of a Japanese monk who dreamed of the ship, its cargo guarded by spectral warriors. He sailed to pray for its souls, only to vanish in a squall. These stories pass through generations, make the treasure feel alive, a presence that stirs the sea's restless heart. You linger in their mystery, sensing the longing that binds them. Salvage attempts have continued from Cold War-era expeditions to modern ventures backed by billionaires. In 1980, a joint U.S. Japanese team located a wreck, but it was a different ship. Its holds empty. Locals whisper of a curse. Those who seek the gold face misfortune storms, equipment failures, or eerie visions. You feel the weight of these tales, each a wave that carries the AWA Maru's enigma forward. What secrets does the ocean keep from those who chase its depths? You rest now on a cliff overlooking the sea, the stars above a tapestry of whispers. The gold of the AWA Maru is a harmony of voices, each adding depth to its mystery. The scientist maps the ocean floor, seeking evidence in sonar pings and sediment cores. The historian traces the war's chaos, seeing the treasure as a relic of ambition and loss. The mystic senses a sacred truth, a gift returned to the sea's embrace. And you, the wanderer, gather these perspectives, feeling the treasure's pulse, even in its silence. It is not just gold or relics, it is a story, a yearning that ripples through time. Each voice shifts the view, like moonlight on waves. The oceanographer asks, where does it lie? The spiritualist asks, what does it teach? The storyteller asks, why does it call? You hold these questions lightly, letting them drift like flotsam, knowing their power lies in their mystery. The AWA Maru's treasure is a dream that lives in the tide's endless song. As you lie back, the sea fades, and the treasure's faint gleam lingers in your thoughts. You see it now not as bullion or artifacts, but as a moment, a fleeting hope, a silent offering, a mystery that breathes with the ocean. Perhaps it lies in the wreck, its gold encrusted with coral. Perhaps it was spirited away, hidden in a vault on distant shores. Or perhaps it exists only in the space where loss meets wonder, a place no net can reach. You breathe deeply, letting the question settle a soft tide in your soul. What is it that draws us to the sunken? Why do we seek what the sea has claimed? The AWA Maru's gold offers no answers, only its gentle pull, a lullaby that guides you towards sleep. As you drift, another mystery begins to rise faint as a whisper in the starlit deep, so we drift again toward what cannot be named. Close your eyes and imagine yourself on the shores of Alexandria, at twilight, where the Mediterranean's waves lap gently against marble quays, and the air carries the scent of papyrus and salt. In the distance, a vast structure looms, its halls aglow with the flicker of oil lamps, each holding the weight of human thought. This is the mystery of the lost library of Alexandria, a repository of ancient scrolls burned or hidden, its knowledge now a specter wandering the ruins of Egypt's great city. Let this enigma enfold you, tender as a desert breeze, as we journey through its vanished halls. You step into the heart of Alexandria, in the 3rd century BCE, where the library part of the museum stood as the pinnacle of Hellenistic learning. Founded under the Ptolemies, it was a beacon for scholars Euclid, Archimedes, Eratosthenes, who gathered to unravel the cosmos. Its shelves, carved from cedar, held perhaps 400 scrolls, poems of Sappho histories, of Herodotus star charts, medical treatises, and philosophies from distant lands. You picture the scrolls, their ink still fresh, rolled tight in linen, each a voice from a world seeking to understand itself. The library was more than a collection. It was a living mind where ideas mingled like rivers. Scribes copied texts, ships were searched for new works and translations, bridged cultures. Yet by the 4th century CE, it was gone. Its scrolls lost to fire, plunder, or neglect. When did it vanish? Where did its wisdom go? You stand in the silence of that loss, feeling the absence of a light that once illuminated the ancient world. Now you sit in a sunlit study surrounded by faded maps and tattered codices as historians and archaeologists murmur their hypotheses. Science seeks the library's fate with careful steps, sifting through centuries of ruin. One theory blames Julius Caesar, whose siege of Alexandria in 48 BCE sparked a fire that may have consumed the library's annex in the port. Charred papyrus fragments found nearby support this, but the main collection likely survived. You imagine the flames, their heat, a fleeting thief unable to claim all. Another hypothesis points to later destruction. In 391 CE, Emperor Theodosius I ordered pagan temples razed, and the Serapeum, a library offshoot, was destroyed by Christian zealots. Could the scrolls have burned? Then excavations reveal scorched floors, but no definitive evidence. Some argue the library faded gradually, its scrolls decaying or looted during Alexandria's decline. Papyrus is fragile, vulnerable to humidity. Could neglect have been the silent culprit? You trace these threads, each a wisp of smoke curling into the unknown. A different perspective suggests the scrolls were hidden, spirited to monasteries or distant cities like Antioch or Constantinople. Medieval Arab scholars like Al-Nadim mention texts from Alexandria surfacing in Baghdad's House of Wisdom. Could fragments lie in unopened vaults? Infrared spectroscopy has revealed hidden texts on palimpsests, but none are library originals. Another theory posits the scrolls were sold scattered across markets from Rome to India. You ponder the logistics. Moving such a collection required intense secrecy. Where could so much wisdom hide? Some skeptics argue the library's size was exaggerated, its loss, a myth to mourn a golden age. Yet ancient sources like Strabo confirm its grandeur. You weigh these ideas each, a shadow on the wall, wondering how does the mind of a civilization vanish? You kneel now in a quiet courtyard where the stars seem to whisper ancient truths. To the scholars of Alexandria, the library was a temple of the mind, its scrolls a bridge to the divine. In Hellenistic thought, knowledge was a spark of the eternal, each text a step toward cosmic harmony. You imagine the library's halls alive with the hum of ideas, as if the scrolls themselves breathed with the soul of the world. In Coptic Christian tradition, the library's loss is a parable of humility, a reminder that human wisdom pales beside divine mystery. Some Islamic mystics see its texts as seeds scattered to bloom in new lands, their essence preserved in the hearts of seekers. Modern esotericists view the library as a spiritual archetype, its knowledge encoded in the collective unconscious accessible through dreams. You feel a warmth as if the library's light lingers not in papyrus but in the quiet of your own thoughts. Could its wisdom wait in a realm beyond the written word? In Neoplatonic philosophy, the library was a mirror of the cosmos, its scrolls reflecting the order of the stars. Its disappearance, then, is a call to seek truth within. You let this thought settle soft as a petal, wondering what it means to lose a treasure that lives in the soul. You wander now through Alexandria's ancient streets, where the library's story weaves through time. In its prime, it was a magnet for the curious poets debating under porticos, astronomers charting the heavens, healers mixing herbs by lamplight. Visitors spoke of its aura, how the air seemed to hum with thought, as if the scrolls whispered to one another. You hear their voices, their footsteps on mosaic floors, their dreams, a tapestry of wonder. When Caesar's fires burned, legends tell of scholars rushing to save the scrolls, carrying armfuls to safety. In the 3rd century CE, a philosopher claimed to have seen a hidden chamber beneath the Museum, filled with texts, too sacred to burn, but its location was lost. In the 7th century, when Arabs conquered Alexandria, a soldier's journal described finding a single scroll in a merchant's stall, its script glowing in the dusk, only to lose it in a sandstorm. These tales pass through ages, make the library feel alive, a presence that lingers in the city's bones. You linger in their mystery, sensing the devotion that guarded its legacy. In the Middle Ages, travelers sought the library's remnants, chasing rumors of hidden caches in the Sinai or Ethiopia. A 12th century monk claimed to have copied a lost Euclidean proof, its source a crumbling scroll from Alexandria, but the original vanished. You feel the weight of these stories, each a glimpse of a treasure that refuses to be held. What truths did those scrolls carry now, lost to the wind? You rest now on a dune overlooking the sea, the stars above a silent council. The Lost Library of Alexandria is a chorus of perspectives, each voice deepening its enigma. The scientist sifts ash and stone, seeking evidence of fire or flight. The historian traces the city's fall, seeing the library as a mirror of human ambition and fragility. The mystic senses a timeless truth, a wisdom that transcends its loss. And you, the wanderer, weave these threads, feeling the library's presence in its absence. It is not just scrolls. It is a dream, a yearning for knowledge that binds us to the stars. Each voice shifts the view like waves on the shore. The archaeologist asks what was destroyed. The spiritualist asks what endures. The storyteller asks, why does it call? You hold these questions lightly, letting them drift like sea foam, knowing their power lies in their silence. The library is a mystery that lives in the mind's quiet spaces, not in the hand's grasp. As you lie back, the shore fades, and the library's faint hum lingers in your thoughts. You see it now, not as papyrus or shelves, but as a light, a spark of curiosity, a love for truth, a mystery that breathes with humanity. Perhaps its scrolls burned, their ashes scattered on the wind. Perhaps they lie hidden, waiting in a monk's cell or a desert cave. Or perhaps they exist only in the space where wonder meets loss, a place no eye can find. You breathe deeply, letting the question settle, a soft warmth in your soul. What is it that makes us seek the thoughts of the past? Why do we chase a wisdom we may never hold? The library offers no answers, only its gentle allure, a whisper that guides you towards sleep. As you drift, another mystery begins to stir, faint as a ripple in the starlit sea. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Picture yourself on a jagged cliff overlooking the Pacific, where the ocean stretches endless under a sky bruised with twilight. The waves crash below their foam, whispering of a ship long gone, its hold brimming with gold that gleams in the deep. This is the mystery of the treasure of Lima, a fortune of gold and jewels spirited away from Peru in 1820, hidden on an island or lost to the sea, its map a fragile dream dissolving in time. Let this enigma draw you close, soft as the tide's caress, as we sail into its elusive heart. You stand in Lima, Peru in 1820, where the air is thick with the scent of rebellion. As South America's wars of independence rage, the Spanish viceroy, desperate to protect the city's wealth from advancing patriots, gathers a staggering hoard: gold ingots, silver candelabras, emerald-encrusted chalices and statues adorned with pearls. This treasure amassed from Peru's churches and mines is a testament to colonial opulence, its value said to exceed $60 million in modern terms. You envision crates heavy with riches, sealed with wax loaded onto the brigantine Mary Dear under cover of night. Captain William Thompson, a British sailor, was tasked with sailing the treasure to safety in Mexico, but greed turned the crew to mutiny. They killed their Spanish escorts, seized the cargo, and vanished into the Pacific. The Mary Dear was later captured, its crew executed, but the treasure was gone, hidden, sunk, or cursed. You feel its absence, a fortune meant to preserve an empire now, a phantom adrift in the vast unknown. Now you sit in a weathered coastal tavern, surrounded by nautical charts and sonar scans, as treasure hunters and scholars speak in hushed tones. Science probes the mystery with cautious hope, chasing clues across sea and shore. One hypothesis centers on Cocos Island, 350 miles off Costa Rica, where Thompson is said to have buried the hoard. Over 300 expeditions have scoured its jungles and caves, finding stone markers and rusted tools, but no gold. Ground-penetrating radar reveals anomalies, yet the island's dense terrain guards its secrets. You imagine the treasure beneath volcanic soil, its gleam muffled by roots. Another theory suggests the Mary Dear sank its cargo scattered on the ocean floor. The Pacific's depths, averaging 4,000 meters, challenge even modern submersibles. Side-scan sonar has mapped wrecks near the Galapagos, but none match the brigantine's profile. Could currents have carried the treasure far from its last known course? Some propose it was hidden on another island, perhaps Juan Fernandez, where pirate lairs once thrived. Divers explore these shores, finding colonial coins, but no Lima hoard. You trace these paths, each a wave that breaks against silence. A different perspective argues the treasure was split, some buried, some sunk to confuse pursuers. Thompson's dying confession, recorded by a crewmate, spoke of a map, but it was lost in a shipwreck. Others suggest the hoard was smuggled to Europe disguised as trade goods. Archival research uncovers bills of lading from 1820s, Panama hinting at heavy cargo, but the trail fades. A skeptical view holds that the treasure's size was exaggerated, a tale spun to inflame colonial fears. Yet church inventories from Lima confirm the wealth scale. You weigh these theories, each a star in a clouded sky, wondering where does such a fortune hide. Some even speculate the treasure was cursed, its theft a sacrilege that doomed all who touched it. You ponder the sea's vastness, its power to conceal what humanity seeks. You kneel now on a beach where the sand is cool and the stars pulse with ancient rhythms. To the Andean peoples whose labor fueled Lima's wealth, gold was the sun's gift, sacred to Inti, the solar deity. The treasure taken from temples carried their prayers, their blood, their bond with the divine. You imagine it hidden not for greed but for reverence, a final act to shield the sacred from desecration. The ocean, in Quechua belief, is Mama Cocha, a mother who cradles all life. Could the treasure rest in her embrace, protected by her waves? In Catholic tradition, the chalices and relics were vessels of faith, their loss a wound to the divine. Some Peruvian mystics see the treasure's disappearance as a judgment, a call to honor spirit over substance. Modern spiritualists view it as a symbol of liberation, freed from colonial chains to await a time of justice. You feel a quiet resonance, as if the treasure's essence lingers not in gold but in the stories that bind us to the past. Does it wait in a realm where only the heart can see? In maritime lore, the sea is a keeper of souls, its depths a threshold to eternity. The treasure, some say, is a bridge between worlds. It's hiding a pact with the infinite. You let these thoughts drift gentle as seashells on the shore, wondering what it means to lose something sacred to the tide. You sail now across the Pacific, where the horizon tells stories of the treasure of Lima. In 1821, when the Mary Dear was seized, Thompson and his mate, under torture, revealed they had buried the hoard on Cocos Island. They led captors to a cave, only to escape, leaving empty sand. You hear their ragged breaths, the clink of shovels fading into the jungle's hum. A century later, in 1888, a German adventurer, August Gissler, spent 19 years on Cocos finding a single gold coin before madness claimed him. In the 1930s, a Peruvian sailor claimed to have dreamed of a golden statue on a reef near Callao, but his boat capsized before he could reach it. Another tale speaks of a British lord in the 1920s who found a map in a Lima archive, its ink fading but pointing to a lagoon. He vanished at sea, his ship unrecovered. These stories woven through time make the treasure feel alive, a presence that teases the edge of discovery. You linger in their mystery, sensing the hope and despair that chase it still. Treasure hunters have flocked to Cocos, from 19th century pirates to modern tech moguls. In 1962, a team found a chest only to lose it in a landslide. Locals whisper of a curse. Those who seek the treasure face storms or betrayal. You feel the pull of these tales, each a current carrying the Hoard's enigma forward. What dreams does the treasure guard lost to the sea or soil? You rest now on the cliff's edge, the ocean below, a canvas of starlight. The treasure of Lima is a chorus of voices, each note enriching its mystery. The scientist charts islands and depths, seeking proof in sand and silt. The historian traces the tides of empire, seeing the treasure as a relic of conquest and rebellion. The mystic senses a sacred truth, a fortune tied to the earth spirit. And you, the wanderer, weave these perspectives, feeling the treasure's weight even in its absence. It is not just gold or jewels. It is a longing, a story that sails through centuries. Each voice shifts the view like moonlight on water. The archaeologist asks, where was it buried? The spiritualist asks, what does it carry? The storyteller asks, why does it endure? You hold these questions lightly, letting them drift like foam, knowing their power lies in their mystery. The treasure of Lima is a dream that lives in the heart's quiet tides. As you lie back, the cliff fades, and the treasure's faint shimmer lingers in your thoughts. You see it now, not as crates or coins, but as a vow, a defiance, a prayer, a mystery that breathes with the Pacific's rhythm. Perhaps it lies on Cocos, its gold entwined with roots. Perhaps it rests in the deep, cradled by coral. Or perhaps it exists only in the space where hope meets loss, a place no map can chart. You breathe deeply, letting the question settle a soft tide in your soul. What is it that makes us chase the fleeting? Why do we seek what the sea or earth has claimed? The treasure of Lima offers no answers, only its gentle call, a whisper that lulls you towards sleep. As you drift, another mystery begins to stir, faint as a star on the ocean's edge. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. Envision yourself wandering through a fog-kissed Dublin at dawn, where the cobblestones glisten with dew and the Liffey River murmurs secrets of a bygone age. In the shadow of an ancient castle, a velvet-lined case lies empty, its gems whispering of a theft that defies time. This is the mystery of the crown jewels of Ireland. Stolen from Dublin Castle in 1907, their radiant sparkle, a riddle cloaked in the soft folds of history's twilight. Let this enigma embrace you, gentle as a mist, as we tread softly into its elusive heart. You step into Dublin Castle in the early 20th century, where the crown jewels of Ireland, known as the Irish crown jewels, rested in a stronghold of colonial power. Crafted in 1831 for the Order of St. Patrick, these treasures were no mere ornaments. The collection included a star and badge encrusted with emeralds, rubies, and diamonds, a gold collar, and 5 ornate insignia, each gleaming with the weight of ceremony, valued at over £30. Zero. Then millions today, they symbolize the British Crown's dominion over Ireland, worn by viceroys during grand knighthood rituals. You picture them in a safe, their facets catching lamplight, each gem, a silent witness to a nation's pride and strife. In July 1907, as preparations for a royal visit stirred the castle, the jewels vanished. Discovered missing just days before King Edward VII's arrival, their theft sparked scandal. The safe in the Bedford Tower, guarded by Sir Arthur Vickers, Ulster King of Arms, showed no signs of forced entry. Who took them? Where did they go? You stand in the quiet of that betrayal, feeling the absence of a treasure that carried a kingdom's honor, now lost to the shadows of a restless era. Now you sit in a dimly lit office, surrounded by yellowed police reports and grainy photographs, as detectives and historians sift through clues. Science seeks the jewels with a meticulous gaze, unraveling a century-old heist. One hypothesis points to an inside job. The safe's keys were held by Vickers and his staff, and the lock, though complex, was not tampered with. Could a trusted insider, perhaps Vickers' deputy Francis Shackleton, have slipped the jewels away? Archival records show Shackleton's debts and dubious connections, but no hard evidence pins him. You imagine a gloved hand turning the key, the gems vanishing into a satchel under cover of night. Another theory suggests the jewels were smuggled abroad, perhaps to London or America. Customs logs from 1,907 note jeweled items leaving Dublin, but descriptions are vague. X-ray analysis could identify the gems' unique cuts, yet no auction house has reported a match. Some propose they were dismantled, their stones recut to erase their origins. Gemologists argue this would diminish their value, but desperation might have driven such a choice. You trace these leads, each a flicker in the mist, fading into uncertainty. A different perspective posits the jewels were hidden in Ireland, buried in a rural estate, or walled into a Dublin tenement. Geophysical surveys of suspected sites like the Vickers family lands reveal anomalies, but digs uncover only pottery. Others suggest a political motive. Irish nationalists resenting British rule might have stolen the jewels as a symbolic act. No group claimed responsibility, but the timing amid rising tensions fuels speculation. A skeptical view argues the theft was a cover-up, the jewels lost to mask embezzlement by castle officials. Yet the public outcry and Vickers' ruined career suggest a genuine crime. You weigh these theories, each a cobblestone in a path that leads nowhere. How do such treasures slip through the cracks of time? Some even whisper of a royal scandal, the jewels spirited away to hush a court intrigue. You ponder the castle's secrets, its walls silent, but heavy with untold truths. You kneel now in a candlelit chapel where the air hums with reverence. To the Irish, the crown jewels were more than regalia. They were emblems of a land's spirit caught in the tension of loyalty and rebellion. In Celtic tradition, gems hold the earth's memory, their sparkle. A glimpse of the divine, you imagine the jewels as vessels of Ireland's heart, their theft, a wound to the nation's pride, yet also a spark of defiance against foreign rule. Their loss, some say, was fated, a sacrifice to awaken a deeper sovereignty. In Christian mysticism, the jewels mirror the soul's purity, their disappearance, a reminder to seek treasures within. Some Dublin monks reflecting on the theft saw it as a divine lesson. Earthly glory fades, but faith endures. Modern spiritualists view the jewels as talismans of resilience. They're hiding a testament to a people's unbreakable will. You feel a quiet pulse, as if the gem's essence lingers, not in diamond or ruby, but in the stories that weave Ireland's past. Could they shine in a realm beyond the physical, their light a guide for the weary? In esoteric thought, the jewels are a metaphor for hidden truth lost to those who seek only power. You let this thought settle soft, as a hymn wondering what it means to lose a symbol that binds a nation's dreams. You wander now through Dublin's ancient lanes, where the theft of the crown jewels echoes through time. In 1907, the castle buzzed with whispers. Servants spoke of strange visitors to the Bedford Tower of a key left carelessly on a desk. Vickers, trusting to a fault, was blamed his life unraveling in disgrace. You hear the clatter of his protests, the rustle of velvet as the empty case was found, the city's shock rippling outward. One tale tells of a groundskeeper who saw a cloaked figure near the castle walls, carrying a bundle that glinted in the moonlight. He followed only to lose the stranger in the fog. In the 1920s, a London pawnbroker claimed to have handled a ruby from an Irish crown, but it vanished before police arrived. Another story speaks of a fisherman in Galway who found a diamond in his net in 1910, swearing it sang softly before he sold it to a stranger. These tales pass through generations, make the jewels feel alive, treasures that dance just beyond reach. You linger in their mysteries, sensing the intrigue that cloaks them still. In the decades since treasure hunters have scoured Ireland and beyond, in 1950, a Dublin pub rumor pointed to a crypt beneath St. Patrick's Cathedral, but searches found only bones. In the 1980s, a metal detectorist in Wicklow claimed to have unearthed a gold chain, possibly part of the collar, but it was stolen from his home. You feel the pull of these stories, each a thread in a tapestry of longing. What truths do the jewels guard, hidden in plain sight or far away? You rest now by the Liffey's banks, the city's lights, a constellation of memory. The The crown jewels of Ireland are a symphony of voices, each note deepening their enigma. The scientist examines locks and ledgers, seeking proof in the mechanics of theft. The historian traces Ireland's struggle, seeing the jewels as a mirror of colonial pride and rebellion. The mystic senses a sacred truth, a sparkle that transcends its loss. And you, the wanderer, gather these perspectives, feeling the jewels' weight even in their absence. They are not just gems, they are a story, a defiance that glimmers through time. Each voice shifts the view like dawnlight on the river. The detective asks, who betrayed the trust? The spiritualist asks, what does their loss reveal? The storyteller asks, why do they haunt us? You hold these questions lightly, letting them drift like ripples, knowing their power lies in their mystery. The crown jewels are a dream that lives in the heart's quiet corners. As you lie back, the city fades, and the jewels' faint sparkle lingers in your thoughts. You see them now, not as diamonds or gold, but as a moment, a symbol of power, a spark of resistance, a mystery that breathes with Ireland's soul. Perhaps they lie buried in a field, their colors dulled by earth. Perhaps they rest in a distant vault, forgotten by their keeper. Or perhaps they exist only in the space where loss meets wonder, a place no eye can find. You breathe deeply, letting the questions settle, a soft glow in your chest. What is it that makes us seek the stolen? Why do we chase what shines in memory alone? The crown jewels offer no answers, only their gentle allure, a whisper that lulls you toward sleep. As you drift, another mystery begins to stir, faint as a breeze through Dublin's ancient stones. So we drift again toward what cannot be named. Picture yourself in a moonlit Jerusalem, standing before the ancient stones of a temple where the air hums with the scent of olive oil and the echo of distant prayers. A golden candelabrum, its 7 branches aglow, casts a warm light that seems to pulse with the heartbeat of a people. This is the mystery of the Menorah, from the Second Temple, a sacred treasure looted by Romans in 70 CE, its fate a shadow woven into the tapestry of conquest. Let this enigma guide you, soft as a candle's flicker, as we trace its vanishing glow through the corridors of time. You step into the Second Temple in Jerusalem, rebuilt after the Babylonian exile, where the menorah stood as its holiest artifact. Crafted, according to tradition, from pure gold, it was a 7-branched candelabrum, its design ordained by divine command in the Book of Exodus. Standing nearly 5 feet tall, its arms curved like almond branches, each crowned with a lamp fed by sacred oil. You envision it in the sanctuary, its flames tended daily by priests, their light a symbol of God's presence, wisdom, and the eternal covenant with Israel. Unlike mere decoration, it was a living ritual, its glow, a bridge between the mortal and the infinite. In 70 CE, as Roman legions under Titus besieged Jerusalem, the temple was razed and the menorah was carried off as plunder. Depicted on the Arch of Titus in Rome, it is shown borne aloft by captives, a trophy of empire. Yet after this moment, its trail fades. Where did it go? You stand amid the ruins, feeling the weight of a light extinguished, its golden radiance lost to the tides of history. Now you sit in a quiet library surrounded by ancient texts and marble fragments as archaeologists and historians whisper their theories. Science seeks the menorah with measured steps, piecing together a puzzle of conquest and loss. One hypothesis suggests it was melted down by the Romans, its gold repurposed for coins or statues. Metallurgical analysis of Roman artifacts from the 1st century shows traces of Judean gold, but none bear the menorah's distinct design. You imagine the flames of a furnace consuming a sacred form, yet wonder if so holy an object could be so easily unmade. Another theory posits it was preserved in Rome, perhaps in the Temple of Peace, where Titus displayed his spoils. Ancient sources like Josephus describe the menorah's presence in the city, but after the empire's fall, it vanishes from record. Could it have been hidden in a Vatican vault? In 455 CE, the Vandals sacked Rome, looting treasures. Some speculate they took the menorah to Carthage. Underwater archaeology off Tunisia has uncovered Vandal-era wrecks, but none hold a candelabrum. You trace these paths, each a fading inscription, curling into shadow. A different perspective points to Byzantium, where Emperor Justinian might have acquired the menorah after defeating the Vandals. A 6th century chronicler Procopius claims it was sent to Jerusalem only to be hidden again during Persian invasions. Ground-penetrating radar has probed sites like the monastery of St. Lenk. Theodosius, but no golden relic emerges. Others suggest it was spirited to a Jewish diaspora community in Spain, Ethiopia, or even Yemen, its location guarded by oral tradition. A fringe theory places it beneath Jerusalem's Temple Mount, sealed in a chamber. Political barriers block excavation, leaving the idea untested. You weigh these possibilities, each a star in a clouded night, wondering where does a sacred light find refuge. Some skeptics argue the menorah was a replica, the original lost centuries earlier. Yet the Arch of Titus's detailed relief suggests a specific revered object. You ponder the mystery, its answers buried in the earth's silent depths. You kneel now in a grove near Jerusalem, where the wind carries the scent of cedar and myrrh. To the Jewish people, the menorah was more than gold. It was a vessel of divine light, its 7 flames symbolizing creation's days, the planets, and the wisdom of Torah. You imagine standing before it, your breath catching as its glow seems to hold the universe's secrets, a fire that warms without consuming. Its loss in this light is not mere theft, but a spiritual exile, a call to seek the light within. In Christian mysticism, the menorah prefigures the light of Christ, its branches a foreshadowing of divine grace. Some Ethiopian Orthodox traditions claim it rests in Axum, twinned with the Ark of the Covenant, guarded by divine will. Kabbalistic thought sees it as a map of the Sephirot, the emanations of God, its disappearance, a mystery meant to draw humanity closer to the infinite. You feel a stillness, as if the menorah's essence lingers not in metal, but in the faith it kindled. Could its light shine in a realm beyond the tangible, a beacon for the soul in Zoroastrian? Tradition fires a sacred bridge to the divine, and some mystics see the menorah's flames as kin to their eternal fires. Its hiding, they say, preserves its sanctity for a time of renewal. You let these thoughts settle gentle, as embers wondering what it means to lose a symbol that illuminates the heart. You wander now through Rome's ancient forums, where the menorah's story echoes through time. In 70 CE, as it was paraded through the city, Jewish captives wept, their sacred light mocked by triumph. Roman poets described its glow, how it seemed to flicker with defiance even in chains. You hear their footsteps, the clink of golden branches fading into the crowd's roar. Legends tell of a Jewish sage in the 2nd century who dreamed of the menorah hidden in a cave near Hebron, its light guiding him through darkness, but he died before finding it. In the 5th century, a Vandal warrior claimed to have seen a golden candelabrum in Carthage, its flames burning without oil, only to watch it vanish in a storm. During the Crusades, a Templar knight swore he found a menorah-like relic in Jerusalem, but it was lost in a Saracen raid. These tales pass through centuries, make the menorah feel alive, a presence that eludes every grasp. You linger in their mystery, sensing the devotion that keeps its memory aglow. In the Middle Ages, Jewish communities in Spain whispered of the menorah's survival hidden by exiles fleeing persecution. In 1948, as Israel was reborn, a Bedouin shepherd claimed to have seen a golden light in a Judean cave, but searches found only dust. You feel the pull of these stories, each a candle in the dark, illuminating a hope that endures. What secrets does the menorah guard lost to conquerors but not to faith? You rest now on a hill overlooking Jerusalem, the city's domes catching the starlight. The menorah from the Second Temple is a chorus of voices, each note deepening its enigma. The scientist sifts through ruins and texts seeking proof in gold or stone. The historian traces the tides of empire, seeing the menorah as a symbol of resilience amid loss. The mystic senses a divine truth, a light that burns beyond its form. And you, the dreamer, weave these perspectives, feeling the menorah's presence in its absence. It is not just a candelabrum, it is a flame, a faith that glows through millennia. Each voice shifts the view like starlight on a temple's stones. The archaeologist asks, where was it taken? The spiritualist asks, what does it illuminate? The storyteller asks, why does it endure? You hold these questions lightly, letting them drift like sparks, knowing their power lies in their mystery. The menorah is a dream that lives in the soul's quiet radiance. As you lie back, the hill fades, and the menorah's faint glow lingers in your thoughts. You see it now not as gold or lamps, but as a promise, a light of wisdom, a spark of divinity, a mystery that breathes with eternity. Perhaps it lies in a Roman crypt, its flames long cold. Perhaps it rests in a distant land guarded by silence. Or perhaps it exists only in the space where faith meets wonder, a place no hand can touch. You breathe deeply, letting the question settle a soft warmth in your heart. What is it that makes us seek the sacred flame? Why do we chase a light that shines through loss? The menorah offers no answers, only its gentle radiance, a lullaby that guides you towards sleep. As you drift, another mystery begins to stir, faint as a whisper in the starlit night. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Envision yourself in a mist-shrouded forest in medieval France, where ancient oaks lean close their branches, tracing secrets in the dawn's pale light. Beneath the canopy, a hidden crypt glows faintly, its stone walls cradling a scepter that pulses with the memory of kings. This is the mystery of the Scepter of Dagobert, a Merovingian relic, once part of France's crown jewels lost in the 18th century. Its jeweled splendor now, a murmur fading into the stillness of time. Let this enigma draw you near, gentle as a leaf's fall, as we wander through its veiled legacy. You step into the 7th century, where the Merovingian dynasty, the first kings of the Franks, ruled with a blend of might and mysticism, the scepter of Dagobert crafted for king. Dagobert I was a masterpiece of early medieval artistry. Forged from gold, it was adorned with emeralds, sapphires, and intricate filigree, its head perhaps bearing a carved eagle or a fleur-de-lis, symbols of divine authority. You picture it in the king's hand, its weight, a reminder of his sacred duty, its gems catching torchlight in the halls of Metz or Paris. More than a royal emblem, it was a talisman believed to channel God's favor, uniting the Franks under a holy banner. Housed in the Basilica of Saint Denis, the scepter joined France's crown jewels enduring through Carolingian and Capetian reigns. Yet by the late 18th century it vanished, last recorded in 1795, during a chaotic inventory after the French Revolution. Where did it go? You stand in the quiet of that absence, sensing the loss of a relic that bound a kingdom to its divine roots, its glory now a whisper in the annals of a turbulent age. Now you sit in a candlelit study surrounded by crumbling ledgers and faded engravings as historians and antiquarians pore over the past. Science seeks the scepter with a patient hand, unraveling a mystery cloaked in revolution's shadow. One hypothesis suggests it was stolen during the 1793 looting of Saint Denis, when revolutionaries plundered royal treasures. The scepter, small and portable, could have been slipped into a pocket or smuggled in a cart. Trace analysis of Merovingian gold in European collections might identify its alloys, but no matches have surfaced. You imagine a thief's hurried steps, the scepter's gems glinting briefly before vanishing into the night. Another theory posits it was melted down, its gold recast into coins or ingots to fund the Republic. Metallurgical studies of Revolutionary-era artifacts show Frankish influences, but the scepter's unique craftsmanship, described in 17th century records, would leave distinct traces. Could it have been preserved instead, hidden by loyalists? Some speculate it was secreted in a noble's chateau or a rural monastery. Geophysical surveys of suspected sites, like the Abbey of Saint-Germain-des-Prés, reveal hidden chambers, but none hold the scepter. You trace these threads, each a faint echo, dissolving into the fog. A different perspective argues it was smuggled abroad, perhaps to England or Austria, by émigrés fleeing the guillotine. Auction records from 1800s London mention Frankish relics, but descriptions are vague. X-ray fluorescence could confirm the scepter's gem settings, yet no auction house has reported a find. Others propose it was deliberately destroyed, its sacred status, a threat to revolutionary ideals. A skeptical view holds that the scepter was misrecorded, lost in bureaucratic error rather than theft. Yet its detailed inventory entry noting a sapphire like a summer sky suggests a tangible loss. You weigh these ideas each, a stone in a riverbed, smoothed by time's flow. How does a king's scepter fade from history's grasp? Some even whisper of a Masonic plot, the scepter hidden to protect its esoteric power. You ponder the revolution's chaos, its secrets buried in the earth's quiet depths. You kneel now by a forest stream where the water's song blends with the rustle of leaves. To the Merovingians, the scepter of Dagobert was a divine conduit, its gold and gems a reflection of heavenly order. You imagine it raised in ceremony, its light binding king to God, earth to sky. Its loss in this light is a fracture in the sacred chain, a call to seek the divine in other forms. The Franks believed such relics held a living spirit, their presence a shield for the realm. In Christian mysticism, the scepter mirrors the scepter of Christ, a symbol of righteous rule. Some medieval monks saw its disappearance as a divine withdrawal, urging humility in a prideful age. Modern spiritualists view it as a talisman of unity, it's hiding a promise of renewal when France's heart is ready. You feel a gentle warmth, as if the scepter's essence lingers not in gold but in the faith it inspired. Could its light glow in a realm beyond the material, a spark for the soul's journey? In Celtic spirituality still alive in Merovingian times, gems were the earth's tears holding ancient wisdom. The scepter, some say, was entrusted to the land's spirits, its resting place, a secret known only to the divine. You let these thoughts drift soft as ripples, wondering what it means to lose a relic that binds a people to their sacred past. You wander now through the cloisters of Saint Denis, where the scepter's story weaves through centuries. In Dagobert's time, it was a marvel carried in processions, its gems said to glow brighter in the presence of truth. Monks whispered of its power, how it steadied the king's hand in judgment, as if guided by an unseen force. You hear their chants, the clink of gold against stone fading into the basilica's hush. When the revolution swept, France's tales emerged of treasures hidden in haste. A 1,795 account tells of a priest who saw a golden scepter in a Loire Valley cellar wrapped in silk, only to find the house burned the next day. In the 1820s, a Parisian jeweler claimed to have recut an emerald from a king's rod, but it vanished in a fire. Another story speaks of a peasant in Brittany who found a jeweled fragment in a riverbank in 1801, swearing it hummed softly before he lost it in a storm. These tales passed through generations make the scepter feel alive, a treasure that slips through time's fingers. You linger in their mystery, sensing the devotion that keeps its memory bright. In the 19th century, antiquarians searched chateaux and crypts chasing rumors of Merovingian relics. In 1906, a farmer near Reims unearthed a gold fragment etched with an eagle, but it was stolen before experts could verify it. You feel the pull of these stories, each a leaf in the wind carrying the scepter's enigma forward. What truths does it guard, lost to looters but not to legend? You rest now on a hill above the Seine. The river's flow, a mirror of starlight. The scepter of Dagobert is a symphony of voices, each note enriching its mystery. The scientist sifts through archives and soil seeking proof in gold or gem. The historian traces France's royal lineage, seeing the scepter as a symbol of divine kingship and its fall. The mystic senses a sacred truth, a light that shines beyond its loss. And you, the dreamer, gather these perspectives, feeling the scepter's weight even in its absence. It is not just a relic, it is a vow, a bond that glimmers through time. Each voice shifts the view like dawnlight on a forest path. The archaeologist asks, where was it hidden? The spiritualist asks, what does it carry? The storyteller asks, why does it call? You hold these questions lightly, letting them drift like mist, knowing their power lies in their mystery. The scepter of Dagobert is a dream that lives in the heart's quiet reverence. As you lie back, the forest fades, and the scepter's faint gleam lingers in your thoughts. You see it now, not as gold or jewels, but as a promise, a link to the divine, a spark of sovereignty, a mystery that breathes with the ages. Perhaps it lies in a forgotten crypt, its gems dulled by dust. Perhaps it rests in a distant land guarded by silence. Or perhaps it exists only in the space where faith meets longing, a place no hand can reach. You breathe deeply, letting the question settle, a soft glow in your soul. What is it that makes us seek the symbols of old? Why do we chase what shines through the centuries? The scepter of Dagobert offers no answers, only its gentle allure, a murmur that lulls you towards sleep. As you drift, another mystery begins to stir, faint as a breeze through ancient oaks. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Imagine yourself in a quiet Georgia pine wood at dusk, where the air is heavy with the scent of resin and the last rays of sunlight filter through moss-draped branches. Beneath the forest floor, a buried chest hums faintly, its gold coins catching whispers of a lost cause. This is the mystery of the gold of the Confederate Treasury, a Southern fortune that vanished during the American Civil War, its riches hidden in secret places, glinting in the shadows of a fractured nation. Let this enigma enfold you soft, as a twilight breeze, as we wander through its elusive trails. You step into the spring of 1865, where the Confederacy teeters on collapse. As Union forces close in, the Confederate government, led by President Jefferson Davis, flees Richmond, Virginia with its treasury, a fortune of gold and silver coins, bullion and jewels valued at over $500. Then millions. Today, this wealth, drawn from Southern banks and donations, was meant to sustain the rebellion or fund a government in exile. You picture it loaded onto wagons and trains, guarded by loyal soldiers rattling through the night toward an uncertain fate. The Treasury's trail grows murky in Georgia. After Davis was captured in May 1865, the bulk of the gold vanished. Some was used to pay Confederate troops, but hundreds of thousands in coins and bars, perhaps 4 tons, disappeared. Was it buried, stolen, sunk in a river? You stand in the stillness of that question, feeling the weight of a nation's hope now lost in the undergrowth of history. Now you sit in a lamplit archive surrounded by faded maps and Civil War diaries as historians and treasure hunters murmur their theories. Science probes the mystery with careful precision, chasing clues through a war-torn landscape. One hypothesis suggests the gold was buried in Georgia near Washington or Danburg, where Davis's convoy passed. Metal detectors have scoured these areas, finding musket balls and buttons, but no treasury. Ground-penetrating radar reveals anomalies, possible caches, but excavations yield only roots. You imagine shovels breaking earth, seeking coins that gleam beneath the clay. Another theory posits the gold was hidden in a river or lake, perhaps the Savannah or Chinook Creek, to thwart Union pursuit. Divers have explored these waters, finding wagon parts, but no bullion. Sedimentation and shifting currents complicate searches. Could the gold lie buried under decades of silt? Some propose it was smuggled south, perhaps to Florida or the Caribbean, to fund a Confederate resurgence. Maritime records from 1865 note suspicious shipments, but none confirm gold. You trace these leads, each a faint track in the wilderness dissolving into dusk. A different perspective argues the treasure was stolen, either by Confederate deserters or Union raiders. In June 1865, a Union patrol seized $100,000 in Confederate gold near Chinon, but the rest eluded them. Could locals have taken it, hiding coins in attics or fields? Others suggest it was dispersed, melted into untraceable forms. Chemical analysis of post-war Southern coins shows traces of Confederate mints, but the volume is too small to account for the treasury. A skeptical view holds that the gold size was exaggerated, a myth to fuel Southern pride, yet treasury ledgers meticulously kept confirm its scale. You weigh these ideas, each a pebble in a stream smoothed by time's flow. Where does a nation's wealth vanish in defeat? Some even speculate the gold was cursed, its keepers doomed to betrayal or loss. You ponder the war's desperation, its secrets buried in the South's silent heart. You kneel now by a quiet creek, where the water's murmur blends with the hum of cicadas. To the Confederates, the treasury was more than money. It was a symbol of their dream, a spark of sovereignty in a crumbling world. You imagine soldiers guarding it, their faces lit by campfires, their resolve a prayer for a cause they believed divine. Its loss in this light is a sacrifice, a seed planted in the earth for a future unwritten. In Southern spirituality rooted in Protestant faith, the gold might be seen as a test of trust. It's hiding a call to seek God's will over worldly gain. Some modern mystics view it as a talisman of endurance, its secrecy a testament to a people's unyielding spirit. You feel a gentle resonance, as if the gold's essence lingers not in metal but in the stories that bind a region's soul. Could it rest in a realm beyond greed, its light, a guide for those who seek hope in loss? In Native American tradition still present in 1865 Georgia, the land is a keeper of sacred trusts. The gold, some say, was given to the earth's spirits. It's hiding a pact with the eternal. You let these thoughts settle soft as moonlight, wondering what it means to lose a treasure that carries a people's dreams. You wander now through Georgia's backroads, where the Treasury story weaves through time. In May 1865, as Davis's convoy rolled south, locals spoke of wagons halting near cotton fields, soldiers digging under starlight. One tale tells of a farmer who saw a chest buried by the Chenot plantation, its lid etched with a rebel flag, but Union troops scared him off before he could mark the spot. You hear the creak of wheels, the thud of spades fading into the night's hush. In the 1870s, a Confederate veteran claimed to have hidden a sack of gold coins in a swamp near Abbeville, swearing it sank when he returned. In 1920, a Savannah fisherman found a gold bar in the river stamped with a mint mark, but it was stolen from his home. Another story speaks of a preacher in Wilkes County who dreamed of a golden cache beneath a church only to find empty earth after digging. These tales pass through generations, make the gold feel alive, a treasure that teases the edge of discovery. You linger in their mystery, sensing the loyalty that guards it still. Treasure hunters have combed the South for decades, from Georgia's hills to Florida's coasts. In 1980, a detectorist near Danburg unearthed a Confederate coin, but the rest of the cache eluded him. Locals whisper of a curse. Those who seek the gold face, storms or betrayal. You feel the pull of these stories, each a root in the forest, anchoring the Treasury's enigma. What hopes does the gold hold buried in the South's wounded heart? You rest now on a rise overlooking a quiet valley, the pines swaying under a starlit sky. The gold of the Confederate treasury is a chorus of voices, each note deepening its mystery. The scientist scans fields and rivers seeking proof in soil or silt. The historian traces the war's end, seeing the gold as a relic of defiance and despair. The mystic senses a sacred truth, a fortune tied to a people's soul. And you, the wanderer, weave these perspectives, feeling the gold's weight even in its absence. It is not just coins or bars. It is a dream, a resolve that echoes through time. Each voice shifts the view like starlight on a forest path. The archaeologist asks, where was it buried? The spiritualist asks, what does it carry? The storyteller asks, why does it call? You hold these questions lightly, letting them drift like fireflies, knowing their power lies in their mystery. The Confederate gold is a dream that lives in the heart's quiet resolve. As you lie back, the pinewood fades, and the gold's faint glint lingers in your thoughts. You see it now not as coins or bullion, but as a vow, a spark of hope, a silent rebellion, a mystery that breathes with the South's spirit. Perhaps it lies beneath a field, its metal cold under earth. Perhaps it rests in a river's bed, cradled by mud. Or perhaps it exists only in the space where memory meets longing, a place no shovel can reach. You breathe deeply, letting the questions settle, a soft warmth in your chest. What is it that makes us seek the relics of a lost cause? Why do we chase what glimmers in defeat? The Confederate gold offers no answers, only its gentle pull, a whisper that lulls you towards sleep. As you drift, another mystery begins to stir, faint as a breeze through ancient pines. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. Imagine yourself standing on a windswept desert ridge at twilight, where the dunes cast long shadows and the air hums with the warmth of ancient secrets. Far below, hidden in the folds of the earth, veins of gold pulse faintly, their glow a memory of a king's glory. This is the mystery of the lost mines of Ophir, the fabled source of King Solomon's wealth, their location veiled in the sands of a forgotten age. Let this enigma wrap you gently, like the desert's cooling breath, as we wander through its shimmering mystery. You step into the 10th century BCE, where King Solomon, ruler of Israel, amasses a fortune unrivaled in the ancient world. The Bible speaks of Ophir, a distant land that supplied gold, precious stones, and rare woods for his temple and palace. Ships returned to Jerusalem laden with 420 talents of gold tons in modern measure, along with ivory and peacocks, treasures that adorned the holy city. You envision caravans winding through desert trails, their burdens glinting under the sun, each nugget a testament to divine favor and human ambition. Yet Ophir's location remains a riddle. Was it a mine, a city, or a region? Ancient texts offer no map, only hints of a far-off land reached by sea or overland trade. By the time of later kings, Ophir's name faded, its mines lost to history's shifting sands. You stand in the silence of that absence, feeling the weight of a wealth that built a kingdom, now a whisper buried beneath the earth. Now you sit in a tent under starlight, surrounded by geological surveys and ancient manuscripts as archaeologists and historians murmur their theories. Science seeks Ophir with a careful hand, tracing clues across continents. One hypothesis places it in southern Arabia, perhaps Yemen, where ancient gold mines and frankincense roots align with biblical accounts. Excavations at sites like Ma'ad, Dahab reveal ancient workings, but no inscriptions name Ophir. You imagine miners toiling in torchlit tunnels, their finds carried to Solomon's ships, now lost to time. Another theory points to East Africa, possibly Zimbabwe's Great Zimbabwe, where gold deposits and stone ruins suggest a trading hub. Radiocarbon dating places some mines in the right era, but connections to Israel are speculative. Could Ophir have been a coastal port like Sofala, linked by Phoenician sailors? Maritime archaeology explores Red Sea wrecks, finding beads and pottery, but no gold. You trace these paths, each a faint line in the sand, dissolving into the horizon. A different perspective suggests India or Sri Lanka, where ancient texts mention gold-rich lands like Supara. Linguistic analysis links Ophir to Sanskrit terms for wealth, but trade routes from Solomon's era are uncertain. Others propose Ethiopia or Sudan near the Blue Nile, where gold was plentiful. Satellite imagery reveals ancient mining scars, but none bear Ophir's name. Some argue Ophir was not a single place, but a network of sources its name, a symbol of abundance. A skeptical view holds that the mines were exaggerated, a myth to glorify Solomon's reign. Yet the Bible's precise weights, 420 talents, suggest a tangible source. You weigh these ideas, each a grain of sand slipping through your fingers. Where does a king's gold hide when empires fade? Some even speculate the mines were depleted, their wealth exhausted by Solomon's time, leaving only legend. You ponder the desert's silence, its secrets locked in stone. You kneel now by a desert spring where the water's ripple carries the echo of ancient prayers. To the Israelites, Ophir's gold was a divine blessing, a gift from God to adorn his temple. You imagine Solomon dedicating the gold its glow, a reflection of heavenly glory, each nugget a prayer cast in metal. The mines in this light were a sacred trust, their loss, a call to seek the divine beyond earthly riches. In Ethiopian tradition, tied to Solomon through the Queen of Sheba, Ophir is a spiritual homeland, its gold, a symbol of wisdom shared across continents. Some Jewish mystics see the mines as a metaphor for the soul's quest, their hidden veins mirroring the search for truth. Modern spiritualists view Ophir's disappearance as a cosmic act, its wealth preserved for a time of harmony. You feel a quiet resonance, as if the gold's essence lingers not in ore but in the faith it inspired. Could Ophir's light shine in a realm beyond the material, a beacon for the heart? In Bedouin lore, the desert guards its treasures, revealing them only to the pure. The mines, some say, are hidden by divine will, their location a secret whisper to the stars. You let these thoughts settle gentle as moonlight, wondering what it means to seek a treasure tied to the divine. You wander now through ancient trade routes, where Ophir's story weaves through time. In Solomon's day, merchants spoke of a land where gold flowed like rivers, reached by ships sailing from Ezion-Geber. Sailors told of storms that guarded Ophir's shores, their waves swallowing those unworthy of its wealth. You hear the creak of oars, the clink of gold in sacks fading into the desert's hum. In the 1st century CE, a Roman trader claimed to have seen a golden vein in a Red Sea cliff marked with Hebrew signs, but a sandstorm buried his path. In the Middle Ages, an Arab geographer wrote of a lost city in Yemen, its ruins glittering with forgotten ore, but his map was lost in a fire. Another tale speaks of a Jewish merchant in 12th century Ethiopia who found a golden nugget etched with a menorah only to lose it in a river crossing. These stories pass through generations, make Ophir feel alive, a treasure that teases the edge of discovery. You linger in their mystery, sensing the longing that keeps its legend bright. Explorers have sought Ophir for centuries, from Portuguese navigators in the 1500s to modern prospectors in Saudi Arabia. In 1932, an American geologist found gold traces in Oman, but no mine matched biblical descriptions. Locals whisper of a curse. Those who seek Ophir's gold face, misfortune, lost maps, broken tools, or visions of a king's shadow. You feel the pull of these tales, each a wind across the dunes carrying Ophir's enigma forward. What secrets does the gold guard hidden in the earth's ancient heart? You rest now on a dune's crest, the desert stretching beneath a starlit sky. The lost mines of Ophir are a chorus of voices, each note deepening their mystery. The scientist maps ancient routes and mines, seeking proof in stone and soil. The historian traces Solomon's reign, seeing Ophir as a symbol of divine favor and human ambition. The mystic senses a sacred truth, a gold that shines beyond its ore. And you, the wanderer, weave these perspectives, feeling Ophir's weight even in its absence. It is not just a mine, it is a dream, a faith that glimmers through millennia. Each voice shifts the view like starlight on a desert spring. The geologist asks, where were the mines? The spiritualist asks, what do they reveal? The storyteller asks, why do they call? You hold these questions lightly, letting them drift like sand, knowing their power lies in their mystery. Ophir is a dream that lives in the soul's quiet longing. As you lie back, the desert fades, and Ophir's faint glow lingers in your thoughts. You see it now, not as gold or mines, but as a promise, a spark of divine favor, a vision of abundance, a mystery that breathes with eternity. Perhaps it lies beneath Arabian, sands its veins untouched by time. Perhaps it was a trade, its wealth scattered across ancient ports. Or perhaps it exists only in the space where faith meets wonder, a place no pickaxe can reach. You breathe deeply, letting the question settle a soft warmth in your heart. What is it that makes us seek the source of ancient wealth? Why do we chase a gold that shines through scripture alone? The mines of Ophir offer no answers, only their gentle allure, a murmur that lulls you towards sleep. As you drift, another mystery begins to stir faint, as a breeze through timeless sands. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Imagine yourself in a sun-scorched canyon of the Judean desert, where the cliffs glow amber under a fading sky, and the wind carries whispers of ancient secrets etched in metal. Beneath the rugged stones, a hidden cache waits, its gold and silver humming with the weight of forgotten vows. This is the mystery of the treasure of the Copper Scroll, a Dead Sea Scroll inscribed with cryptic directions to vast riches, its clues leading only to questions that linger in the desert's timeless hush. Let this enigma guide you soft as a breeze across the dunes, as we trace its elusive paths. You stand in the caves of Qumran near the Dead Sea in 1952, where archaeologists uncover a relic unlike the parchment scrolls of the Essenes. The Copper Scroll, two thin sheets of metal, is etched with Hebrew text, its surface green with age. Dating to the 1st century CE, it lists 64 locations each, hiding gold, silver, and sacred vessels, tons of treasure perhaps worth billions today. You envision the scroll's creation, a scribe's careful hand, chiseling directions to secret caches. In the ruin at the Valley of Achor, under the steps 40 cubits, a chest of silver. The scroll speaks of temple treasures, perhaps from Jerusalem's second temple, hidden before Roman destruction in 70 CE. Yet its directions are vague, naming places like the Cave of the Column or the mound at Beth Tamar with no clear map. No treasure has been found, and the scroll's purpose, literal guide or symbolic riddle, remains a mystery. You feel its weight, a metal relic that promises wealth, but yields only questions, its secrets buried in the desert's heart. Now you sit in a dusty tent, surrounded by topographic maps and infrared scans, as archaeologists and linguists murmur their theories. Science seeks the Copper Scroll's treasure with cautious precision, unraveling a puzzle carved in metal. One hypothesis suggests the scroll describes real caches hidden by priests to protect temple wealth from Roman looters. Excavations in the Judean hills near Jericho and Qumran have uncovered pottery and coins, but no gold. Ground-penetrating radar reveals anomalies beneath ruins, yet digs find only earth. You imagine the treasure buried deep, its metal cold under centuries of dust. Another theory proposes the locations are misidentified, their names lost to time. The Valley of Acre might be modern Wadi Nuvaima, but shifting landscapes obscure ancient landmarks. Geologists note the region's erosion, which could have buried or exposed caches. Some argue the treasure was looted long ago, perhaps by Romans or Bedouins. Metallurgical analysis of regional artifacts shows Temple-era alloys, but none match the scroll's vast quantities. 24 tons of gold, 65 tons of silver. You trace these clues, each a faint mark in the sand, fading into the desert's silence. A different perspective suggests the scroll is symbolic, a coded text for initiates, not a literal map. Linguistic studies reveal its Hebrew differs from other Dead Sea Scrolls, hinting at a unique purpose, perhaps a priestly record or a hopeful vision of restoration. Others propose the treasure was moved perhaps to Masada or Petra by fleeing zealots. Aerial surveys of these sites show hidden structures, but no riches emerge. A skeptical view holds that the scroll exaggerates its wealth, a myth to inspire faith. Yet its detailed weights and measures suggest intent. You weigh these ideas each, a stone in a dry riverbed, wondering what truth lies behind a map that leads nowhere. Some even speculate the scroll was a decoy meant to mislead treasure hunters while the real hoard lies elsewhere. You ponder the desert's vastness, its secrets locked in unyielding stone. You kneel now by a desert spring where the water's ripple carries the hum of ancient prayers. To the Jews of the Second Temple, the treasures of the copper scroll were sacred vessels of worship meant to honor God. You imagine priests hiding them, their chants rising under starlight, entrusting the gold to the earth to preserve their faith. The scroll in this light is a covenant, its directions, a prayer for a time when the temple might rise again. In Kabbalistic tradition, the scroll's treasure mirrors the divine light hidden to protect its sanctity from a world in turmoil. Some Christian mystics see it as a prefiguration of spiritual riches, its loss a call to seek God's kingdom over earthly gain. Bedouin elders, sharing the desert's lore, speak of the scroll as a pact with the land's spirits, its gold guarded by forces unseen. You feel a quiet pulse, as if the treasure's essence lingers, not in metal, but in the devotion it inspired. Could its riches shine in a realm beyond the tangible, a light for the soul's journey in a seen belief? The Qumran community valued purity over wealth, and some say the scroll's treasure was a spiritual ideal, not a physical hoard. You let these thoughts settle gentle as starlight, wondering what it means to hide a treasure tied to the divine. You wander now through the rugged wadis of Judea, where the copper scroll's story weaves through time. In the 1st century CE, as Romans advanced, priests whispered of secret missions hiding temple treasures in caves. A Bedouin tale tells of a shepherd who found a golden vessel near Qumran, only to see it vanish in a sandstorm. You hear the crunch of sandals, the clink of metal fading into the desert's hush. In the 3rd century, a rabbi claimed to have dreamed of a copper map leading to a cave by the Dead Sea, its entrance sealed with a star-shaped stone, but he died before finding it. In the 19th century, a British explorer found a cave near Jericho with Hebrew markings, but a collapse buried his path. Another story speaks of a crusader knight who uncovered a silver jar in a wadi, swearing it glowed softly only to lose it in a flood. These tales pass through generations, make the treasure feel alive, a presence that teases the edge of discovery. You linger in their mystery, sensing the faith that keeps its legend bright. Modern treasure hunters have scoured the Judean desert from Masada's cliffs to Ein Gedi's springs. In 1960, an expedition found a copper fragment near Cave 3, but it was unrelated to the scroll. Locals whisper of a curse. Those who seek the treasure face misfortune, lost maps, broken tools, or visions of ghostly priests. You feel the pull of these stories, each a wind through the canyons, carrying the scroll's enigma forward. What secrets does the treasure guard hidden in the desert's ancient heart? You rest now on a cliff overlooking the Dead Sea, the water's stillness, a mirror of starlight. The treasure of the copper scroll is a chorus of voices, each note deepening its mystery. The scientist maps caves and analyzes metal, seeking proof in stone and script. The historian traces the fall of Jerusalem, seeing the treasure as a relic of faith and resistance. The mystic senses a sacred truth, a wealth that shines beyond its form. And you, the wanderer, weave these perspectives, feeling the treasure's weight even in its absence. It is not just gold or silver. It is a promise, a devotion that echoes through millennia. Each voice shifts the view like moonlight on the cliffs. The archaeologist asks, "Where are the caches?" The spiritualist asks, "What do they carry?" The storyteller asks, "Why do they call?" You hold these questions lightly, letting them drift like dust, knowing their power lies in their mystery. The copper scroll is a dream that lives in the soul's quiet longing. As you lie back, the canyon fades, and the treasure's faint hum lingers in your thoughts. You see it now not as gold or scrolls, but as a vow, a spark of faith, a hidden hope, a mystery that breathes with eternity. Perhaps it lies in a cave, its metal untouched by time. Perhaps it was taken scattered across ancient lands. Or perhaps it exists only in the space where devotion meets wonder, a place no shovel can reach. You breathe deeply, letting the question settle a soft warmth in your heart. What is it that makes us seek the hidden gifts of faith? Why do we chase a map that leads to questions? The copper scroll offers no answers, only its gentle allure. A whisper that lulls you towards sleep. As you drift, another mystery begins to stir faint as a breeze through timeless cliffs. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. Imagine yourself in a moonlit Mughal garden where jasmine blooms perfume the air and the soft trickle of fountains weaves a lullaby. In the heart of a vanished palace, a throne glimmers its jewels, casting rainbows that dance on marble walls. This is the mystery of the Peacock throne, a jewel-encrusted seat of the Mughal emperors, looted in 1739, its dazzling splendor scattered across the winds of Persia. Let this enigma cradle you gentle, as a petals fall, as we drift through its radiant shadows. You step into Delhi's Red Fort in the 17th century, where the Peacock throne, commissioned by Emperor Shah Jahan, reigns as a masterpiece of Mughal artistry, crafted over 7 years. It was a vision of opulence, a golden frame adorned with sapphires, rubies, emeralds, and pearls, its canopy crowned with 2 peacocks, their tails studded with gems that shimmered like a starry sky. Historical accounts, like those of traveler Jean-Baptiste Tavernier, describe it as worth more than the Taj Mahal, its value in the tens of millions today. You picture it in the Diwan-i-Khas, where emperors sat in judgment, the throne's brilliance, a symbol of divine rule, its jewels whispering of India's boundless wealth. In 1739, the Persian conqueror Nader Shah sacked Delhi, seizing the throne as his prize. Carried to Persia, it vanished after his assassination in 1747, its fate a riddle. Was it dismantled its gems, scattered hidden in a royal vault? You stand in the quiet of that loss, feeling the absence of a throne that held an empire's soul, now adrift in the currents of time. Now you sit in a lamplit archive surrounded by Persian manuscripts and gemological charts as historians and archaeologists whisper their theories. Science seeks the Peacock throne, with meticulous care chasing clues through a turbulent past. One hypothesis suggests it was broken apart, its jewels recut and sold across Persia's markets. Gemologists note that Mughal gems with their unique rose cuts could be identified by spectroscopy, but no verified stones have surfaced. You imagine a ruby's fire, once part of a peacock's tail, now lost in a merchant's pouch. Another theory posits the throne was preserved hidden in a Persian fortress or smuggled to Central Asia. Excavations in Isfahan, Nader Shah's capital, reveal traces of Mughal artifacts, but none match the throne's grandeur. Could it lie in a sealed chamber beneath a palace? Ground-penetrating radar has probed sites like the Chehel Sotone, finding anomalies, but no throne emerges. You trace these leads, each a faint glimmer in the sand, fading into silence. A different perspective argues the throne was sent to the Ottoman Empire or Russia as tribute. Ottoman inventories from the 18th century list Indian jewels, but descriptions are vague. Others propose it was melted down, its gold repurposed for coins. Metallurgical analysis of Persian coinage shows traces of Indian alloys, but the throne's scale, 6 feet long, encrusted with thousands of gems, suggests more than a simple smelt. A skeptical view holds that the throne's legend was exaggerated, its value inflated by awe. Yet contemporary accounts, like those of Nader's scribes, confirm its splendor. You weigh these ideas, each a thread in a tapestry unraveling into the unknown. How does a throne so radiant vanish, Some speculate it was cursed, its theft, a sacrilege that doomed its keepers. You ponder the chaos of conquest, its secrets buried in the earth's silent heart. You kneel now by a lotus pond, where the water mirrors the stars and the air hums with reverence. To the Mughals, the Peacock throne was more than a seat. It was a mirror of divine order, its gems reflecting the cosmos, its peacocks, symbols of eternity and resurrection. You imagine Shah Jahan enthroned his presence, merging with the divine, the throne's light, a prayer in gold and sapphire. Its loss in this light is a spiritual wound, a call to seek beauty beyond the material. In Sufi mysticism, the throne's jewels are sparks of the divine soul, their scattering a reminder of life's impermanence. Some Hindu traditions see the peacock as sacred to Krishna, its loss a lesson in detachment from worldly glory. Modern spiritualists view the throne's disappearance as a cosmic act hidden to await a time of harmony. You feel a gentle pulse as if the throne's essence lingers, not in gems, but in the awe it kindled. Could its splendor shine in a realm beyond the tangible, a light for the heart's journey? In Persian lore, the throne was a gift from heaven, its theft, a defiance of fate. Some say its jewels are guarded by jinn, revealed only to the pure. You let these thoughts drift soft, as ripples wondering what it means to lose a relic that mirrors the divine. You wander now through the ruins of Delhi's Red Fort, where the Peacock throne's story weaves through time. In 1739, as Nader Shah's army looted, the city witnesses spoke of the throne's transport, its gems dazzling even in chains. Persian poets described its light, how it seemed to sing of India's soul undimmed by conquest. You hear the creak of carts, the clink of jewels fading into the dust. A 19th century Afghan tale tells of a shepherd finding a sapphire in a mountain past its glow unearthly, only to lose it in a river. In the 1760s, a Russian diplomat claimed to have seen a golden peacock in a Persian bazaar, but it vanished before he could bid. Another story speaks of a Mughal exile who dreamed of the throne hidden beneath a mosque, its location revealed only in sleep, never found. These tales pass through generations, make the throne feel alive, a treasure that dances just beyond reach. You linger in their mystery, sensing the longing that keeps its legend bright. Treasure hunters have scoured Persia and India for centuries. In 1920, a British officer found a ruby in Kandahar etched with a Mughal mark, but it was stolen from his camp. Locals whisper of a curse. Those who seek the throne face betrayal or loss. You feel the pull of these stories, each a breeze through the desert, carrying the throne's enigma forward. What dreams does it guard, scattered across the winds of time? You rest now on a hill overlooking the Ganges, the river's flow, a canvas of starlight. The Peacock throne is a chorus of voices, each note deepening its mystery. The scientist analyzes gems and archives, seeking proof in cut or script. The historian traces Mughal glory and Persian conquest, seeing the throne as a symbol of power and loss. The mystic senses a sacred truth, a splendor that transcends its form. And you, the wanderer, weave these perspectives, feeling the throne's weight even in its absence. It is not just a seat, it is a vision, a radiance that echoes through centuries. Each voice shifts the view like moonlight on a palace wall. The gemologist asks, where are the stones? The spiritualist asks, what do they reflect? The storyteller asks, why do they call? You hold these questions lightly, letting them drift like petals, knowing their power lies in their mystery. The Peacock throne is a dream that lives in the soul's quiet awe. As you lie back, the garden fades, and the throne's faint shimmer lingers in your thoughts. You see it now not as gold or gems, but as a dream, a spark of divine beauty, a moment of imperial glory, a mystery that breathes with eternity. Perhaps its jewels lie in a hidden vault, their colors dulled by dust. Perhaps they adorn distant crowns, their origins forgotten. Or perhaps they exist only in the space where splendor meets loss, a place no hand can touch. You breathe deeply, letting the question settle a soft warmth in your heart. What is it that makes us seek the radiant relics of empires? Why do we chase what glimmers in the winds of time? The Peacock throne offers no answers, only its gentle allure, a whisper that lulls you towards sleep. As you drift, another mystery begins to stir, faint as a breeze through ancient gardens. So we drift again toward what cannot be named. Imagine yourself drifting on a starlit sea in the Malacca Strait where the waves hum a timeless lullaby and the horizon fades into a velvet dream. Beneath you, in the ocean's shadowed embrace, a shipwreck lies its timbers, cradling treasures that gleam with the weight of a sultan's glory. This is the mystery of the Flor de la Mar's cargo, a 16th century Portuguese ship sunk with a fortune of gold, jewels, and relics, its riches resting unclaimed in the depths. Let this enigma envelop you gentle as a tide's whisper, as we sail into its submerged wonder. You glide back to 1511, where the Flor de la Mar, a Portuguese carrack, anchors off Malacca, a thriving trade hub in Southeast Asia. Commanded by Afonso de Albuquerque, the ship was laden with the spoils of conquest, the treasury of the Malaccan Sultan seized after a fierce siege. The cargo was a marvel: golden thrones inlaid with pearls, jades, statues of mythical beasts, diamond-encrusted daggers, and chests of coins from a dozen kingdoms. Chroniclers like João de Barros described it as the greatest treasure ever gathered, worth millions in today's currency, a symbol of Portugal's ambition to dominate the East. You picture the ship's hold, its riches stacked high, glinting in the dim light of swaying lanterns. In November 1511, sailing for India, the Flor de la Mar struck a reef in a storm and sank in the Malacca Strait, taking its cargo and most of its crew to the deep. The treasure, too vast to salvage remains, lost its location, a riddle whispered by the waves. You feel the pull of that loss, a sultan's legacy swallowed by the sea, its story a fleeting shimmer in the night. Now you sit in a cluttered marine lab surrounded by sonar charts and dive logs as oceanographers and historians murmur their theories. Science seeks the Flor de la Mar's cargo with relentless curiosity, probing the ocean's secrets. One hypothesis places the wreck near Sumatra's coast, where reefs and strong currents match accounts of the ship's final moments. Side-scan sonar has detected anomalies, shapes that could be a carrack's hull, but the strait's murky waters and shifting sands defy exploration. You imagine divers descending their lights, slicing through the gloom, chasing a glint of gold. Another theory suggests the cargo was partially salvaged by survivors who reached nearby islands. Portuguese records from 1512 mention recovered goods, but the bulk of the treasure remained underwater. Could it have been scattered by currents across the strait? Maritime archaeologists explore wrecks near the Nicobar Islands, finding 16th century cannons but no sultan's hoard. Some propose the ship broke apart, its cargo spread over miles of seabed. Deep-sea ROVs scan the ocean floor, but coral-encrusted debris obscures the truth. You trace these clues, each a ripple in the deep, fading into silence. A different perspective argues the treasure was exaggerated, its value inflated by Portuguese pride. Yet Malaccan inventories confirm vast wealth, including a golden throne weighing over a ton. Others speculate it was cursed, its theft from a sacred city, dooming all who sought it. A skeptical view holds that modern salvagers found it covertly selling the gems in secret markets. No evidence supports this, as Mughal-cut diamonds would be traceable. You weigh these ideas, each a bubble rising to the surface, wondering how does a fortune vanish in the sea's embrace. Some even suggest the cargo was hidden on land before the ship sank, spirited away by loyal Moluccans. You ponder the ocean's vastness, its secrets locked in unyielding depths. You kneel now on a sandy shore, where the waves sing of ancient realms and the stars pulse with timeless wisdom. To the Moluccans, the treasure was more than wealth. It was a sacred bond, offerings to gods and ancestors crafted with devotion. You imagine the golden throne, its pearls glowing with prayers, now resting in the sea's embrace, perhaps a gift to the divine. In Malay spirituality, the ocean is a realm of spirits, its depths a sanctuary for what is holy. Could the treasure's loss be a return to the eternal, guarded by the tides? In Hindu-Buddhist traditions, prevalent in 16th century Malacca jewels, were vessels of divine energy, their loss a reminder of life's impermanence. Some local mystics see the sinking as a karmic act, cleansing the stain of conquest. Modern spiritualists view the cargo as a symbol of balance it's hiding, a call to seek harmony over greed. You feel a gentle resonance, as if the treasure's essence lingers not in gold but in the reverence it inspired. Could its riches shine in a realm beyond the material, a light for the soul's journey? In maritime lore, the sea claims what is sacred, revealing it only to the pure. The treasure, some say, is watched by Naga, mythical sea serpents. Its resting place, a secret of the deep. You let these thoughts drift soft as sea foam, wondering what it means to lose a treasure tied to a kingdom's heart. You sail now across the Malacca Strait, where the sea tells stories of the Flor de la Mar. In 1511, survivors spoke of gold spilling into the waves as the ship broke apart, their cries drowned by the storm. Malay fishermen whispered of lights beneath the water as if the treasure glowed in defiance. You hear the creak of timbers, the splash of sinking chests fading into the ocean's hum. In the 17th century, a Dutch captain claimed to have found a golden dagger on a reef etched with Malaccan script, but it vanished when his ship sank. In 1850, a British diver reported seeing a jeweled statue in the strait only to be driven back by sharks. Another tale speaks of a Malay elder who dreamed of a throne in a coral cave. Its location revealed only in sleep, never found. These stories passed through generations make the treasure feel alive, a presence that teases the edge of discovery. You linger in their mystery, sensing the longing that keeps its legend bright. Salvage attempts have braved the strait for centuries, from Portuguese expeditions to modern tech ventures. In 1992, a Malaysian team found a wreck with Portuguese coins, but storms halted their work. Locals whisper of a curse. Those who seek the treasure face tempests or betrayal. You feel the pull of these tales, each a current in the sea carrying the cargo's enigma forward. What dreams does the treasure guard lost in the ocean's silent heart? You rest now on a cliff overlooking the strait, the waters shimmer, a canvas of starlight. The Flor de la Mar's cargo is a chorus of voices, each note deepening its mystery. The scientist maps the seabed, seeking proof in coral and silt. The historian traces the age of exploration, seeing the treasure as a relic of conquest and loss. The mystic senses a sacred truth, a wealth that transcends its form. And you, the wanderer, weave these perspectives, feeling the treasure's weight even in its absence. It is not just gold or jewels, it is a story, a longing that ripples through time. Each voice shifts the view like starlight on the waves. The oceanographer asks, where does it lie? The spiritualist asks, what does it carry? The storyteller asks, why does it call? You hold these questions lightly, letting them drift like flotsam, knowing their power lies in their mystery. The Flor de la Mar's cargo is a dream that lives in the tide's quiet song. As you lie back, the sea fades, and the treasure's faint shimmer lingers in your thoughts. You see it now, not as gold or relics, but as a moment, a spark of a sultan's glory, a whisper of defiance, a mystery that breathes with the ocean. Perhaps it lies in the wreck, its jewels entwined with coral. Perhaps it was salvaged hidden in a distant vault. Or perhaps it exists only in the space where wonder meets loss, a place no net can reach. You breathe deeply, letting the question settle, a soft tide in your heart. What is it that makes us seek the sunken dreams of empires? Why do we chase what glimmers in the deep? The Flor de la Mar's cargo offers no answers, only its gentle pull, a murmur that lulls you towards sleep. As you drift, another mystery begins to stir, faint as a ripple in the starlit sea. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Picture yourself atop a windswept hill overlooking the ruins of Troy, where the stars pulse faintly above crumbling walls, and the night air carries the scent of wild thyme. Beneath the earth, a hidden chamber gleams its jewels, whispering of a queen whose beauty sparked a war. This is the mystery of the lost jewels of Helen, of Troy, mythical treasures perhaps buried in an ancient city, their radiance, a faint echo of a legend that lingers through time. Let this enigma draw you close, soft, as a sigh of the Aegean breeze, as we wander through its elusive glow. You step into the world of Homer's Iliad, where Helen, the queen of Sparta, and later of Troy, is the most beautiful woman of her age, her allure igniting the Trojan War around 1200 BCE. Her jewels, as imagined in myth and later retellings, were divine gifts, golden diadems studded with lapis lazuli, necklaces of amber and coral bracelets that shimmered like moonlight, and a girdle said to be woven by Aphrodite herself. You envision her adorned each gem, catching the torchlight in Troy's halls, her treasures, symbols of love, power, and divine favor. These jewels, whether real or poetic, were the stuff of epic, prized by kings, coveted by gods. Yet when Troy fell to the Greeks, the city was burned and Helen returned to Sparta. What became of her jewels? Were they looted, buried, or lost in the chaos? No text confirms their fate, and archaeology offers only tantalizing hints. You stand amid the ruins, feeling the weight of a beauty that stirred empires its treasures. Now a whisper in the dust. Now you sit in a canvas tent near Hisarlik, Turkey, the site of ancient Troy, surrounded by pottery shards and stratigraphic charts, as scholars debate in hushed tones. Science seeks Helen's jewels with cautious rigor, piecing together a puzzle of myth and earth. One hypothesis suggests they were buried in Troy's citadel, hidden by Priam's court to protect them from Greek looters. Excavations by Heinrich Schliemann in the 1870s uncovered Priam's treasure gold diadems and necklaces, but these date to an earlier layer, not Helen's era. Could later jewels lie deeper? Ground-penetrating radar probes, Troy's layers revealing chambers, but none yield mythical gems. You imagine a cache beneath the stones, its gold untouched by time. Another theory posits the jewels were taken to Greece, carried by Menelaus as he reclaimed Helen. Mycenaean tombs, like those at Mycenae, contain gold jewelry, but none match Homer's descriptions. Could the jewels have been recut or melted? X-ray fluorescence might identify their origins, but no artifacts bear Trojan hallmarks. Some argue they were lost at sea, sunk with Greek ships returning from war. Underwater archaeology in the Aegean has found Bronze Age wrecks, but none carry a queen's adornments. You trace these threads, each a faint outline in the soil, dissolving into shadow. A different perspective suggests the jewels were symbolic, not physical. Their loss, a poetic device to mourn Troy's fall. Linguistic analysis of Homeric Greek links Helen's adornments to divine attributes, not tangible wealth. Others propose they were hidden elsewhere, perhaps in Anatolia or Cyprus by Trojan refugees. Surveys of these regions uncover Bronze Age hoards, but none tie to Helen. A skeptical view holds that the jewels never existed, mere embellishments of myth. Yet Schliemann's finds prove Troy's wealth, hinting at treasures fit for a queen. You weigh these ideas each, a pebble in the tide, wondering where does a legend's treasure hide. Some speculate the jewels were cursed, their beauty dooming all who claimed them. You ponder Troy's ashes, its secrets locked in the earth's silent embrace. You kneel now by a sacred spring, where the water's murmur blends with the hum of ancient hymns. To the Greeks, Helen was a demigoddess, her jewels gifts from Aphrodite imbued with love's eternal power. You imagine her wearing them, their glow, a reflection of divine beauty, each gem a prayer to the goddess of desire. Their loss in this light is a spiritual exile, a call to seek love beyond the material. The jewels, some say, were hidden to preserve their sanctity, their light too potent for a world of strife. In Hellenistic mysticism, gems were talismans of the soul, their colors mirroring cosmic truths. Some see Helen's jewels as symbols of unity, their scattering a reminder of love's fragility. In later Christian traditions, her treasures prefigured divine grace, their disappearance, a lesson in humility. Modern spiritualists view the jewels as a beacon, drawing seekers to the heart's true wealth. You feel a quiet resonance, as if their essence lingers not in gold but in the longing they inspire. Could their beauty shine in a realm beyond the tangible, a spark for the soul's quest? In Anatolian lore, the earth guards, sacred gifts, revealing them only to the worthy. The jewels, some whisper, are watched by spirits of the fallen city, their resting place, a secret of the divine. You let these thoughts settle, gentle as starlight, wondering what it means to lose a treasure tied to a goddess's love. You wander now through Troy's shattered walls, where the jewel's story weaves through time. In Homer's telling, Helen's beauty was a treasure itself, her adornments amplifying her divine allure. Bards sang of her diadem, how it glowed when she stood on Troy's ramparts, a beacon for warriors below. You hear their voices, the clink of bracelets fading into the city's flames. A 5th century BCE Greek tale tells of a fisherman who found a golden necklace in the Hellespont, its amber beads humming softly only to lose it in a storm. In the 2nd century CE, a Roman poet claimed to have seen a sapphire ring in a Cappadocian market etched with a Trojan swan, but it vanished before he could buy it. Another story speaks of a Byzantine monk who dreamed of a buried chest near Troy, its jewels radiant only to find empty earth upon waking. These tales pass through ages, make the jewels feel alive, treasures that tease the edge of discovery. You linger in their mystery, sensing the passion that keeps their legend aglow. Archaeologists have searched Troy's environs for centuries, from Schliemann's era to modern digs. In 1920, a Turkish shepherd found a gold earring near Çanakkale, its style hinting at Trojan craftsmanship, but it was stolen from a museum. Locals whisper of a curse. Those who seek Helen's jewels face misfortune, lost tools, sudden fogs, or visions of a veiled queen. You feel the pull of these stories, each a wave on the shore carrying the jewel's enigma forward. What desires do they guard? Buried in a city's ashes, you rest now on a cliff above the Aegean. The seas shimmer, a tapestry of starlight. The lost jewels of Helen of Troy are a symphony of voices, each note enriching their mystery. The scientist sifts through strata and seas, seeking proof in gold or gem. The historian traces the Trojan War, seeing the jewels as symbols of love and destruction. The mystic senses a divine truth, a beauty that transcends its form. And you, the wanderer, weave these perspectives, feeling the jewels' weight, even in their absence. They are not just adornments, they are a myth, a longing that echoes through millennia. Each voice shifts the view like moonlight on the waves. The archaeologist asks, where are they buried? The spiritualist asks, what do they reveal? The storyteller asks, why do they endure? You hold these questions lightly, letting them drift like foam, knowing their power lies in their mystery. Helen's jewels are a dream that lives in the heart's quiet radiance. As you lie back, the ruins fade, and the jewels' faint shimmer lingers in your thoughts. You see them now not as gold or amber, but as a vision, a spark of divine beauty, a flame of war and love, a mystery that breathes with eternity. Perhaps they lie beneath Troy's stones, their glow dulled by earth. Perhaps they adorn a distant shrine, their origins forgotten. Or perhaps they exist only in the space where myth meets, longing a place no spade can reach. You breathe deeply, letting the question settle, a soft warmth in your soul. What is it that makes us seek the treasures of legend? Why do we chase a beauty that shines through story alone? The jewels of Helen offer no answers, only their gentle allure, a murmur that lulls you towards sleep. As you drift, another mystery begins to stir, faint as a ripple in the starlit sea. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. Picture yourself adrift on a Caribbean night, where the sea mirrors a canopy of stars, and the gentle lapping of waves carries the scent of salt and mystery. Beneath you in the coral-crusted depths, a galleon rests its hold, shimmering with gold that whispers of a lost empire. This is the mystery of the gold of the Nuestra, Señora de Atocha, a Spanish ship sunk in 1622. Its treasure partially recovered, yet much remains hidden in the ocean's tender clasp. Let this enigma lull you soft as a sea breeze as we dive into its submerged wonder. You sail back to 1622 aboard the Nuestra Señora de Atocha, a Spanish galleon bound from Havana to Cadiz, its hold brimming with the riches of the New World. The ship carried a fortune from the Americas, gold bars, silver ingots, emeralds from Colombian mines and coins, stamped with the Spanish crown, over 40 tons of treasure, worth hundreds of millions today. You envision the crew, their faces lit by lanterns, guarding chests of glittering wealth, each piece a testament to Spain's colonial ambition. The Atocha was the pride of the Tierra Firme fleet, its cargo meant to fill royal coffers and dazzle European courts. On the 6th of September, a hurricane struck off the Florida Keys, shattering the Atocha against reefs. The ship sank swiftly, taking most of its crew and treasure to the deep. In the 1980s, treasure hunter Mel Fisher recovered a portion gold, silver, and emeralds, but much remains unaccounted for, lost in the Caribbean's coral embrace. You feel the weight of that loss, a fortune meant to crown an empire, now a riddle cradled by the sea. Now you sit in a sunlit marine lab, surrounded by sonar maps and dive charts, as oceanographers and archaeologists murmur their theories. Science seeks the Atocha's remaining treasure with relentless care, probing the ocean's secrets. One hypothesis suggests the unrecovered cargo lies scattered across the sea floor, broken apart by the storm. Side-scan sonar has mapped debris fields near the Marquesas Keys, where Fisher found the main wreck, but strong currents and coral growth hide smaller caches. You imagine divers gliding through turquoise depths, their lights seeking a glint of gold among the reefs. Another theory posits that parts of the cargo were jettisoned during the storm, drifting miles from the wreck. Underwater drones have explored the Florida Straits, finding 17th century artifacts, but no major hoard. Could tidal flows have buried the gold under sand? Some argue the treasure was salvaged soon after the sinking. As Spanish records note, early recovery attempts in 1623, divers recovered silver, but much was left, as the wreck's depth, 55 feet, challenged early technology. You trace these clues, each a flicker, in the deep fading into the ocean's hush. A different perspective suggests the cargo was overstated, its value inflated by Spanish pride or Fisher's publicity. Yet manifests from Havana detail precise weights: 1038, silver bars, 180,000 pesos in coins, confirmed by recovered finds. Others propose the treasure lies in uncharted waters, perhaps near Cuba, carried by currents. Bathymetric surveys map underwater ridges, but the sea guards its secrets. A skeptical view holds that modern salvagers quietly claim the rest, selling it in secret markets. No evidence supports this, as the Atocha's unique coins would be traceable. You weigh these ideas each, a bubble in the tide, wondering what lies beyond the coral's reach. Some speculate the treasure is cursed, its loss a judgment on colonial greed. You ponder the sea's silence, its depths a vault of untold truths. You kneel now on a white sand beach, where the waves hum a timeless prayer and the stars gleam like scattered jewels. To the indigenous peoples of the Americas, whose labor mined the Atocha's gold, these riches were sacred offerings to gods of earth and sun. You imagine the emeralds green as forest spirits now resting in the sea, perhaps returned to the divine. In Caribbean folklore, the ocean is a mother cradling what humanity cannot hold. Could the treasure's sinking be a gift to her, a balance restored? In Catholic tradition, prevalent among the Atocha's crew, gold was a symbol of divine glory, yet its pursuit, a test of faith. Some Spanish monks saw the ship's loss as a warning against avarice, urging devotion over wealth. Modern spiritualists view the treasure as a metaphor for the soul. It's hiding a call to seek what endures beyond the material. You feel a quiet resonance, as if the gold's essence lingers, not in metal but in the reverence it inspires. Could its riches shine in a realm beyond the tangible, a light for the heart's journey? In maritime spirituality, the sea is a keeper of stories, its depths a sanctuary for the lost. The treasure, some say, is guarded by spirits of the drowned, revealed only to the pure. You let these thoughts drift soft as seashells, wondering what it means to lose a fortune to the eternal tide. You drift now across the Florida Keys, where the sea tells stories of the Atocha. In 1622, survivors spoke of gold bars tumbling into the waves. As the ship broke apart, their cries swallowed by the storm. Local fishermen whispered of lights beneath the water, as if the treasure glowed in defiance. You hear the groan of timbers, the clink of coins fading into the ocean's murmur. In the 17th century, a Spanish diver claimed to have touched a golden cross in the wreck, only to be swept away by a current. In 1850, a Key West sailor found an emerald-encrusted ring on a reef, swearing it warmed his hand, but it vanished from his boat. Another tale speaks of a Cuban diver in the 1900s who dreamed of a silver chest in a coral cave, only to find empty sand upon waking. These stories pass through generations, make the treasure feel alive, a presence that teases the edge of discovery. You linger in their mystery, sensing the longing that keeps its legend bright. Since Fisher's 1,985 fine salvagers have searched the Keys from Hawk Channel to the Dry Tortugas. In 2011, divers found a gold chain, but the bulk of the cargo, perhaps half the treasure, remains elusive. Locals whisper of a curse. Those who seek the Atocha's gold face storms or betrayal. You feel the pull of these tales, each a ripple in the sea, carrying the treasure's enigma forward. What dreams does it guard lost in the coral's silent heart? You rest now on a dune overlooking the Caribbean, the sea's shimmer, a canvas of starlight. The gold of the Nuestra Señora de Atocha is a chorus of voices, each note deepening its mystery. The scientist maps the ocean floor, seeking proof in sand and coral. The historian traces the age of sail, seeing the treasure as a relic of empire and ambition. The mystic senses a sacred truth, a wealth that transcends its form. And you, the wanderer, weave these perspectives, feeling the treasure's weight, even in its absence. It is not just gold or gems, it is a story, a longing that ripples through centuries. Each voice shifts the view like moonlight on the tide. The oceanographer asks, where does it lie? The spiritualist asks, what does it carry? The storyteller asks, why does it call? You hold these questions lightly, letting them drift like foam, knowing their power lies in their mystery. The Atocha's gold is a dream that lives in the sea's quiet song. As you lie back, the sea fades, and the treasure's faint gleam lingers in your thoughts. You see it now not as coins or bars, but as a moment, a spark of conquest, a whisper of loss, a mystery that breathes with the ocean's rhythm. Perhaps it lies in the wreck, its gold entwined with coral. Perhaps it was salvaged, hidden in a distant vault. Or perhaps it exists only in the space where ambition meets wonder, a place no net can reach. You breathe deeply, letting the question settle a soft tide in your soul. What is it that makes us seek the sunken dreams of empires? Why do we chase what glimmers in the deep? The Atocha's gold offers no answers, only its gentle pull, a murmur that lulls you toward sleep. As you drift, another mystery begins to stir faint, as a ripple in the starlit sea. So we drift again, toward what cannot be named. Envision yourself standing on the frozen shore of a Siberian lake, where the ice glimmers under a pale winter moon, and the air hums with the weight of unspoken secrets. Beneath the frost, or hidden in a distant vault, a cache of jewels and gold pulses, faintly whispering of an empire's final days. This is the mystery of the treasure of the Tsars. Romanov riches concealed during the Russian Revolution, rumored to rest in secret chambers or frozen waters forever beyond the grasp of time. Let this enigma wrap you gently, like a snowfall's hush, as we tread softly into its glittering shadows. You step into the opulent halls of the Winter Palace in 1917, where the Romanov dynasty rulers of Russia for 3 centuries amassed a fortune of unparalleled splendor. The Tsar's treasure was vast, diamond-encrusted crowns, sapphire necklaces, ruby-studded scepters, and gold icons, adorned with pearls alongside chests of coins and ingots from Siberian mines. You picture the imperial crown, its 4,936 diamonds blazing like stars, or the Orlov diamond, a 189-carat gem set in a scepter, each piece a symbol of divine right and imperial might, these riches housed in St. Wani. Petersburg and Moscow were the pride of a dynasty, their value incalculable, a legacy of power and faith. As the Russian Revolution erupted, the Bolsheviks seized the palaces, and the Romanovs faced execution. Amid the chaos, vast portions of the treasure vanished, smuggled, hidden, or lost. Whispers speak of loyalists, spiriting jewels to safety, perhaps to Siberian vaults, or frozen lakes to preserve the Tsar's legacy. Where are they now? You stand in the silence of that question, feeling the absence of a fortune that crowned an empire, now a riddle cloaked in the frost of history. Now you sit in a dimly lit archive, surrounded by faded Bolshevik ledgers and grainy photographs, as historians and treasure hunters murmur their theories. Science seeks the Tsar's treasure with meticulous care, sifting through a revolution's debris. One hypothesis suggests the riches were hidden in Siberia, where the Romanovs were exiled. The Ipatiev house in Yekaterinburg, where the family was killed, has been searched, and ground-penetrating radar reveals anomalies beneath nearby forests, but digs uncover only relics, not gold. You imagine a chest buried under snow, its jewels gleaming in the dark. Another theory posits the treasure was smuggled abroad, perhaps to Europe or Japan, by White Army loyalists. Bank records from 1920s London show deposits of Russian valuables, but none match the Tsar's gems. Could they lie in Swiss vaults, their origins obscured? Gemological analysis could identify Romanov jewels by their unique cuts, but no major finds have surfaced. Some argue the treasure was sunk in Lake Baikal, Siberia's sacred sea, to thwart Bolsheviks. Divers have explored its 5,000-foot depths, finding ancient artifacts but no imperial hoard. You trace these leads, each a snowflake in a blizzard, melting into uncertainty. A different perspective suggests the Bolsheviks themselves hid parts of the treasure, using it to fund the new regime. Declassified Soviet documents mention relocated assets, but locations are redacted. Others propose the jewels were dismantled, their stones recut for black markets. X-ray fluorescence has traced Russian diamonds in 20th century auctions, but provenance is murky. A skeptical view holds that the treasure's scale was exaggerated, a myth to fuel anti-Bolshevik hopes. Yet pre-revolutionary inventories detailing 4 tons of gold confirm its reality. You weigh these ideas each, a frost-covered stone wondering how does an empire's wealth vanish in chaos? Some whisper of a curse, the Romanovs' blood tainting the treasure with misfortune. You ponder the revolution's shadow, its secrets locked in Siberia's icy heart. You kneel now by a frozen stream where the ice reflects the stars and the air hums with reverence. To the Romanovs, their treasure was more than wealth. It was a divine mandate, each jewel, a prayer in gold, each icon, a bridge to God. You imagine Tsarina Alexandra cradling a sapphire across its glow, a shield against the coming storm, the treasure a testament to orthodoxy's eternal light. Its loss in this light is a spiritual wound, a call to seek faith beyond earthly splendor. In Russian Orthodox tradition, the czars were anointed by God, their riches symbols of divine favor. Some monks see the treasures hiding as a sacred act, preserving holy relics for a future restoration. Modern spiritualists view the jewels as talismans of endurance, their secrecy a mirror of Russia's resilient soul. You feel a quiet pulse, as if the treasure's essence lingers not in diamonds, but in the devotion it kindled. Could its light shine in a realm beyond the material, a spark for the heart's journey? In Siberian shamanic lore, the land and its waters guard sacred gifts, revealing them only to the pure. The treasure, some say, is watched by spirits of the taiga, its resting place, a pact with the eternal. You let these thoughts settle soft as snow, wondering what it means to lose a relic tied to a dynasty's faith. You wander now through the snowbound streets of Yekaterinburg, where the Tsar's treasure weaves through time. In 1918, as the Romanovs faced their end, loyalists whispered of secret missions, maids sewing jewels into clothing officers, smuggling gold to remote monasteries. One tale tells of a White Army colonel who buried a chest near Lake Baikal, its lid etched with a double-headed eagle only to vanish in a skirmish. You hear the crunch of boots, the clink of hidden gems fading into the winter's hush. In the 1920s, a Siberian trapper claimed to have found a diamond in a frozen creek, its glow unearthly, but it was stolen from his hut. In 1940, a Moscow jeweler reported seeing a ruby from a Tsar's crown in a black market, only to lose it in a raid. Another story speaks of a monk in Tobolsk who dreamed of a golden icon beneath a chapel, its location revealed only in sleep, never found. These tales pass through generations, make the treasure feel alive, a presence that teases the edge of discovery. You linger in their mystery, sensing the loyalty that keeps its legend aglow. Treasure hunters have scoured Russia for decades, from the Urals to the Altai Mountains. In 1990, a detectorist near Perm unearthed a gold coin with Nicholas II's profile, but the rest of the cache eluded him. Locals whisper of a curse, those who seek the Tsar's gold face, blizzards, or betrayal. You feel the pull of these stories, each a frost-covered branch anchoring the treasure's enigma. What hopes does it guard lost in Russia's frozen heart? You rest now on a ridge overlooking Lake Baikal, the ice a mirror of starlight. The treasure of the Tsars is a symphony of voices, each note enriching its mystery. The scientist scans forests and vaults, seeking proof in gold or gem. The historian traces the revolution's chaos, seeing the treasure as a relic of faith and fall. The mystic senses a sacred truth, a wealth that transcends its form. And you, the wanderer, weave these perspectives, feeling the treasure's weight even in its absence. It is not just jewels or gold, it is a story, a devotion that shimmers through centuries. Each voice shifts the view like moonlight on the snow. The archaeologist asks, where was it hidden? The spiritualist asks, what does it carry? The storyteller asks, why does it endure? You hold these questions lightly, letting them drift like flurries, knowing their power lies in their mystery. The Tsar's treasure is a dream that lives in the soul's quiet reverence. As you lie back, the lake fades, and the treasure's faint shimmer lingers in your thoughts. You see it now, not as crowns or coins, but as a vow, a spark of divine right, a flicker of defiance, a mystery that breathes with Russia's soul. Perhaps it lies in a Siberian vault, its gems dulled by frost. Perhaps it rests beneath frozen waters cradled by ice. Or perhaps it exists only in the space where faith meets longing, a place no hand can touch. You breathe deeply, letting the question settle, a soft glow in your heart. What is it that makes us seek the relics of fallen crowns? Why do we chase what glimmers in exile? The treasure of the Tsars offers no answers, only its gentle allure, a murmur that lulls you towards sleep. As you drift, another mystery begins to stir, faint as a breeze through starlit snow. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Picture yourself high in the Andes, where mist curls like a gentle veil around jagged peaks, and the air hums with the scent of sacred coca leaves. Deep within a hidden cave, a golden hoard glimmers its light, a soft pulse echoing an empire's heart. This is the mystery of the lost Inca gold, the vast wealth of a civilization concealed from the grasp of Spanish conquistadors, rumored to rest in misty summits or sacred hollows. Let this enigma cradle you tender, as a mountain breeze, as we wander through its shrouded splendor. You step into the heart of the Inca Empire in 1532, where the sun is revered as Inti, the divine father, and gold is his sacred sweat. The Inca masters of a vast Andean realm amassed a fortune beyond measure. Golden statues of deities, silver llamas gleaming with turquoise jade masks, and intricately woven textiles studded with emeralds. You envision the Coricancha, the temple of the sun in Cusco, its walls plated with gold reflecting the light of divine favor. The greatest treasure was the ransom for Atahualpa, the last Inca emperor, who offered a room filled with gold and two with silver to appease Francisco Pizarro's greed. Yet as Spanish forces betrayed Atahualpa, executing him in 1533, much of this wealth vanished. Loyal Inca priests and warriors, foreseeing conquest, spirited the gold away, hiding it in the Andes' labyrinthine peaks or sacred caves. The ransom, estimated at 13 tons of gold and 26 tons of silver billions in today's value, remains untraced. You stand in the shadow of that loss, feeling the weight of an empire's soul now, a whisper veiled in mountain mist. Now you sit in a rugged camp high above the cloud forests, surrounded by topographic maps and satellite imagery, as archaeologists and geologists murmur their theories. Science seeks the Inca gold with patient rigor, chasing clues through a landscape of stone and mist. One hypothesis points to the Langanates Mountains in Ecuador, where legend holds that General Rumiñahui hid the ransom. Explorers have found Inca-style stone markers there, but dense jungles and treacherous cliffs thwart searches. Ground-penetrating radar reveals anomalies, yet excavations uncover only pottery. You imagine a golden statue, its gleam muffled by vines waiting in silence. Another theory suggests the gold was sunk in sacred lakes like Lake Titicaca, offerings to Inti or the underworld. Divers have probed its depths, finding ceremonial artifacts, but no vast hoard. Could sediment have buried the treasure? Some propose it was hidden in Machu Picchu's unexcavated chambers, though the site was abandoned before Pizarro's arrival. LiDAR scans reveal hidden structures, but none hold gold. You trace these paths, each a faint trail through the mist, dissolving into the mountain's embrace. A different perspective argues the gold was smuggled to Bolivia or Chile, carried by Inca refugees. Colonial records note unaccounted wealth in Potosi mines, but no direct link exists. Others suggest it was melted down, disguised as Spanish bullion, to evade capture. Metallurgical analysis of colonial gold shows Inca alloys, but the volume is too small to account for the ransom. A skeptical view holds that the treasure was exaggerated, a myth to fuel Spanish greed. Chroniclers like Pedro Cieza de Leon documented its scale. You weigh these ideas each a stone in a highland stream smoothed by time's flow. Where does an empire's wealth vanish in conquest? Some whisper of a curse, the gold's theft, a sacrilege that dooms its seekers. You ponder the Andes' silence, its secrets locked in unyielding peaks. You kneel now by a mountain shrine, where the wind carries the scent of burning sage and the stars pulse with ancient wisdom. To the Inca, gold was not wealth but a sacred gift, a reflection of Inti's light meant to honor the divine. You imagine priests hiding the treasure, their prayers weaving a shield around it, each piece a vow to preserve their god's legacy. Its loss in this light is a spiritual act, a return to the earth's sacred womb, safe from profane hands. In Andean spirituality, the mountains are apis, divine guardians who cradle the world's secrets. The gold, some say, rests in their care. It's hiding a pact with the eternal. Modern Quechua shamans see the treasure as a symbol of resilience, its secrecy, a testament to the Inca's unbroken spirit. You feel a quiet resonance, as if the gold's essence lingers not in metal but in the reverence it inspires. Could its light shine in a realm beyond the tangible, a spark for the soul's journey? In Catholic traditions brought by the Spanish, the gold's loss might be seen as a lesson in humility, a reminder that divine favor outshines earthly riches. Some mystics view it as a seed buried to bloom in a time of harmony. You let these thoughts settle soft as mist, wondering what it means to hide a treasure tied to the divine. You wander now through the Andes' misty trails where the Inca gold's story weaves through time. In 1533, as Pizarro's men looted, Cusco Inca warriors spoke of caravans moving under starlight, carrying gold to hidden caves. One tale tells of a priest who buried a golden sun disk in a Langanates ravine, its location marked by a sacred rock only to die in battle. You hear the thud of llama hooves, the clink of metal fading into the mountain's hush. In the 17th century, a Spanish monk claimed to have found a jade mask in a Vilcabamba cave, its eyes glowing with emeralds, but a landslide sealed the entrance. In 1880, an Ecuadorian guide led a British explorer to a cliffside cache, only to find it empty, as if the gold had vanished. Another story speaks of a Quechua elder in the 1920s who dreamed of a golden llama beneath a waterfall, its location revealed only in sleep, never found. These tales pass through generations, make the treasure feel alive, a presence that teases the edge of discovery. You linger in their mystery, sensing the devotion that keeps its legend aglow. Treasure hunters have braved the Andes for centuries, from conquistadors to modern adventurers. In 2004, a team found Inca stonework in the Langanates, but storms halted their search. Locals whisper of a curse. Those who seek the gold face, avalanches, or betrayal. You feel the pull of these stories each, a cloud in the peaks, anchoring the treasure's enigma. What dreams does it guard hidden in the Andes' sacred heart? You rest now on a ridge overlooking a misty valley, the mountains a tapestry of starlight. The lost Inca gold is a symphony of voices, each note deepening its mystery. The scientist maps caves and lakes, seeking proof in stone and silt. The historian traces the fall of an empire, seeing the gold as a relic of faith and resistance. The mystic senses a sacred truth, a wealth that transcends its form. And you, the wanderer, weave these perspectives, feeling the gold's weight even in its absence. It is not just metal, it is a vow, a devotion that shimmers through centuries. Each voice shifts the view like dawnlight on a glacier. The archaeologist asks, where was it hidden? The spiritualist asks, what does it carry? The storyteller asks, why does it call? You hold these questions lightly, letting them drift like fog, knowing their power lies in their mystery. The Inca gold is a dream that lives in the soul's quiet reverence. As you lie back, the Andes fade, and the gold's faint gleam lingers in your thoughts. You see it now not as statues or coins, but as a prayer, a spark of divine light, a defiance of conquest, a mystery that breathes with the mountains. Perhaps it lies in a cave, its gold entwined with roots. Perhaps it rests beneath a lake cradled by sacred waters. Or perhaps it exists only in the space where faith meets longing, a place no hand can touch. You breathe deeply, letting the question settle, a soft glow in your heart. What is it that makes us seek the hidden gifts of empires? Why do we chase what shines in sacred silence? The Inca gold offers no answers, only its gentle allure, a murmur that lulls you towards sleep. As you drift, another mystery begins to stir, faint as a breeze through misty peaks. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Imagine yourself on a windswept deck in the vast Atlantic, where the horizon glows with the last embers of sunset, and the sea's rhythm whispers secrets older than memory. Beneath the waves, a Spanish galleon lies silent, its gold and emeralds swaying gently in the ocean's unseen currents. This is the mystery of the San Miguel's treasure, a Spanish ship lost in 1715, its riches unclaimed, drifting in the deep's quiet embrace. Let this enigma soothe you tender as the tides murmur as we sail into its shimmering depths. You stand in 1715 aboard the San Miguel, one of 11 ships in Spain's Plate Fleet, sailing from Havana to Cadiz with the wealth of the New World. The San Miguel, a swift frigate, carried a precious cargo: gold coins, silver bars, emeralds from Colombian mines, and jeweled artifacts crafted for Spanish nobility. Colonial manifests hint at its value: millions. In today's terms, a fortune meant to bolster a waning empire. You picture the hold crates heavy with treasure, their gleam muted by wooden walls, each piece a story of conquest and ambition. In late July, a hurricane struck off Florida's east coast, scattering the fleet. The San Miguel, unlike other wrecks found near shore, vanished into deeper waters, its cargo untouched by salvagers. No trace of its hull or treasure has been found, leaving its fate a riddle wrapped in the Atlantic silence. You feel the storm's echo, a ship and its riches swallowed by the sea, their whereabouts a question that lingers like a distant wave. Now you sit in a coastal research station, surrounded by bathymetric charts and dive logs, as marine archaeologists and oceanographers speak in low tones. Science seeks the San Miguel's treasure with patient precision, probing the ocean's vast unknown. One hypothesis places the wreck in the deep Atlantic beyond the continental shelf, where the hurricane's force could have driven it. Sonar surveys off Florida's treasure coast detect anomalies at 1000 meters, but the depth challenges exploration. You imagine submersibles descending their lights, piercing the dark, seeking a hull encrusted with centuries of coral. Another theory suggests the ship broke apart closer to shore, its cargo scattered across shallow reefs. Divers have recovered coins from other 1,715 wrecks, but none bear the San Miguel's mint marks. Could currents have carried the treasure northward, toward the Gulf Stream? Underwater drones map the seabed near Cape Canaveral, finding debris, but no galleon. Some propose the cargo was jettisoned to lighten the ship sinking in uncharted waters. You trace these possibilities, each a ripple in the deep, fading into the sea's quiet. A different perspective argues the San Miguel was salvaged in secret, perhaps by surviving crew or early pirates. Spanish records note failed recovery attempts in 1716, but rumors persist of lost finds. Others suggest the treasure lies in a submarine canyon buried under sediment. Multi-beam sonar reveals such formations off Vero Beach, but dives yield only sand. A skeptical view holds that the cargo's value was overstated, a myth to fuel colonial dreams. Yet fleet manifests detail specific weights: 2,000 pounds of gold, 10,000 emeralds, suggesting a real loss. You weigh these ideas, each a shell on the shore, smoothed by the tide's endless dance. Where does a galleon's wealth vanish in a storm's wrath? Some whisper of a curse, the treasure's colonial origins tainting it with sorrow. You ponder the ocean's depths, its secrets veiled in unyielding darkness. You kneel now on a rocky outcrop by the sea, where the waves chant a timeless hymn and the stars gleam like scattered gems. To the indigenous peoples of the Americas, whose minds yielded the San Miguel's emeralds, such treasures were sacred gifts of the earth meant for divine rituals. You imagine the jewels green as jungle spirits now cradled by the ocean, perhaps an offering to the sea's eternal keepers. In Caribbean cosmology, the deep is a realm of ancestors, guarding what humanity cannot claim. Could the treasure's sinking be a return to the sacred, a balance restored? In the Spanish Catholic tradition of 1715, gold was a symbol of divine glory, yet its pursuit, a test of humility. Some sailors saw the fleet's loss as God's judgment on greed, a call to seek spiritual wealth. Modern spiritualists view the treasure as a metaphor for the soul. It's hiding a reminder to cherish what lies beyond the material. You feel a quiet resonance, as if the gold's essence lingers not in metal but in the reverence it evokes. Could its riches glow in a realm unseen, a light for the heart's quiet path in maritime folklore? The sea is a living entity, choosing what to reveal or conceal. The treasure, some say, is watched by spirits of the drowned, its resting place, a pact with the infinite. You let these thoughts drift gentle as foam, wondering what it means to lose a fortune to the deep's tender hold. You drift now along Florida's treasure coast, where the Atlantic tells stories of the San Miguel. In 1715, survivors of the fleet spoke of the frigate's speed, outrunning the storm until a rogue wave claimed it. Local Ace tribes whispered of golden lights in the sea, as if the treasure shone in defiance. You hear the creak of masts, the splash of sinking crates fading into the ocean's lullaby. In the 18th century, a Spanish salvager claimed to have found a gold coin on a reef stamped with a cross, but a squall swept it from his grasp. In 1890, a Key West fisherman hauled up an emerald-encrusted goblet, swearing it hummed softly, only to lose it in a tavern brawl. Another tale speaks of a 1920s diver who dreamed of a galleon's hold off Melbourne Beach. Its gold radiant, but currents drove him back. These stories pass through generations, make the treasure feel alive, a presence that hovers just beyond reach. You linger in their mystery, sensing the longing that keeps its legend aglow. Salvagers have scoured the coast since the 1960s, finding wrecks like the Nuestra de las Nieves, but not the San Miguel. In 2015, a family found $1 million in 1715 coins near Fort Pierce, but none tied to the frigate. Locals whisper of a curse. Those who seek the San Miguel face storms or betrayal. You feel the pull of these tales, each a wave in the current carrying the treasure's enigma forward. What dreams does it guard? Adrift in the Atlantic's silent heart. You rest now on a dune by the shore, the seas shimmer, a tapestry of moonlight. The San Miguel's treasure is a symphony of voices, each note deepening its mystery. The scientist maps the ocean floor, seeking proof in coral and sand. The historian traces the age of sail, seeing the treasure as a relic of empire and loss. The mystic senses a sacred truth, a wealth that transcends its form. And you, the wanderer, weave these perspectives, feeling the treasure's weight even in its absence. It is not just gold or emeralds, it is a story, a yearning that ripples through centuries. Each voice shifts the view like starlight on the tide. The oceanographer asks, where does it rest? The spiritualist asks, what does it carry? The storyteller asks, why does it call? You hold these questions lightly, letting them drift like seaweed, knowing their power lies in their mystery. The San Miguel's treasure is a dream that lives in the sea's quiet cadence. As you lie back, the shore fades and the treasure's faint shimmer lingers in your thoughts. You see it now, not as coins or jewels, but as a moment, a spark of ambition, a whisper of tragedy, a mystery that breathes with the ocean's pulse. Perhaps it lies in a deep trench, its gold entwined with coral. Perhaps it was salvaged, hidden in a forgotten vault. Or perhaps it exists only in the space where hope meets loss, a place no anchor can touch. You breathe deeply, letting the question settle a soft glow in your heart. What is it that draws us to the treasures of lost voyages? Why do we seek what sways in the sea's silent currents? The San Miguel's treasure offers no answers, only its gentle allure, a whisper that lulls you toward sleep. As you drift, another mystery begins to stir, faint as a ripple in the starlit deep. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. Picture yourself in a quiet French village at dusk, where the golden light spills over the stone walls of Rennes-le-Château, and the air hums with the faint echo of whispered prayers. Beneath the church's ancient floor, a hidden vault seems to breathe its secrets, woven into the fabric of a priest's enigmatic legacy. This is the mystery of the treasure of Rennes-le-Château, a tale of a French priest's sudden wealth tied to a hidden hoard or holy relics. Its source a riddle that lingers in the village's timeless embrace. Let this enigma wrap you softly like the evening's gentle mist as we wander through its shadowed paths. You step into the late 19th century, into the small hilltop village of Rennes-le-Château in southern France, where Father Bérenger Saunière, a humble priest, presides over the Church of St. Mary Magdalene. In 1885, Saunière, known for his modest means, begins renovations on the crumbling church, uncovering something that transforms his life. By the 1890s, he is inexplicably wealthy, funding lavish projects, a grand villa, a neo-Gothic tower, and ornate church decorations, including a statue of the demon Asmodeus guarding a holy water stoup. You envision him counting gold coins in the rectory, his eyes alight with a secret too heavy to share. Local records suggest his wealth far exceeded his priestly stipend, sparking rumors of a hidden treasure, perhaps gold, sacred relics, or ancient documents. Some tie it to the Knights Templar, others to the Cathars, or even to the Holy Grail. Saunière died in 1917, taking his secret to the grave, leaving no clue to the treasure's source or location. You stand in the church's cool silence, feeling the weight of a mystery that binds a village to its past, its truth cloaked in whispers of the unknown. Now you sit in a cozy library in nearby Carcassonne, surrounded by dusty tomes and architectural plans, as historians and researchers murmur their hypotheses. Science seeks to unravel Saunière's treasure, with careful scrutiny sifting through a web of fact and folklore. One hypothesis suggests he found a hoard hidden in the church, perhaps Visigothic gold or Templar riches. Renovation records note Saunière's discovery of parchments in a hollow pillar, but their contents, real or fabricated, remain disputed. Ground-penetrating radar has scanned the church, and its grounds revealing anomalies beneath the altar. Yet excavations are restricted by heritage laws. You imagine a chest of coins, its gleam muffled by centuries of earth. Another theory posits Saunière profited from illicit activities, such as selling masses or trafficking relics. Archival documents show payments for spiritual services, but the sums fall short of his wealth. Could he have uncovered a Cathar cache hidden during their 13th century persecution? Archaeological digs in nearby Montezuma, a Cathar stronghold, yield artifacts but no gold. Some argue the treasure was documentary, perhaps proof of a royal bloodline, or lost gospel sold to secret societies. Linguistic analysis of alleged parchments reveals coded messages, but their authenticity is questioned. You trace these threads, each a candle's flicker in the dark, fading into uncertainty. A different perspective suggests the treasure was a myth. Saunière's wealth exaggerated by later authors like Gérard de Sède, who linked it to the Priory of Sion. Financial audits from the 1900s show Saunière's spending was significant, but not astronomical. Others propose he inherited or extorted money, perhaps from a noble family. A skeptical view holds that the mystery was a fabrication, a romantic tale to draw pilgrims. Yet Saunière's lavish project, documented in village ledger, demand explanation. You weigh these ideas, each a stone in a mosaic, incomplete and elusive. What truth lies behind a priest's gilded secret? Some speculate the treasure was spiritual, not material, its value known only to Saunière's soul. You ponder the village's quiet, its secrets etched in ancient walls. You kneel now in the church's shadowed nave, where the scent of incense lingers and the stained glass glows with a quiet reverence. To Saunière, a Catholic priest, the church was a sanctuary of divine mystery. Its treasures, whether gold or relics, vessels of God's grace. You imagine him uncovering a sacred object, perhaps a relic of Mary Magdalene, revered in local tradition as a disciple who landed in France. Its hiding in this light was a holy duty, a shield against a skeptical world. The treasure's mystery becomes a call to seek the divine in silence. In esoteric traditions, Rennes-le-Château is a nexus of spiritual energy tied to ley lines or ancient wisdom. Some see the treasure as the Holy Grail, not a cup but a truth, linking Christ to a sacred lineage. Cathar beliefs lingering in the region view material wealth as illusion, the true treasure being gnosis, divine knowledge. Modern mystics interpret Saunière's wealth as a metaphor for enlightenment, its source hidden in the heart. You feel a gentle pulse, as if the treasure's essence lingers not in gold, but in the faith it kindled. Could its light shine in a realm beyond the tangible, a spark for the soul's quiet quest? In local Occitan folklore, the land guards its secrets, revealing them only to the pure. The treasure, some say, is watched by spirits of the village's past, its resting place a pact with the eternal. You let these thoughts drift soft as candlelight, wondering what it means to seek a mystery tied to the divine. You wander now through Rennes-le-Château's narrow lanes, where the treasure's story weaves through time. In the 1890s, villagers spoke of Seigneury's nighttime excavations, his lantern flickering in the churchyard. A maid, Marie Denarnaud, hinted at a secret he shared, saying, "We are walking on gold, but she died without revealing more." You hear the clink of a trowel, the rustle of Seigneury's cassock fading into the night's stillness. A 1920s tale tells of a shepherd who found a golden coin near the village, etched with a cross, only to lose it in a river. In the 1950s, a Parisian visitor claimed to have seen a parchment in Seigneury's tower, its script glowing faintly, but it vanished from a locked drawer. Another story speaks of a local vintner who dreamed of a vault beneath the church, its door marked with a rose only to find bare stone upon digging. These tales pass through generations, make the treasure feel alive, a presence that hovers just beyond sight. You linger in their mystery, sensing the intrigue that keeps its legend aglow. Treasure seekers have flocked to the village since the 1960s, inspired by books like Holy Blood, Holy Grail. In 1980, a French team drilled near the Tour Magdala, finding a hollow space, but it was empty. Locals whisper of a curse. Those who seek the treasure face misfortune, lost maps, sudden storms, or eerie visions. You feel the pull of these stories, each a thread in the village's tapestry, anchoring the enigma. What truths does the treasure guard hidden in Rennes-le-Château's quiet heart? You rest now on a hill overlooking the village, the valley below a canvas of twilight. The treasure of Rennes-le-Château is a chorus of voices, each note deepening its mystery. The scientist sifts through records and earth, seeking proof in coin or code. The historian traces Seigneury's era, seeing the treasure as a mirror of faith and ambition. The mystic senses a sacred truth, a wealth that transcends its form. And you, the dreamer, weave these perspectives, feeling the treasure's weight even in its absence. It is not just gold or relics. It is a story, a longing that murmurs through centuries. Each voice shifts the view like starlight on a village roof. The archaeologist asks, what did he find? The spiritualist asks, what does it reveal? The storyteller asks, why does it endure? You hold these questions lightly, letting them drift like mist, knowing their power lies in their mystery. The treasure of Rennes-le-Château is a dream that lives in the soul's quiet wonder. As you lie back, the village fades, and the treasure's faint shimmer lingers in your thoughts. You see it now not as coins or relics, but as a secret, a spark of divine mystery, a priest's silent vow, a riddle that breathes with the village's soul. Perhaps it lies beneath the church, its gold dulled by time. Perhaps it was knowledge hidden in a heart now stilled. Or perhaps it exists only in the space where faith meets enigma, a place no key can unlock. You breathe deeply, letting the question settle, a soft glow in your heart. What is it that draws us to the secrets of quiet places? Why do we chase what whispers in a village's dusk? The treasure of Rennes-le-Château offers no answers, only its gentle allure, a murmur that lulls you towards sleep. As you drift, another mystery begins to stir, faint as a breeze through ancient stones. So we drift again toward what cannot be named. Envision yourself on a star-dusted dune in the Sudanese desert, where the night air hums with the warmth of ancient secrets, and the Nile's distant murmur weaves a lullaby of forgotten empires. Beneath the sands or in the river's unseen depths, a hoard of gold gleams, faintly whispering of a rebellion's fervent heart. This is the mystery of the gold of the Mahdi Sudanese treasures lost in the 1880s, during a holy uprising, buried in the desert, or sunk in the Nile's embrace. Let this enigma enfold you soft as a desert breeze, as we wander through its veiled allure. You step into Khartoum in 1885, where the Mahdi Muhammad Ahmad leads a fervent rebellion against Anglo-Egyptian rule, proclaiming himself a divinely guided leader to restore Islam's purity. His followers, the Ansar, seize the city, amassing a treasure from the region's wealth: gold ingots from Nubian mines, silver coins, ivory tusks, and jeweled artifacts looted from colonial garrisons. You picture the Mahdi's stronghold, its courtyards piled with riches, each piece a symbol of defiance and faith, meant to fund a new era of justice. Estimates suggest the hoard's value reached millions, a fortune born of Sudan's ancient trade routes. As British forces under General Gordon fell, the Mahdi's victory was brief. He died soon after, and his successor, the Khalifa, faced mounting threats. Fearing British retribution, the Ansar hid the treasure before the 1898 Battle of Omdurman. Was it buried in the desert, sunk in the Nile? No record confirms its fate, and the hoard remains unclaimed. You stand in the stillness of that loss, feeling the weight of a rebellion's dream now, a whisper carried on Sudan's winds. Now you sit in a canvas tent by the Nile, surrounded by geological maps and colonial journals, as archaeologists and historians murmur their theories. Science seeks the Mahdi's gold, with cautious precision, navigating a land of shifting dunes and deep waters. One hypothesis suggests it was buried in the Nubian desert near Khartoum, where the Ansar held sway. Local Bedouin tales speak of hidden caches, and ground-penetrating radar has detected anomalies near old caravan routes. But excavations yield only pottery. You imagine a chest of gold, its gleam muffled by sand, waiting in silence. Another theory posits the treasure was sunk in the Nile, an offering to protect it from infidels. Divers have explored the river's bed near Omdurman, finding 19th century relics but no hoard. The Nile's strong currents and silt could have buried or scattered the gold. Sonar scans reveal submerged structures, but none hold treasure. Could it lie further downstream near the Sixth Cataract? Some argue the gold was smuggled south, perhaps to Ethiopia, by fleeing Ansar. Archival records from Gondar mention Sudanese wealth in 1890, but no artifacts surface. You trace these clues, each a flicker in the desert's vastness, fading into the river's flow. A different perspective suggests the treasure was looted by British forces after Omdurman melted into untraceable forms. Metallurgical analysis of colonial-era gold shows African origins, but the volume is too small to account for the Mahdi's hoard. Others propose it was hidden in a mosque or fortress disguised as building materials. A skeptical view holds that the treasure's size was exaggerated, a myth to bolster the Mahdi's legend, yet contemporary accounts like those of missionary Rudolf Slatin detail its scale. You weigh these ideas each, a ripple in the Nile, smoothed by time's endless tide. Where does a rebellion's wealth vanish in defeat? Some speculate the treasure was cursed, its sacred purpose dooming those who sought it. You ponder Sudan's silence, its secrets locked in sand and water. You kneel now by a desert oasis, where the palms sway softly, and the stars pulse with ancient wisdom. To the Mahdi's followers, the treasure was not mere wealth, but a sacred trust, a gift from Allah to fuel a holy cause. You imagine Ansar warriors hiding it, their prayers rising like incense, each coin a vow to preserve their faith. Its loss in this light is a spiritual act, a return to the divine safe from profane hands. In Sufi tradition, prevalent among the Ansar, gold symbolizes the soul's purity, its hiding a call to seek God's light within. In Islamic mysticism, the treasure's secrecy mirrors the hidden truths of the heart revealed only to the faithful. Some Sudanese elders see it as a symbol of resistance, its burial, a testament to the Mahdi's enduring spirit. Modern spiritualists view the gold as a beacon, drawing seekers to the path of justice. You feel a quiet resonance, as if the treasure's essence lingers not in metal but in the devotion it kindled. Could its light shine in a realm beyond the tangible, a spark for the soul's journey? In local animist beliefs, the Nile is a living deity guarding what is sacred. The treasure, some say, rests in its care, watched by river spirits. You let these thoughts settle gentle as starlight, wondering what it means to hide a treasure tied to a divine mission. You wander now through Khartoum's ancient markets, where the Mahdi's gold weaves through time. In 1885, as the city fell, Ansar scribes spoke of secret caravans, moving under moonlight, carrying gold to desert oases. One tale tells of a warrior who buried a chest near Jebel Barkal, its location marked by a sacred tree, only to die in battle. You hear the rustle of cloaks, the clink of ingots fading into the desert's hush. In the 1890s, a British officer claimed to have found a gold coin in a Nile sandbank etched with Arabic script, but it vanished in a flood. In 1920, a Sudanese fisherman reported seeing a silver jar in the river glowing faintly only to lose it in a current. Another story speaks of a Dinka elder who dreamed of a golden hoard beneath a dune, its location revealed only in sleep, never found. These tales pass through generations, make the treasure feel alive, a presence that teases the edge of discovery. You linger in their mystery, sensing the faith that keeps its legend aglow. Treasure hunters have scoured Sudan since the colonial era, from the Nubian sands to the Blue Nile's banks. In 1960, a French team found a 19th century cache near Berber, but it held only ivory. Locals whisper of a curse, those who seek the Mahdi's gold face, sandstorms or betrayal. You feel the pull of these stories each. A wind across the dunes carrying the treasure's enigma forward. What dreams does it guard lost in Sudan's sacred heart? You rest now on a ridge overlooking the Nile, the river's flow, a canvas of moonlight. The gold of the Mahdi is a chorus of voices, each note deepening its mystery. The scientist maps deserts and rivers, seeking proof in sand and silt. The historian traces the Mahdi's rebellion, seeing the treasure as a relic of faith and defiance. The mystic senses a sacred truth, a wealth that transcends its form, and you, the wanderer, weave these perspectives, feeling the treasure's weight even in its absence. It is not just gold or silver, it is a vow, a devotion that ripples through centuries. Each voice shifts the view like starlight on the water. The archaeologist asks, where was it buried? The spiritualist asks, what does it carry? The storyteller asks, why does it call? You hold these questions lightly, letting them drift like dust, knowing their power lies in their mystery. The Mahdi's gold is a dream that lives in the soul's quiet reverence. As you lie back, the desert fades, and the treasure's faint shimmer lingers in your thoughts. You see it now not as coins or ingots, but as a prayer, a spark of holy rebellion, a whisper of justice, a mystery that breathes with Sudan's spirit. Perhaps it lies beneath the sands, its gold untouched by time. Perhaps it rests in the Nile's depths, cradled by sacred currents. Or perhaps it exists only in the space where faith meets longing, a place no hand can touch. You breathe deeply, letting the question settle, a soft glow in your heart. What is it that draws us to the treasures of sacred causes? Why do we chase what shines in defiance's shadow? The gold of the Mahdi offers no answers, only its gentle allure, a murmur that lulls you towards sleep. As you drift, another mystery begins to stir, faint as a breeze through starlit sands. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Imagine yourself deep in the Cambodian jungle at twilight, where the canopy weaves a tapestry of emerald shadows, and the air hums with the scent of damp earth and ancient stone. Beneath the tangled roots of a strangler fig, a golden statue gleams faintly, its serene face cloaked by the whispers of a fallen empire. This is the mystery of the lost relics of Angkor. Khmer treasures hidden during the empire's collapse, their sacred splendor shrouded by jungle and time. Let this enigma enfold you soft as a monsoon's sigh, as we tread gently into its verdant secrets. You stand in the heart of the Khmer Empire, at its zenith, in the 12th century, where Angkor, the capital, dazzles as a city of gods. The temples of Angkor Wat and Bayon, adorned with intricate bas-reliefs, house treasures of divine beauty, golden statues of Vishnu and Shiva, silver altars studded with rubies, jade Buddhas, and ceremonial vessels encrusted with pearls. You picture the inner sanctums, where priests tend sacred fires. The relics glow, reflecting the empire's devotion to Hindu and Buddhist deities. These treasures, crafted by master artisans, were not mere wealth, but offerings to the divine symbols of cosmic harmony. By the 15th century, as the Khmer Empire waned under invasions and internal strife, Angkor was abandoned, its temples reclaimed by the jungle. The relics vanished, hidden by priests to protect them from looters, perhaps Thai invaders or local warlords. No records pinpoint their fate, and the jungle's embrace has kept them hidden. You feel the weight of their absence, a kingdom's sacred heart lost to the green, its mystery a quiet pulse beneath the vines. Now you sit in a bamboo shelter near Siem Reap, surrounded by LiDAR scans and Khmer inscriptions, as archaeologists and historians murmur their theories. Science seeks the Angkor relics with meticulous care, navigating a labyrinth of jungle and stone. One hypothesis suggests they were hidden in secret chambers within Angkor's temples. LiDAR mapping has revealed hidden rooms beneath Angkor Wat's central tower, but excavations limited by UNESCO protections uncover only pottery. You imagine a golden Vishnu, its eyes serene, sealed behind a false wall. Another theory posits the relics were spirited to remote monasteries, perhaps in the Cardamom Mountains. Surveys there have found Khmer-era artifacts, but no gold. Could the jungle's dense canopy have concealed entire caches? Some argue the treasures were sunk in the Tonle Sap Lake, a sacred waterway near Angkor, as offerings to protect them from desecration. Divers probe its muddy depths, finding bronze statues but no imperial hoard. You trace these paths, each a leaf, in the jungle's weave, dissolving into shadow. A different perspective suggests the relics were looted by invaders, melted down, or traded across Southeast Asia. Metallurgical analysis of Thai artifacts from the 15th century shows Khmer gold traces, but the volume is too small to account for Angkor's wealth. Others propose the treasures were hidden in plain sight, disguised as temple fixtures. Infrared imaging of Bayon statues reveals hollow interiors, but none hold relics. A skeptical view holds that the treasure's scale was exaggerated, a myth to glorify the Khmer. Yet inscriptions like those at Peacock detail vast offerings, tons of gold and gems, suggesting a real loss. You weigh these ideas, each a root in the earth, twisting into the unknown. Where do sacred relics hide when empires fall? Some whisper of a curse, the treasure's sanctity dooming those who seek them. You ponder the jungle's silence, its secrets locked in unyielding green. You kneel now, by a temple's moss-covered steps, where the scent of frangipani lingers, and the stars pulse with timeless reverence. To the Khmer, the relics were vessels of the divine, their gold and jade infused with the breath of gods like Vishnu and Avalokiteshvara. You imagine priests hiding them, their chants rising like mist, each statue a prayer to preserve the cosmos' balance. Their loss in this light is a sacred act, a return to the earth's embrace, safe from profane hands. In Theravada Buddhism, dominant in later Khmer culture, the relics symbolize impermanence, their hiding a reminder to seek enlightenment over worldly gain. Some Cambodian monks see the treasures as spiritual guardians, their secrecy, a testament to the empire's enduring soul. Modern spiritualists view the relics as a beacon drawing seekers to the path of harmony. You feel a quiet resonance, as if their essence lingers, not in gold but in the devotion they inspired. Could their light shine in a realm beyond the tangible, a spark for the soul's quiet journey? In local animist beliefs, the jungle is alive with spirits guarding sacred gifts. The relics, some say, are watched by Naga serpent deities, their resting place, a pact with the eternal. You let these thoughts settle soft as moonlight, wondering what it means to hide a treasure tied to the divine. You wander now through Angkor's vine-choked ruins, where the relic's story weaves through time. In the 15th century, as Thai armies advanced, Khmer priests spoke of secret rituals moving treasures under starlight to hidden caves. One tale tells of a monk who buried a golden Buddha near Ta Prohm, its location marked by a sacred banyan, only to vanish in a raid. You hear the rustle of robes, the clink of jade fading into the jungle's hum. In the 17th century, a Chinese trader claimed to have seen a ruby-encrusted altar in a remote Khmer village, its glow unearthly, but a flood swept it away. In 1900, a French explorer found a silver lingam in a cardamom cave etched with Khmer script, only to lose it in a landslide. Another story speaks of a Khmer elder in the 1930s who dreamed of a golden Vishnu beneath a temple, its location revealed only in sleep, never found. These tales pass through generations, make the relics feel alive, a presence that teases the edge of discovery. You linger in their mystery, sensing the devotion that keeps their legend aglow. Explorers have scoured Cambodia since colonial times, from Angkor's temples to the Dangrik Mountains. In 2015, LiDAR uncovered a lost city near Phnom Kulen, but no treasures emerged. Locals whisper of a curse. Those who seek the relics face fevers or betrayal. You feel the pull of these stories, each a vine in the jungle anchoring the enigma. What prayers do the relics guard lost in Angkor's sacred heart? You rest now on a stone ledge overlooking Angkor Wat, the temple's spires a silhouette against the stars. The lost relics of Angkor are a chorus of voices, each note deepening their mystery. The scientist maps ruins and rivers, seeking proof in stone and silt. The historian traces the Khmer's fall, seeing the relics as relics of faith and glory. The mystic senses a sacred truth, a wealth that transcends its form. And you, the wanderer, weave these perspectives, feeling the relics' weight even in their absence. They are not just gold or jade. They are a prayer, a devotion that shimmers through centuries. Each voice shifts the view like starlight on a lotus pond. The archaeologist asks, where were they hidden? The spiritualist asks, what do they carry? The storyteller asks, why do they endure? You hold these questions lightly, letting them drift like leaves, knowing their power lies in their mystery. The Angkor relics are a dream that lives in the soul's quiet reverence. As you lie back, the jungle fades and the relic's faint shimmer lingers in your thoughts. You see them now not as statues or gems, but as a vow, a spark of divine harmony, a whisper of empire, a mystery that breathes with the jungle's pulse. Perhaps they lie in a temple's secret chamber, their gold dulled by time. Perhaps they rest in a mountain cave, cradled by sacred roots. Or perhaps they exist only in the space where faith meets wonder, a place no hand can touch. You breathe deeply, letting the question settle a soft glow in your heart. What is it that draws us to the sacred gifts of lost kingdoms? Why do we chase what glimmers in the jungle's embrace? The relics of Angkor offer no answers, only their gentle allure, a murmur that lulls you toward sleep. As you drift, another mystery begins to stir, faint as a breeze through starlit vines. But the silence only deepened, and another mystery waited beyond the dusk. Envision yourself adrift on a boundless Atlantic night, where the sea stretches like a velvet tapestry under a dome of twinkling stars, and the waves hum a soft requiem for a lost era. Far below, in the ocean's shadowed cradle, a shipwreck rests, its gold pulsing with the dreams of a gold rush fever. This is the mystery of the treasure of the S. Central America, a steamship sunk in 1857 with tons of gold, some recovered, yet whispers of more linger in the deep's silent embrace. Let this enigma draw you gently like a current's tender pull as we dive into its shimmering secrets. You stand on the deck of the S. Central America in September 1857, a sidewheel steamer sailing from Panama to New York, its hold heavy with the spoils of California's gold rush. The ship carries over 30,000 pounds of gold coins, ingots and dust mined from the Sierra Nevada, worth $2 million, then hundreds of millions today. You picture the passengers, prospectors, and merchants, their faces alight with hope, guarding crates of gleaming wealth meant to fuel a nation's growth. The cargo includes private gold bank shipments and ornate jewelry, each piece a testament to ambition and toil. On the 12th of September, a hurricane off the Carolinas battered the ship, flooding its boilers and sinking it into 8,000 feet of water. Over 400 lives were lost, and the gold vanished into the deep. In the 1980s, salvager Tommy Thompson recovered tons of gold, but accounts suggest more remains, perhaps thousands of coins or bars unclaimed by the sea. You feel the weight of that tragedy, a fortune born of dreams, now a riddle cradled in the ocean's silent depths. Now you sit in a high-tech marine lab surrounded by sonar scans and submersible logs as oceanographers and historians murmur their theories. Science seeks the Central America's remaining treasure with meticulous precision, navigating the challenges of the deep sea. One hypothesis suggests the unrecovered gold lies scattered across a debris field, broken apart by the storm's fury. Multi-beam sonar has mapped the wreck site 100 miles off South Carolina, revealing scattered artifacts, but currents and sediment obscure smaller caches. You imagine divers gliding through the dark, their lights seeking a coin's faint gleam amid the silt. Another theory posits that some gold was jettisoned during the sinking, carried miles by underwater currents. Bathymetric surveys trace submarine channels in the Blake Plateau, but deep-sea drones find only wreckage fragments. Could the treasure lie in a trench buried under centuries of sediment? Some argue early salvage attempts in the 1860s recovered more than reported, with gold smuggled to avoid taxes. Maritime records note recovered bars, but quantities are vague. You trace these clues, each a flicker in the ocean's gloom, dissolving into silence. A different perspective suggests the missing gold was overstated, its legend inflated by treasure fever. Yet passenger manifests and insurance claims detail precise weights, 15,000 pounds unaccounted for after Thompson's find. Others propose the gold lies in unexplored sections of the wreck, perhaps a sealed compartment. ROVs equipped with X-ray imaging probe the hull, but corrosion hides the truth. A skeptical view holds that modern salvagers quietly claim the rest, selling it in secret markets. No evidence supports this, as the Central America's unique coins are traceable. You weigh these ideas each, a bubble rising through the deep, wondering what remains in the sea's unyielding clasp. Some whisper of a curse, the gold's weight tied to the lives lost in the storm. You ponder the ocean's vastness, its secrets locked in crushing depths. You kneel now on a windswept shore where the waves chant a solemn hymn and the stars gleam like scattered dreams. To the miners of the gold rush, the gold was more than wealth. It was a sacred prize, wrested from the earth's heart, a symbol of hope and sacrifice. You imagine the prospectors, their hands calloused, entrusting their gold to the Central America, each coin a prayer for a better life. The treasure's loss in this light is a spiritual offering surrendered to the sea's eternal care. In Christian tradition, prevalent among the ship's passengers, gold was a gift from God, its pursuit a test of faith. Some saw the sinking as divine judgment, a call to seek treasures in heaven. Modern spiritualists view the gold as a metaphor for the soul, its hiding a reminder to cherish what endures beyond the material. You feel a quiet resonance, as if the treasure's essence lingers not in metal but in the dreams it carried. Could its light glow in a realm beyond the tangible, a spark for the heart's quiet journey? In maritime folklore, the ocean is a guardian of lost souls, its depths a sanctuary for what cannot be held. The treasure, some say, is watched by spirits of the drowned, revealed only to the pure. You let these thoughts drift gentle as sea foam, wondering what it means to lose a fortune tied to human aspiration. You drift now along the Carolina coast, where the Atlantic tells stories of the Central America. In 1857, survivors spoke of gold spilling into the waves, as the ship sank, their cries drowned by the hurricane's roar. Fishermen whispered of golden lights beneath the sea, as if the treasure shone in defiance. You hear the groan of the ship's timbers, the clink of coins fading into the ocean's lullaby. In the 1860s, a salvager claimed to have found a gold bar on a reef, stamped with a California mint mark, but a storm swept it away. In 1900, a Charleston diver reported seeing a silver ingot in the deep, glowing faintly only to lose it in a current. Another tale speaks of a 1920s sailor who dreamed of a sunken chest off Cape Hatteras, its gold radiant, but his boat capsized before he could search. These stories passed through generations make the treasure feel alive, a presence that hovers just beyond reach. You linger in their mystery, sensing the longing that keeps its legend aglow. Since Thompson's 1988 discovery, salvagers have returned to the wreck, finding coins and jewelry, but not the full hoard. In 2014, a dive recovered a single emerald, but the bulk remains elusive. Locals whisper of a curse, those who seek the gold face storms or betrayal. You feel the pull of these tales, each a wave in the current, carrying the treasure's enigma forward. What dreams does it guard lost in the ocean's silent heart? You rest now on a cliff overlooking the Atlantic, the sea's shimmer, a canvas of moonlight, the treasure of the S. Central America is a symphony of voices, each note deepening its mystery. The scientist maps the ocean floor, seeking proof in silt and wreckage. The historian traces the gold rush, seeing the treasure as a relic of ambition and tragedy. The mystic senses a sacred truth, a wealth that transcends its form. And you, the wanderer, weave these perspectives, feeling the treasure's weight even in its absence. It is not just gold or coins, it is a story, a yearning that ripples through time. Each voice shifts the view like starlight on the waves. The oceanographer asks, where does it lie? The spiritualist asks, what does it carry? The storyteller asks, why does it call? You hold these questions lightly, letting them drift like flotsam, knowing their power lies in their mystery. The Central America's gold is a dream that lives in the sea's quiet cadence. As you lie back, the sea fades, and the treasure's faint shimmer lingers in your thoughts. You see it now not as coins or ingots, but as a dream, a spark of hope, a whisper of loss, a mystery that breathes with the ocean's pulse. Perhaps it lies in the wreck, its gold entwined with coral. Perhaps it was salvaged, hidden in a forgotten vault. Or perhaps it exists only in the space where ambition meets wonder, a place no hand can touch. You breathe deeply, letting the question settle a soft glow in your heart. What is it that draws us to the treasures of lost dreams? Why do we seek what glimmers in the deep's embrace? The Central America's gold offers no answers, only its gentle allure, a murmur that lulls you toward sleep. As you drift, another mystery begins to stir, faint as a ripple in the starlit deep. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Imagine yourself standing on the windswept plains of Hizarlik, where the ruins of ancient Troy slumber beneath a twilight sky, and the air hums with the faint echo of clashing bronze. Beneath a crumbled wall, a cache of gold glimmers its light, a fleeting whisper of a city lost to myth. This is the mystery of the Hoard of Priam, golden artifacts unearthed from Troy, then lost again their radiance, a mirage fading into history's quiet dust. Let this enigma cradle you soft as the sigh of an evening breeze as we wander through its elusive glow. You step into the late 19th century where Heinrich Schliemann, a German archaeologist driven by Homer's Iliad, excavates the mound of Hisarlik in modern Turkey, believed to be ancient Troy. In 1873, he uncovers a dazzling find, the Hoard of Priam, named after the mythical Trojan king. The cache includes golden diadems, necklaces, earrings, and cups, alongside bronze weapons and silver vessels, all crafted with exquisite skill. You picture the hoard, its gold shimmering in the sunlight, each piece a relic of a Bronze Age civilization, perhaps 2500 BCE, from a Troy predating the Trojan War. Schliemann claimed it belonged to Priam, linking it to Helen and Hector, though later studies place it centuries earlier. Smuggled out of Turkey to Berlin, the hoard was displayed until World War II, when it vanished in 1945 amid the city's fall. Some artifacts resurfaced in Moscow's Pushkin Museum in the 1990s, but much remains missing, perhaps stolen, hidden, or destroyed. You stand amid the ruins feeling the weight of a treasure that sang of Troy's glory, now a riddle lost in the chaos of time. Now you sit in a dimly lit study surrounded by faded photographs and stratigraphic charts as archaeologists and historians murmur their theories. Science seeks the Hoard of Priam with careful scrutiny, piecing together a puzzle of war and discovery. One hypothesis suggests the missing pieces were looted by Soviet troops in 1945, smuggled to private collections, or melted down. Trace analysis of Bronze Age gold in European markets could identify Trojan alloys, but no matches have surfaced. You imagine a golden diadem, its intricate spirals tucked away in a secret vault. Another theory posits the hoard was hidden in Berlin's bunkers, perhaps the Flak Tower, to protect it from Allied bombs. Post-war searches found art caches, but not the hoard's full splendor. Could it lie in unexcavated ruins? Ground-penetrating radar has probed Berlin's war-torn sites, revealing sealed chambers, but none hold Trojan gold. Some argue the hoard was dispersed across Germany, entrusted to civilians fleeing the city. Archival records mention evacuated artifacts, but details are vague. You trace these threads, each a faint glint in the rubble dissolving into shadow. A different perspective suggests the hoard was partially destroyed, burned in Berlin's fires, or crushed under collapsing buildings. Metallurgical studies of wartime debris show traces of ancient gold, but the quantity is too small to account for the hoard. Others propose it was sent eastward beyond Moscow to remote Soviet depots. In 1994, a single Trojan earring surfaced in St. Mary, Petersburg, but its provenance was murky. A skeptical view holds that the hoard's loss was exaggerated, some pieces misidentified as modern. Yet Schliemann's detailed sketches confirm its scale, thousands of artifacts. You weigh these ideas, each a stone in a shattered wall, wondering how does a city's treasure vanish twice? Some speculate the hoard carried a curse, its sacred origins dooming those who claimed it. You ponder Troy's silence, its secrets buried in history's ash. You kneel now by a quiet stream near Troy, where the water's ripple carries the hum of ancient songs. To the Trojans, gold was a gift from the gods, their artifacts offerings to Apollo or Athena, imbued with divine favor. You imagine the hoard in a temple, its diadems glowing in sacred rites, each piece a prayer for the city's endurance. Its loss in this light is a spiritual exile, a call to seek the divine beyond mortal grasp. The hoard's vanishing, some say, was fated its light too holy for a world of strife. In Hellenistic tradition, Troy's treasures were talismans of destiny, their beauty tied to the god's will. Some Christian mystics reflecting on Troy's fall see the hoard as a parable of humility, its disappearance a reminder to cherish eternal truths. Modern spiritualists view the artifacts as a beacon, drawing seekers to the soul's deeper wisdom. You feel a gentle pulse, as if the hoard's essence lingers, not in gold, but in the reverence it kindled. Could its radiance shine in a realm beyond the tangible, a spark for the heart's quiet quest? In Anatolian folklore, the earth guards sacred relics, revealing them only to the pure. The hoard, some whisper, is watched by spirits of Troy's fallen, its resting place a pact with eternity. You let these thoughts settle soft as starlight, wondering what it means to lose a treasure tied to a city's soul. You wander now through Troy's layered ruins, where the hoard of Priam's story weaves through time. In 1873, Schliemann's workers spoke of the hoard's discovery, how it gleamed in a clay jar, as if untouched by millennia. Schliemann claimed his wife Sophia wore the diadems, their gold warm against her brow, linking her to Helen. You hear the clink of metal, the rustle of earth fading into the dig's excitement. A 1920s tale tells of a Russian soldier who found a golden cup in a Berlin bunker, its Trojan markings faint, only to lose it in a black market deal. In 1946, a German refugee claimed to have seen a necklace from an ancient king in a Polish village, but it vanished in a fire. Another story speaks of a Turkish shepherd in the 1950s who dreamed of a buried cache near Hisarlik, its gold radiant, only to find empty soil upon waking. These tales pass through generations, make the hoard feel alive, a presence that dances just beyond sight. You linger in their mystery, sensing the longing that keeps its legend aglow. Since the Moscow finds treasure hunters have scoured Eastern Europe chasing rumors of Trojan artifacts. In 2000, a bronze axe surfaced in Ukraine, possibly from Troy, but the gold remains elusive. Locals whisper of a curse. Those who seek the hoard face misfortune, lost maps, sudden storms, or eerie visions. You feel the pull of these stories, each a gust across the plains, carrying the hoard's enigma forward. What glory does it guard lost in history's silent dust? You rest now on a hill overlooking Troy the ruins, a canvas of moonlight. The hoard of Priam is a symphony of voices, each note deepening its mystery. The scientist sifts through rubble and archives seeking proof in gold or clay. The historian traces Troy's layers, seeing the hoard as a relic of myth and ambition. The mystic senses a sacred truth, a radiance that transcends its form. And you, the dreamer, weave these perspectives, feeling the hoard's weight even in its absence. It is not just artifacts, it is a song, a longing that echoes through millennia. Each voice shifts the view like moonlight on ancient stone. The archaeologist asks, where was it taken? The spiritualist asks, what does it carry? The storyteller asks, why does it endure? You hold these questions lightly, letting them drift like dust, knowing their power lies in their mystery. The hoard of Priam is a dream that lives in the soul's quiet reverence. As you lie back, the plains fade, and the hoard's faint shimmer lingers in your thoughts. You see it now not as diadems or cups, but as a vision, a spark of Troy's glory, a whisper of divine favor, a mystery that breathes with eternity. Perhaps it lies in a forgotten bunker, its gold dulled by time. Perhaps it adorns a distant shrine, its origins erased. Or perhaps it exists only in the space where myth meets longing, a place no hand can touch. You breathe deeply, letting the question settle, a soft glow in your heart. What is it that draws us to the treasures of ancient tales? Why do we chase what glimmers in history's dust? The hoard of Priam offers no answers, only its gentle allure, a murmur that lulls you towards sleep. As you drift, another mystery begins to stir faint, as a breeze through starlit ruins. So we drift again toward what cannot be named. Imagine yourself standing on a windswept beach at Cape Cod, where the Atlantic whispers under a starlit sky and the dunes cast soft shadows over sands that hum with secrets. Beneath the shifting grains, a pirate's hoard lies hidden its gold, and jewels gleaming faintly as if calling to the moon. This is the mystery of the treasure of the Whydah Galley, a pirate ship sunk in 1717, its full riches still buried in the ever-moving sands of the Massachusetts coast. Let this enigma enfold you gentle, as the tides caress, as we tread softly into its piratical allure. You step aboard the Whydah Galley in early 1717, a former slave ship turned pirate flagship under Captain Samuel Black Sam Bellamy. Captured off the Bahamas, the Whydah became a floating fortress, its hold brimming with loot from over 50 plundered vessels, gold doubloons, silver pieces of 8 emeralds from Spanish galleons, ivory and jeweled swords. You picture the crew, their faces weathered by salt and ambition, stacking chests heavy with treasure, each coin a tale of daring raids across the Caribbean and Atlantic. The hoard, estimated at tons of precious metals and gems, was a pirate's dream worth millions in today's value. On the 26th of April 1717, a nor'easter struck off Cape Cod, wrecking the Whydah in shallow waters near Wellfleet. Most of the crew perished, and the treasure scattered across the seabed and shore. In 1984, salvager Barry Clifford discovered the wreck, recovering thousands of coins and artifacts, but much of the hoard, perhaps half, remains unclaimed, buried in the shifting sands or lost to the sea. You feel the storm's echo, a fortune forged in piracy, now a riddle cradled by the coast's restless embrace. Now you sit in a weathered seaside lab, surrounded by sonar charts and sediment cores, as archaeologists and oceanographers murmur their theories. Science seeks the Whydah's remaining treasure, with patient rigor navigating the challenges of a dynamic coast. One hypothesis suggests the unrecovered loot lies buried onshore, washed up by the storm and covered by centuries of sand. Ground-penetrating radar has scanned Wellfleet's dunes, detecting metallic anomalies, but excavations often yield only colonial debris. You imagine a chest of doubloons, its wood-rotted nestled beneath layers of shifting grains. Another theory posits the treasure remains offshore, scattered across a debris field in 10 to 30 feet of water. Side-scan sonar maps the wreck site, revealing cannon and anchors, but strong tides and sand migration obscure smaller caches. Could the gold have been carried further out by currents? Divers explore nearby Marconi Beach, finding silver coins but no major hoard. Some argue early salvagers, local fishermen, or survivors recovered more than reported, hiding it in attics or marshes. Colonial records mention beachcombed goods, but details are scarce. You trace these clues each, a wave's ripple dissolving into the sand's silence. A different perspective suggests the treasure was deliberately buried by surviving pirates, perhaps Bellamy's crew, to reclaim later. Metal detectors along Cape Cod's coast occasionally find 18th century coins, but no large cache. Others propose the hoard was lost to deeper waters, dragged by the storm's undertow. Bathymetric surveys trace submarine ridges, but the sea guards its secrets. A skeptical view holds that the treasure's size was exaggerated, a legend fueled by pirate lore, yet Clifford's finds over 200,000 artifacts confirm a vast haul. You weigh these ideas each, a shell on the shore, smoothed by time's endless tide. Where does a pirate's plunder hide when the sands shift? Some whisper of a curse, the treasure's violent origins dooming its seekers. You ponder the coast's restless nature, its secrets locked in unyielding sand. You kneel now by a tide pool, where the sea's rhythm blends with the cry of gulls and the stars pulse with timeless longing. To the pirates of the Whydah, the treasure was more than loot. It was freedom, a defiance of empires, each coin a step toward a life unbound. You imagine Bellamy dubbed the Prince of Pirates for his mercy, sharing the gold with his crew, its gleam, a symbol of their fleeting utopia. The treasure's loss in this light is a spiritual surrender offered to the sea's eternal care, a dream too wild for the world's chains. In maritime spirituality, the ocean is a keeper of souls, its waves cradling the stories of the lost. Some see the Ouida's sinking as a divine reckoning, the pirate's greed balanced by the sea's justice. Modern spiritualists view the treasure as a metaphor for liberation. It's hiding a call to seek inner freedom over worldly gain. You feel a quiet resonance, as if the gold's essence lingers not in metal but in the rebellion it fueled. Could its light shine in a realm beyond the tangible, a spark for the heart's wild journey? In native Wampanoag lore, the Cape sands are sacred, guarding what belongs to the land's spirits. The treasure, some say, is watched by ancestors, its resting place, a pact with the eternal. You let these thoughts drift soft as sea mist, wondering what it means to lose a fortune tied to a pirate's dream. You wander now along Cape Cod's windswept shores, where the Ouida's treasure weaves through time. In 1717, survivors spoke of gold washing ashore, snatched by locals before the governor's men arrived. Wampanoag elders whispered of coins glinting in the surf, as if the sea offered gifts, then reclaimed them. You hear the crash of waves, the clink of scattered loot fading into the storm's roar. In the 18th century, a Wellfleet fisherman claimed to have found a jeweled dagger buried in a dune, its hilt etched with a skull, but it vanished in a tavern fire. In 1850, a boy reported digging up a silver bar near Nauset Light, swearing it hummed softly, only to lose it in a storm. Another tale speaks of a 1920 salvager who dreamed of a chest beneath a cliff, its gold radiant, but tides buried his mark. These stories pass through generations, make the treasure feel alive, a presence that teases the edge of discovery. You linger in their mystery, sensing the daring that keeps its legend aglow. Since Clifford's discovery, divers have returned to the wreck, recovering cannons and coins, but not the full hoard. In 2016, a gold coin surfaced off Provincetown, but the bulk remains elusive. Locals whisper of a curse. Those who seek the Ouida's gold face, squalls, or betrayal. You feel the pull of these tales, each a grain in the sand anchoring the treasure's enigma. What freedoms does it guard buried in Cape Cod's restless heart? You rest now on a bluff overlooking the Atlantic, the sea's shimmer, a canvas of moonlight. The treasure of the Ouida galley is a chorus of voices, each note deepening its mystery. The scientist maps the coast and seabed, seeking proof in sand and silt. The historian traces the pirate age, seeing the treasure as a relic of rebellion and loss. The mystic senses a sacred truth, a wealth that transcends its form. And you, the wanderer, weave these perspectives, feeling the treasure's weight even in its absence. It is not just gold or jewels. It is a dream, a defiance that ripples through centuries. Each voice shifts the view like starlight on the dunes. The archaeologist asks, where does it lie? The spiritualist asks, what does it carry? The storyteller asks, why does it call? You hold these questions lightly, letting them drift like foam, knowing their power lies in their mystery. The Ouida's treasure is a dream that lives in the soul's quiet longing. As you lie back, the beach fades, and the treasure's faint shimmer lingers in your thoughts. You see it now not as coins or swords, but as a vision, a spark of freedom, a whisper of adventure, a mystery that breathes with the sea's pulse. Perhaps it lies beneath the dunes, its gold entwined with roots. Perhaps it rests in the wreck, cradled by shifting sands. Or perhaps it exists only in the space where daring meets loss, a place no shovel can touch. You breathe deeply, letting the question settle, a soft glow in your heart. What is it that draws us to the spoils of rebel hearts? Why do we chase what glimmers in the sands of time? The Ouida's treasure offers no answers, only its gentle allure, a murmur that lulls you toward sleep. As you drift, another mystery begins to stir, faint as a ripple in the starlit tide. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. Imagine yourself standing before the ancient Gopuram of the Padmanabhaswamy temple in Kerala, where twilight bathes the carved stone in hues of amber, and the air hums with the scent of sandalwood and distant chants. Beneath the temple's sacred halls, hidden vaults pulse with a quiet energy, their contents cloaked in the reverence of centuries. This is the mystery of the lost vaults of Padmanabhaswamy. Temple secret chambers rumored to hold untold wealth, sealed by divine trust and enigma. Let this mystery envelop you, gentle as a lotus petals fall, as we tread softly into its hallowed shadows. You step into the heart of Thiruvananthapuram, where the Padmanabhaswamy temple dedicated to Lord Vishnu has stood since at least the 8th century, a beacon of devotion for the Travancore royal family. The temple's vaults, 6 known chambers labeled A to F, were said to guard treasures, offered over centuries gold idols, diamond necklaces, emerald crowns, and coins from ancient trade routes. You envision the chambers, their stone doors etched with sacred symbols, each holding the offerings of kings and devotees, a testament to faith in Vishnu's reclining form, Anantha Padmanabha. In 2011, a court-ordered inventory opened 5 vaults, revealing a fortune valued at over $20 billion. Golden statues, gem-encrusted thrones, and sacks of ancient coins. Yet Vault B, sealed by an iron door with no visible lock, remains unopened, its contents, a mystery guarded by temple tradition. Legends whisper of untold wealth, within perhaps relics of divine origin or treasures tied to ancient dynasties. Why does it remain sealed? You stand in the temple's quiet courtyard, feeling the weight of a secret that binds faith to mystery, its truth veiled in sacred silence. Now you sit in a scholar's study in Kerala, surrounded by palm leaf manuscripts and seismic scans, as historians and archaeologists murmur their theories. Science seeks the vault's secrets, with cautious reverence navigating a web of history and faith. One hypothesis suggests Vault B contains treasures from the Chera or Pandya dynasties, hidden to protect them from invaders like the Delhi Sultanate. Ground-penetrating radar detects a chamber behind the door, but temple authorities forbid opening it, citing tradition. You imagine a hoard of gold, its gleam muted by centuries of stone. Another theory posits the vault holds sacred relics, not wealth, perhaps artifacts tied to Vishnu's mythology or ancient texts. Non-invasive imaging reveals a large space, but its contents are unclear. Could it be empty, a symbolic vault to deter thieves? Some argue the treasure was removed centuries ago, smuggled to other temples, or melted for trade. Metallurgical analysis of regional artifacts shows Travancore-era gold, but no direct link to Vault B. You trace these clues, each a flicker in the temple's shadows, dissolving into mystery. A different perspective suggests the vault's seal is mechanical, a complex lock requiring lost knowledge to open. Engineers propose acoustic or magnetic triggers, but tests are barred. Others speculate it was never meant to be, opened its contents, a spiritual offering, not material wealth. A skeptical view holds that the vault's legend is exaggerated, a tale to enhance the temple's mystique. Yet the 2011 finds in other vaults, tons of gold, confirm the temple's wealth. You weigh these ideas, each a lotus in the pond, floating on the surface of the unknown. What lies behind a door no hand can open? Some whisper of a curse, the vault protected by divine serpents or ancient rituals. You ponder the temple's sanctity, its secrets locked in unyielding stone. You kneel now in the temple's inner sanctum, where the air hums with the chant of mantras and the glow of oil lamps. To devotees of Vishnu, the vaults are more than repositories. They are sacred spaces holding offerings to the god who preserves the cosmos. You imagine priests sealing Vault B, their prayers weaving a divine shield, each treasure a vow to honor Vishnu's eternal rest. Its mystery in this light is a spiritual trust, a secret kept for the divine safe from worldly greed. In Vaishnava, tradition wealth offered to Vishnu is sanctified, its purpose to serve devotion, not possession. Some see the vault's closure as a divine command, its contents a bridge to the eternal. Local legends speak of Naga deities, serpent guardians protecting the vault, their presence a warning to intruders. Modern spiritualists view the treasure as a symbol of faith's endurance, its secrecy, a call to seek the divine within. You feel a quiet resonance, as if the vault's essence lingers not in gold but in the reverence it inspires. Could its light shine in a realm beyond the tangible, a spark for the soul's quiet path? In broader Hindu mysticism, the vault mirrors the heart's hidden chambers, where truth awaits the pure. Some say its contents are knowledge, not wealth, guarded by divine will. You let these thoughts drift soft as incense, wondering what it means to guard a treasure tied to the divine. You wander now through the temple's ancient corridors, where the vault's story weaves through time. In the 18th century, Travancore kings spoke of offerings so vast they filled secret chambers guarded by priests sworn to silence. One tale tells of a royal scribe who saw a golden idol in Vault B, its eyes blazing with emeralds, only to be sealed away after a vision of serpents. You hear the rustle of silk, the clink of coins fading into the temple's hush. In the 19th century, a British officer claimed to have glimpsed a jeweled crown in a temple storeroom, its glow unearthly, but it vanished when he returned. In 1920, a Kerala poet dreamed of a vault door opening to reveal a golden Vishnu, only to wake to locked gates. Another story speaks of a temple guard in the 1950s who heard chanting from Vault B, its words ancient but found only silence when he approached. These tales pass through generations, make the treasure feel alive, a presence that teases the edge of revelation. You linger in their mystery, sensing the devotion that keeps its legend aglow. Since the 2011 discoveries, treasure seekers have speculated about Vault B, but temple laws and local beliefs block access. In 2016, a seismic scan hinted at a hidden passage, but priests halted further. Probes. Locals whisper of a curse. Those who try to open the vault face misfortune, illness, or divine wrath. You feel the pull of these stories, each a thread in the temple's tapestry, anchoring the enigma. What secrets does Vault B guard sealed by sacred trust? You rest now on a temple terrace, the city below a canvas of twilight. The lost vaults of Padmanabhaswamy Temple are a chorus of voices, each note deepening their mystery. The scientist scans stone and earth, seeking proof in hidden chambers. The historian traces Travancore's devotion, seeing the vaults as relics of faith and royalty. The mystic senses a sacred truth, a wealth that transcends its form. And you, the dreamer, weave these perspectives, feeling the vault's weight. Even in their silence, they are not just gold or relics. They are a vow, a reverence that murmurs through centuries. Each voice shifts the view like moonlight on a temple pool. The archaeologist asks what lies within. The spiritualist asks, what does it guard? The storyteller asks, why does it endure? You hold these questions lightly, letting them drift like petals, knowing their power lies in their mystery. The vaults are a dream that lives in the soul's quiet sanctity. As you lie back, the temple fades, and the vault's faint pulse lingers in your thoughts. You see them now not as gold or idols, but as a prayer, a spark of divine devotion, a secret of faith, a mystery that breathes with the temple's soul. Perhaps they hold treasures untold, sealed behind iron. Perhaps they guard knowledge, locked in sacred silence. Or perhaps they exist only in the space where reverence meets enigma, a place no hand can touch. You breathe deeply, letting the question settle, a soft glow in your heart. What is it that draws us to the sealed chambers of faith? Why do we seek what lies in sacred trust? The vaults of Padmanabhaswamy offer no answers, only their gentle allure, a murmur that lulls you towards sleep. As you drift, another mystery begins to stir, faint as a breeze through starlit courtyards. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers. And so, dear wanderer, you drift through the mists of these ancient riddles, each unanswered question a soft stone smoothed by time's endless river. The treasures we've sought tonight, gold cradled by silent seas, jewels veiled in jungle's embrace, relics sealed in sacred vaults, whisper to you still their secrets, curling like smoke in an eternal dusk. You've walked the sands of forgotten empires, traced the winds that carry lost kings' dreams, and paused where the stars hold their breath over ruins that sleep beneath the earth. Yet the heart of these mysteries needs no key, no map, only the quiet awe they leave in your soul. Let the weight of the unknown settle gently now, like dust on sleeping stones. Not all truths must be grasped. Some are meant to drift, to linger in the spaces where wonder meets peace. Feel the world soften around you, its edges blurring as the winds of ancient tales carry you further deeper into a realm where questions dissolve into dreams. The relics, the gold, the whispers of ages past, they rest now, as you do in the tender embrace of an unending twilight where all is still, all is calm, all is yours to hold in the quiet of this moment. So breathe, wanderer, let the stars above fade into a velvet hush, let the dunes of time cradle your thoughts, let the mysteries you've touched tonight weave their final spell. You are adrift, weightless, carried on the breath of stories that need no end, only the peace of this eternal dusk. In the shadow of that silence, something else still lingers.